very special episode of Not Bored Gaming. I'm your host, I'm Mark, and this episode is brought to you in conjunction with my very good friends at Chip Theory Games for GenCon Online. Now, I'm going to be talking to you in this video about one of my all-time favourite games, and as you can see in the background, it is in fact Too Many Bones from Chip Theory Games, designed by Adam and Josh Carlson. Look, there is a reason that this game is ranked number 61 in the BGG top games of all time. It's because it is such a wonderful, wonderful experience. So Too Many Bones is a dice building RPG. A what? A dice building RPG, that is correct, where you will take either a single Gearloc, and these are the guys that you fight with, or multiple Gearlocs on a solo or cooperative adventure through the wonderful lands of Daylor, having journey after journey, having encounter after encounter, with the ultimate aim of battling and defeating the tyrant in one of the most unique game experiences I've ever had. Hi Not Bored Gamers, and welcome back to this very special episode of Not Bored Gaming. I'm your host, I'm Mark, and this episode is brought to you in conjunction with my very good friends at Chip Theory Games for GenCon Online. Now, I'm going to be talking to you in this video about one of my all-time favourite games, and as you can see in the background, it is in fact Too Many Bones from Chip Theory Games, designed by Adam and Josh Carlson. Look, there is a reason that this game is ranked number 61 in the BGG top games of all time. It's because it is such a wonderful, wonderful experience. So Too Many Bones is a dice building RPG. A what? A dice building RPG, that is correct, where you will take either a single Gearloc, and these are the guys that you fight with, or multiple Gearlocs on a solo or cooperative adventure through the wonderful lands of Daylor, having journey after journey, having encounter after encounter, with the ultimate aim of battling and defeating the tyrant in one of the most unique game experiences I've ever had. So the first thing you'll notice when you open your box of Too Many Bones, and I still remember the day I got it, I was so over the moon and blown away by what I saw inside, is the unrivaled quality of the Chip Theory contents. You have these wonderful die-cut neoprene gaming mats, not only for the Gearlocs, but you also have the battle mat as well. And if you want to purchase it separately, there is also the adventure mat. You have the wonderful weighty poker chips with the print on there, be there the Gearloc poker chips, the baddie poker chips, or the tyrant poker chips. They just feel absolutely wonderful. And the dice that the game has become synonymous with. You have these heat transfer dice. That means these are really durable, hard wearing, they feel great to roll on the table, and the print will never come away from them. But it's not all about the quality, it has to be about the gameplay, and that's where Too Many Bones stands head and shoulders above its competition. You see, the thing about Too Many Bones is that each and every time you play it, you're going to have a totally unique adventure. That means it is absolutely endlessly replayable. And that is just out of the base box. In the base box, you have your 4 Gearlocs, you have a number of tyrants, and you have a number of encounter cards, and you mix and match those to create a unique adventure. However, you can then expand that. You want more Gearlocs? Hey, we can give you more Gearlocs. Here's Gilly, here's Tantrum, here's Gasket. There is more Gearlocs out there, and you want an expansion to the base game, that's absolutely fine, because we have 40 Days in Daylor, which gives you even more cards and even more baddies, and you also have Age of Tyranny, which gives you a campaign style adventure so that you can string your journey together. Rolling dice has never felt so good, and there is a reason that Too Many Bones calls itself a dice building RPG. First of all, there's the dice themselves. There are 130 unique dice in the base game alone. Then there are the attack dice and the defense dice. That means that each of your Gearlocs, which have an asymmetrical mat, can be powered up differently in each different game. You can mix and match your Gearlocs to create these winning combinations. You can take on tyrants that are different. You can have different baddies in there. No two games play the same, and the RPG bit absolutely kicks in when we're talking about how you power up each individual Gearloc. So we've talked about the dice. The RPG element is huge in this game. So here we go. Here's the map for Boomer. And when you start, you'll have some fairly basic kind of statistics and abilities on there. But every time you complete an encounter, you may get the opportunity to get some training points. And when you get training points, you can potentially increase Boomer's stats. And each character and each Gearloc will get one of these wonderful sheets which tells you what each die does. Maybe you want to give Boomer some buff HP. So you want to give her some additional HP and some strength there, then maybe you want to assign that die to her. Or maybe you want to increase her grenade throwing ability. So you pick that die, and each time you have an encounter, you can choose new die if you get training points, increase the abilities on your Gearloc, and have a truly unique experience as you battle the big bad tyrant. And the end of the game comes when you battle a tyrant, and of tyrants there are many, and each expansion brings a new set of tyrants for you. You will battle the tyrant. They have their unique fighting abilities, they have their unique dice, and you will win the game if you beat the big bad tyrant. And it is just a wonderful, wonderful journey to go on. I think it goes without saying that I absolutely love Too Many Bones by Chip Theory Games. For me, it just offers an unrivaled sense of fun, of adventure. It looks great on the table. It's very tactile as you're moving the poker chips around the neoprene mats. It's endlessly replayable, and that's just outside. That's just with the base box. You know, there are the other Gearlocs that you can buy. There is 40 Days in Daylore. There is the Age of Tyranny campaign, and there are also other expansions as well. So there is the Too Many Bones Undertoe, which is a separate standalone game, which I'll be talking about in another video. And there's the recently released Too Many Bones Splice and Dice, which totally alters the base game of Too Many Bones, and I'll speak about that in another video. So that is my kind of overview on Too Many Bones by Chip Theory Games. It's a wonderful, wonderful, unique, fascinating, fantastic, tactile, tactical, strategical adventure that is unlike any other game out there. So thank you for joining me on this journey through Too Many Bones by Chip Theory Games. My name's Mark. I'm from Not Board Gaming. Please remember to like and subscribe to the channel for more great content. Enjoy the rest of GenCon, and until next time, bye-bye.
What I'm talking about.
Wait! Okay, now, from the beginning.
Hit it, boys.
Do you have a mountain of games and sometimes struggle deciding which one to play? Do you feel left out of the decision-making process? Or like your suggestions are tossed aside by more assertive gamers before they're given proper consideration, leaving you hurt, confused, even upset? Every time your game group tries to pick a game, are you tired of the negative energy, the bickering, the frustrating loss of your extremities? Ouch, that'll leave a mark. Well, shrug off the severed arm and turn that frown upside down, Dave. Introducing Game to Pick a Game, the game you play when you want to play a game but don't know what game to play game. Game to Pick a Game by Chip Theory Games is a 5-minute action-packed voting and bidding system layered with characters and skills. You'll need planning and ingenuity if you want to see your nomination win. This amalgamation of game styles and genres will have you using social deduction and wit to thwart your component's strategies while protecting your own. The game takes place over multiple rounds, beginning with a game nomination. Then each player will place a voting chip on their own or another's nomination. The face-down side is the one that counts in the end, but the face-up side determines turn order for the next round. Each character comes with 3 identical voting chips. However, they also have a unique skill that, when used at the right time, can reveal, conceal, or alter votes on the table. Do you fight tooth and nail for your own nomination? or just focus on the game you know you don't want to play. As play continues, more and more of the common votes have been played, which in turn starts to reveal people's strategies. How and when you play your chips makes all the difference. You'll be quite impressed with the amount of strategy hidden under the cover of this beautiful game. But don't take our word for it. Just listen to what some of our paid employees have to say.
Wow! This game is easy to play, but it will take my whole lifetime to master. Thanks, Chip Theory.
Horse apples. My game didn't win, but at least I had a fair shot.
Gee, Gaz! Never before has it been so easy to pick a game to play when we wanted to play a game, but we didn't know what game to pick.
Your time is precious. So is your body. And no one should ever have to feel hurt, confused, or upset on game night. When your games feel like they are playing you, it's time for a quick round of a game you play when you want to play a game but don't know what game to play. Game to pick a game. Game to pick a game, the only game you'll always play on game night. Limited time only, batteries not included or necessary. Chip Theory Games is not responsible for any game resulting in the play of apples to apples. No limbs were lost in the making of this advertisement. All depictions of gore or violence were achieved through the magic of special effects. Do not ingest Game to pick a game. Pledge now.
Happy, guys, happy.
Hi Not Board Gamers and welcome back to Not Board Gaming. I'm your host, I'm Mark. Now this really special episode is brought to you in conjunction with my very good friends at Chip Theory Games for GenCon Online. As we know, there's no physical GenCon this year, which is a real shame because it would have been my first GenCon. However, everything's been moved online and hence the reason we're doing videos. Now, in really exciting news, Chip Theory Games announced in the last couple of weeks that next year they're launching a Kickstarter for a reimagining of the Hoplomachus series, which I'm so excited about. Like many people, Hoplomachus features really highly in my kind of list of favourite games, but there are a lot of people who don't know that much about it. It's a little bit difficult to get hold of now. So, kind of prior to the Kickstarter coming next year and prior to having more information, what I've done is I put together this little video on the entire span of Hoplomachus, what's available out there so far, just to let you know a little bit more about the game. But do make sure that you check out the Chip Theory Games website, and you also check them out on Facebook and join the various Facebook groups and on Twitter and on Instagram to make sure that you're kept up to date with the upcoming launch of the Hoplomachus Kickstarter reimagining next year. Right, check out the video. The Hoplomachus series brings games of classic, epic, gladiatorial combat. That's right, there's blood, sweat, tears, sword and sandals right in your living room. The first game in the series is the already legendary Hoplomachus The Lost Cities, featuring amazing solo play, or even head-to-head PvP combat, or take it to the next level with 2 or 3 player co-op. Hoplomachus The Lost Cities will take place in either the Pazuli Arena, a close-quarter arena with raised stones which offer a tactical advantage, or if you have the Farmel Ruins map, you can take your combat to a wide-open arena where archers play a significant part in the battle. Hoplomachus Rise of Rome builds on Hoplomachus The Lost Cities, but now you have new heroes, you have new bosses, you have a new arena, and you have a new way to fight. Rome and Pompeii have risen to the challenge, but along with these new heroes comes new bosses in the shape of the mighty, mighty Titans. Face off in epic player versus player combat in the new Colosseum arena as you battle for crowd favour, or take on one of the mighty Titans in solo and co-op challenges. If you have the Lost Cities, you can combine the Lost Cities with Rise of Rome for epic 2-player versus 2-player team showdowns. Hoplomachus Origins is a quick-to-learn, fast-paced, tactical skirmish game taking place over 3 unique neoprene arenas, each with their own victory conditions. The setup takes minutes and it offers a fantastic PvP experience as you and your friend will battle to the death in one of the arenas. For the solo player, there are 20 unique solo challenges taking place over the 3 unique maps, each challenge getting harder and harder. Can you survive and become arena champion? The Hoplomachus series features the very high quality neoprene mats and high quality printed poker chips that have become the watermark of quality from Chip Theory games. Featuring an unparalleled tactical and tactile experience, there are reasons why the Hoplomachus series features very highly on a lot of people's top 10 lists. So wow, as you can see, I've got a lot of passion for the Hoplomachus series and I'm genuinely kind of over the moon excited about what's going to happen in the Reimagining when the Kickstarter launches next year. So please make sure once again that you kind of follow Chip Theory Games on Facebook, on Instagram, on Twitter. Make sure you're kept up to date, check out the website, get on the mailing list, and hopefully in the not too distant future we'll hear even more about what's to come in the Hoplomachus Kickstarter, as well as some other Kickstarters they've got coming in the coming months. So once again, my name's Mark. This is Not Board Gaming. Thank you very much for joining me on this very special episode. Please like and subscribe to the channel to Not Board Gaming and enjoy the rest of GenCon. Take care.
Hello, I am a Gearloc, and this is Too Many Bones Undertoe. The Gearloc Council has betrayed us all. They're the true tyrants we need to stop, but we need help. Help only found to the far south. The Sibren River should lead us there, but not without confronting the horrors that lie within it. The Council will surely pursue. To the river!
Leave your veto, Stanza. It served its purpose lowering those jail guards.
Take that comment back, Dusker.
Seriously? A built-in ad?
Dusker, behind you!
With each passing day, we grow stronger, learning and improving skills and finding synergies in our fighting styles. We can hear the Sibren flowing just beyond the forest. Hopefully Nugget left her raft for us. The rapids and their many dangers are ours to tame. Onward!
The current is picking up.
Those whirlpools aren't from the current.
A raft won't save you, northern creatures. You'll soon be floating face down in the river.
Want some feedback? Your monologue was a one-hit wonder.
The Sibren Tyrant is history, but our journey is far from over. We have little time left to locate the help we've been seeking. First, some rest and recovery. These southern lands are unforgiving, and there are dragons overhead. We must be prepared for anything.
Shh! Turn off your amp. Full cache is right there. We're gonna need more smoke bombs. Stanza?
You've traveled far, young ones. I'm afraid Nobulus is not far behind. You will need some help. Gasket, initiate.
What is that?
With Nobulus only a day behind us, we've found Mirawatt just in time. Now, to figure out what this bucket of bolts can do. Gasket on. Gasket start. Gasket go. Gasket attack.
Let's get this out of the way first. These components are ridiculous.
Insane. They really, really are. I mean, I don't even know where to start. I mean, the player boards are not boards, first of all. They're basically mouse pad material that are really nice die cut for the dice, and I can't tell you how perfectly these dice fit in here. It's just nice. They're just snug enough so that they don't really move around, but not too snug. It's just great.
You have the chips.
But it's so much fun when every time your mission's over and they're like, you can upgrade a point or two. I'm like, ooh, what am I gonna upgrade? Oh, I should upgrade that stat because I really need more dice per turn. But at the same time, I want one of my special dice, and I love those choices.
I can't have this creeping vines creep because they can only creep onto non-path hexes. And this one's only just been deployed. They have to creep at the start of your turn on the onslaught phase.
The first thing that you notice is Tara has her ship right over here, and she is going to be playing as Horizon's Wrath. And they are like a pirate faction that has an airship.
Then your next move, you're still moving around the board, and you're still in the range of that Spire, and it's going to take a second pop at you.
Everything else groups. So I've got Swabby, Buccaneer, Powder Monkey.
Hello everybody, and welcome to our review of what may well be one of the most ridiculous productions maybe ever? Too Many Bones is not some grimy dopaminergic loop where players are kept docile by numbers that just go up. No. You've got to understand that this dice game is wicked. The encounter cards that you draw randomly each day are so varied and creative as to make you feel like you're on an actual adventure. One day you might have not enough meat in the pot, so you have to go and bash a bunch of forest critters on the head, and it's fun. Next day, a dragon shows up, and you have to decide, are you going to run for your life or stand and fight? We've got plucky but self-sabotaging characters, a combat system that gets you excited but is prone to disasters, but where disasters are where you shine. And even the treasure is thematically perfect. In fact, in one game, my friends and I managed to win a lockpicking contest by using a crowbar we'd found earlier, which I swear to God is something out of The Hobbit. The designers didn't predict that, but in creating a world that's so tonally consistent and so full of heart, they did still create it. So I guess I should stop rambling and just say congratulations to Chip Theory for reminding me just how charming fantasy can be.
The lock, a simple mechanism used as a deterrent, a means to keep out undesirables, and a symbol for all that is off limits to the downtrodden and oppressed of New London. It's no wonder then that the citizens of this corrupt and diseased city spend their days learning to open locks by any means necessary. 4 residents of New London in particular have taken their skills to the next level. Elizabeth Watkins, a commoner plucked from the streets against her will, now subverting the Royal Company ranks from the inside. Axe Derringer, a rail worker with the guts to take on any Royal Company safe that turns up in a boxcar, good and flying under the radar. Dante Harvard, an airship pilot making New London government runs, known for his quick wit and even quicker hands when it comes to pins and springs. Charlie Beckwith, a machinist with a price on his head, wanted in New London for stealing just about everything you can steal. These 4 residents have caught the attention of a mysterious figure interested in their unique talents. An unusual summons has been issued to each individual by way of a strange lockbox with no more than a time and a location inscribed on the bottom. Clearly, a larger game is afoot, but raw curiosity can dull the senses, and the mystery of it all is a strong motivator. Welcome to Triplock, a simple yet not so simple abstract challenge of skill and memory from Chip Theory Games. Choose to play solo as you work with the stranger to delve deeper into the unknown secrets of the Royal Company, or hone your skills even further against another master lockbreaker while you wait for the right moment to act. Either way, you'll be racking your brain to solve locks amidst a corrupt world full of intrigue and mystery. Triplock can be played in 15 minutes or less. Choose your characters, set up your lock, and draw a diagram. Diagrams give you insight into the lock's composition, and each one you complete brings you closer to solving the lock. Using 2 action dice and your character's unique lockpicking skill, you must discover the mechanisms hidden behind failsafes, working to align them to match your chosen diagram orientation. Simple enough if it weren't for your opponent's traps and countermeasures. Solo play is no less riveting as you select your team and follow the stranger into the bowels of the station, protected and patrolled by Royal Company. Each character is compelled by their own motivations and unique talents, but their fates are intertwined by crisscrossing paths and the mysterious figure's proposal. Unlock your past, unlock your future. You're the only one who can discover what's behind the black curtain of New London's elite.
The war changed everything, for it did not consider us. Enkar's battles rained devastation down upon us, leaving our precious city my family in ruin. Something must be done. The Breach have recently arrived to the fray, providing a needed distraction while I formulate my plan. While the Horizon's wrath is on the offensive, their island will be our gateway to the skies. With our foothold firmly secured, I will unleash an assault using creatures and weaponry, the like of which Ankar has never seen. I will unite and embolden the devastating forces of Y'all, and with them enact my revenge on every inch of God's crumbs, taking all that is dear to them, just as they have done to me.
Papa, where'd the other islands come from?
It was a simple question, but one without a simple answer. They've always been out there, Mick. 9 other big islands besides ours and Ankar, and most of them, maybe all of them, inhabited. I'm sure those races wonder the same thing.
Kids are saying there's a problem with the source.
That could be. You know how the source works, right?
That's what makes our machines go, right?
Yeah, but it's more than that. All the islands get their source from underground, usually by clearing dangerous areas and tapping into pockets that are close to the surface. The source has a power in it that makes things work. Our machines, our homes, it even keeps our islands in the sky. It's precious, it's necessary to our survival, and if it ever ran out, many would go to war over it. But now, some think we're using so much source that it's throwing the islands off balance. That may be why our island has collided with these other 3.
Those other islands, will they take our source?
Some want to. The heirs, the bird-like people, they think that their ability to fly gives them the right to rule over Ankar. The Narora, they worship the source. They want to be a part of it. And then there's the grove tenders, caretakers of the source. They seem harmless, but we may come to blows with them too.
Will we win?
Don't fear, my son. We Brahmin are a mighty race. Our fortress is strong, able to thwart many enemies. I already have orders to engage the other islands in combat.
Will you beat her?
It was a simple question, but one without a simple answer.
Hi Not Board Gamers and welcome back to Not Board Gaming. I'm your host, I'm Mark. Now this really special episode is brought to you in conjunction with my very good friends at Chip Theory Games for GenCon Online. As we know, there's no physical GenCon this year, which is a real shame because it would have been my first GenCon. However, everything's been moved online and hence the reason we're doing videos. Now, in really exciting news, Chip Theory Games announced in the last couple of weeks that next year they are launching a Kickstarter for a reimagining of the Hoplomachus series, which I'm so excited about. Like many people, Hoplomachus features really highly in my kind of list of favourite games, but there are a lot of people who don't know that much about it. It's a little bit difficult to get hold of now. So, kind of prior to the Kickstarter coming next year and prior to having more information, what I've done is I put together this little video on the entire span of Hoplomachus, what's available out there so far, just to let you know a little bit more about the game. But do make sure that you check out the Chip Theory Games website, and you also check them out on Facebook and join the various Facebook groups and on Twitter and on Instagram to make sure that you're kept up to date with the upcoming launch of the Hoplomachus Kickstarter Reimagining next year. Right, check out the video. The Hoplomachus series brings games of classic, epic, gladiatorial combat. That's right, there's blood, sweat, tears, sword and sandals right in your living room. The first game in the series is the already legendary Hoplomachus The Lost Cities, featuring amazing solo play, or even head-to-head PvP combat, or take it to the next level with 2 or 3 player co-op. Hoplomachus The Lost Cities will take place in either the Pazuli Arena, a close-quarter arena with raised stones which offer a tactical advantage, or if you have the Farmel Ruins map, you can take your combat to a wide-open arena where archers play a significant part in the battle. Hoplomachus Rise of Rome builds on Hoplomachus The Lost Cities, but now you have new heroes, you have new bosses, you have a new arena, and you have a new way to fight. Rome and Pompeii have risen to the challenge, but along with these new heroes comes new bosses in the shape of the mighty, mighty Titans. Face off in epic player versus player combat in the new Colosseum arena as you battle for crowd favour, or take on one of the mighty Titans in solo and co-op challenges. If you have the Lost Cities, you can combine the Lost Cities with Rise of Rome for epic 2-player versus 2-player team showdowns. Hoplomachus Origins is a quick-to-learn, fast-paced, tactical skirmish game taking place over 3 unique neoprene arenas, each with their own victory conditions. The setup takes minutes and it offers a fantastic PvP experience as you and your friend will battle to the death in one of the arenas. For the solo player, there are 20 unique solo challenges taking place over the 3 unique maps, each challenge getting harder and harder. Can you survive and become arena champion? The Hoplomachus series features the very high quality neoprene mats and high quality printed poker chips that have become the watermark of quality from Chip Theory Games. Featuring an unparalleled tactical and tactile experience, there are reasons why the Hoplomachus series features very highly on a lot of people's top 10 lists. So wow, as you can see, I've got a lot of passion for the Hoplomachus series and I'm genuinely kind of over the moon excited about what's going to happen in the reimagining when the Kickstarter launches next year. So please make sure once again that you kind of follow Chip Theory Games on Facebook, on Instagram, on Twitter. Make sure you're kept up to date, check out the website, get on the mailing list, and hopefully in the not too distant future we'll hear even more about what's to come in the Hoplomachus Kickstarter, as well as some other Kickstarters they've got coming in the coming months. So once again, my name's Mark. This is Not Board Gaming. Thank you very much for joining me on this very special episode. Please like and subscribe to the channel to Not Board Gaming and enjoy the rest of GenCon. Take care.
The lock, a simple mechanism used as a deterrent, a means to keep out undesirables, and a symbol for all that is off limits to the downtrodden and oppressed of New London. It's no wonder then that the citizens of this corrupt and diseased city spend their days learning to open locks by any means necessary. 4 residents of New London in particular have taken their skills to the next level. Elizabeth Watkins, a commoner plucked from the streets against her will, now subverting the Royal Company ranks from the inside. Axe Derringer, a rail worker with the guts to take on any Royal Company safe that turns up in a boxcar, good and flying under the radar. Dante Harvard, an airship pilot making New London government runs, known for his quick wit and even quicker hands when it comes to pins and springs. Charlie Beckwith, a machinist with a price on his head, wanted in New London for stealing just about everything you can steal. These 4 residents have caught the attention of a mysterious figure interested in their unique talents. An unusual summons has been issued to each individual by way of a strange lockbox with no more than a time and a location inscribed on the bottom. Clearly, a larger game is afoot, but raw curiosity can dull the senses, and the mystery of it all is a strong motivator. Welcome to Triplock, a simple yet not so simple abstract challenge of skill and memory from Chip Theory Games. Choose to play solo as you work with the stranger to delve deeper into the unknown secrets of the Royal Company, or hone your skills even further against another master lockbreaker while you wait for the right moment to act. Either way, you'll be racking your brain to solve locks amidst a corrupt world full of intrigue and mystery. Triplock can be played in 15 minutes or less. Choose your characters, set up your lock, and draw a diagram. Diagrams give you insight into the lock's composition, and each one you complete brings you closer to solving the lock. Using 2-action dice and your character's unique lockpicking skill, you must discover the mechanisms hidden behind failsafes, working to align them to match your chosen diagram orientation. Simple enough if it weren't for your opponent's traps and countermeasures. Solo play is no less riveting as you select your team and follow the stranger into the bowels of the station, protected and patrolled by Royal Company. Each character is compelled by their own motivations and unique talents, but their fates are intertwined by crisscrossing paths and the mysterious figure's proposal. Unlock your past, unlock your future. You're the only one who can discover what's behind the black curtain of New London's elite.
Let's get this out of the way first. These components are ridiculous.
Insane. They really, really are. I mean, I don't even know where to start. I mean, the player boards are not boards, first of all. They're basically mouse pad material that are really nice die cut for the dice, and I can't tell you how perfectly these dice fit in here. It's just nice. They're just snug enough so that they don't really move around, but not too snug. It's just great.
You have the chips, but it's so much fun when every time your mission's over and they're like, you can upgrade a point or two. I'm like, ooh, what do I can upgrade? Oh, I should upgrade that stat because I really need more dice per turn. But at the same time, I want one of my special dice, and I love those choices.
I can't have this creeping vines creep because they can only creep onto non-path hexes. And this one's only just been deployed. They have to creep at the start of your turn on the onslaught phase.
The first thing that you notice is Tara has her ship right over here, and she is going to be playing as Horizon's Wrath. And they are like a pirate faction that has an airship.
Then your next move, you're still moving around the board, and you're still in the range of that Spire, and it's going to take a second pop at you.
Everything else groups. So I've got Swabby, Buccaneer, Powder Monkey.
Hello everybody and welcome to our review of what may well be one of the most ridiculous productions maybe ever?
Too Many Bones is not some grimy dopaminergic loop where players are kept docile by numbers that just go up. No. You've got to understand that this dice game is wicked. The encounter cards that you draw randomly each day are so varied and creative as to make you feel like you're on an actual adventure. One day you might have not enough meat in the pot, so you have to go and bash a bunch of forest critters on the head, and it's fun. Next day, a dragon shows up, and you have to decide, are you going to run for your life or stand and fight? We've got plucky but self-sabotaging characters, a combat system that gets you excited but is prone to disasters, but where disasters are where you shine. And even the treasure is thematically perfect. In fact, in one game, my friends and I managed to win a lock-picking contest by using a crowbar we'd found earlier, which I swear to God is something out of The Hobbit. The designers didn't predict that, but in creating a world that's so tonally consistent and so full of heart, they did still create it. So I guess I should stop rambling and just say congratulations to Chip Theory for reminding me just how charming fantasy can be.
Do you have a mountain of games and sometimes struggle deciding which one to play? Do you feel left out of the decision-making process? Or like your suggestions are tossed aside by more assertive gamers before they're given proper consideration, leaving you hurt, confused, even upset? Every time your game group tries to pick a game, are you tired of the negative energy, the bickering, the frustrating loss of your extremities? Ouch, that'll leave a mark. Well, shrug off the severed arm and turn that frown upside down, Dave. Introducing Game to Pick a Game, the game you play when you want to play a game but don't know what game to play game. Game to Pick a Game by Chip Theory Games is a 5-minute action-packed voting and bidding system layered with characters and skills. You'll need planning and ingenuity if you want to see your nomination win. This amalgamation of game styles and genres will have you using social deduction and wit to thwart your component's strategies while protecting your own. The game takes place over multiple rounds, beginning with a game nomination. Then each player will place a voting chip on their own or another's nomination. The face-down side is the one that counts in the end, but the face-up side determines turn order for the next round. Each character comes with 3 identical voting chips. However, they also have a unique skill that, when used at the right time, can reveal, conceal, or alter votes on the table. Do you fight tooth and nail for your own nomination? Or just focus on the game you know you don't want to play? As play continues, more and more of the common votes have been played, which, in turn, starts to reveal people's strategies. How and when you play your chips makes all the difference. You'll be quite impressed with the amount of strategy hidden under the cover of this beautiful game. But don't take our word for it. Just listen to what some of our paid employees have to say.
Wow! This game is easy to play, but it will take my whole lifetime to master. Thanks, Chip Theory.
Horse apples. My game didn't win, but at least I had a fair shot.
Gee, Gaz! Never before has it been so easy to pick a game to play when we wanted to play a game, but we didn't know what game to pick.
Your time is precious. So is your body. And no one should ever have to feel hurt, confused, or upset on game night. When your games feel like they are playing you, it's time for a quick round of a game you play when you want to play a game but don't know what game to play. Game to pick a game. Game to pick a game, the only game you'll always play on game night.
Limited time only, batteries not included or necessary. Chip Theory Games is not responsible for any game resulting in the play of apples to apples. No limbs were lost in the making of this advertisement. All depictions of gore or violence were achieved through the magic of special effects. Do not ingest Game to pick a game.
Pledge now.
Happy, guys, happy.
Hi not board gamers, and welcome back to this very special episode of Not Board Gaming. I'm your host, I'm Mark. Now this episode is brought to you in conjunction with my very good friends at Chip Theory Games for GenCon Online. And what are we going to be looking at in this video? Well, we're going to be looking at an expansion for Too Many Bones, which came from Kickstarter to backers earlier this year, and it came out and everybody went absolutely wild because this will change the way that you can play the base game of Too Many Bones or the base game of Too Many Bones Undertoe forever. Of course, I'm talking about the Splice and Dice expansion for Too Many Bones from Chip Theory Games. Now, we all know that in the base game of Splice and Dice that there is the Build a Tyrant mode, and this Build a Tyrant mode kind of works with the base games of either Too Many Bones or Too Many Bones Undertow. And instead of picking a tyrant at the beginning, what you will do is you will develop your tyrant as the game progresses. After each encounter, you will add more to your tyrant, and by the end of your journey, you will have created a truly unique tyrant for you to battle and to fight and see if you can win. And then you can record that tyrant on a sheet for prosperity and use it in any other game. It's an absolutely fantastic way to play Too Many Bones. But not only that, do you really think that giving you the ability to build your own tyrant is where Chip Theory Games would stop with a new expansion? Of course not. In the Splice and Dice expansion, you're going to get access to 5 new tyrants, and these tyrants deliver 5 of the toughest challenges in the game. We have Lockgear, we have Leech, we have Blobulus, we have Oxide, and we have Ammonite. That's 5 new tyrants for you to battle, 5 new challenges for you to overcome, and these challenges aren't easy. Okay, so there's a new way to play the game with the Build a Tyrant mode. There are 5 tough new challenges in 5 new tyrants. Is that all that you get in Splice and Dice? Of course not. This is Chip Theory Games. You're going to get a wealth of content for your money, and it comes with a wealth of new baddies as well. There are new 20-point baddie chips, there are new 5-point baddie chips, there are new 1-point baddie chips, there are 3-point baddie chips and 3-point baddie chips to use in your game of Too Many Bones Undertow, because one thing that you get when you get a Chip Theory Games expansion is you get so much content. Phew, so, a new way to play the game. 5 tough new challenges in the form of 5 new tyrants and a wide variety of new baddies. Is that all you get in Splice and Dice? No, of course it's not, because along with the Build a Tyrant mode, there is also the Nobulus Apprenticeship Program, which is a whole separate game. And in the Nobulus Apprenticeship Program, what you're going to do is you're going to take the form of Nobulus's kind of lab apprentices as they try to create a new tyrant. It's almost a standalone game, although you will mix and match parts of your Too Many Bones base game or your Too Many Bones Undertow base game, and it creates this wonderful, unique experience where you'll create a tyrant, take it out to battle against other baddies, and if it wins, you can then incorporate that tyrant into any future game of Too Many Bones. If you're really interested in the Nobulus Apprenticeship Program as this kind of hidden gem within the Splice and Dice package, then I have also recorded a video, a full playthrough of the Nobulus Apprenticeship Programs from a solo perspective. Of course, it can be played with more than one player as well, so please check that video out also. When you open the box of Splice and Dice, you're going to be greeted by two new fantastic die-cut neoprene mats, of course with the stitching around the edge. You have the lab mat, and this is the mat where you're going to start splicing elements from each of these baddies that you've defeated, and you're going to put baddies in these tanks and put dice around these on this lab mat, and you're going to create a splicing element so that you can then transfer those splice details and stats onto the other mat, which is your tyrant mat. And the tyrant mat is where you will record your tyrant and you'll upgrade it. You will add maybe more attack stats or more defense stats or maybe additional skills or more tyrant dice. You'll change the way that your tyrant attacks. Will it be a melee attack or will it be a range attack? There are so many variables. No two games play out in exactly the same way. And that theme carries across both the Builder Tyrant and the Nobulus Apprenticeship Program. They're both about the journey of creating this unique tyrant. Some of them will be fantastical creations who will wipe out the competition, and others you will have a real challenge on your hand if you're playing on the Nobulus Apprenticeship Program to try and beat the baddies on the mat. It's all about switching up how you think about how you play Too Many Bones. Of course, you're going to get a wealth of dice in this game as well, in the expansion of Splice and Dice as well. And you can see here that the dice are absolutely beautiful. These kind of heat transferred dice, and again, really hard wearing, durable, weighty, feel great to roll, and add a truly unique and dynamic element to each and every game. And as well as the Tyrant cards, you're going to get new encounter cards. You're going to get epilogue cards as well to string together a campaign. You're also going to get your knob cards that you will use in your Nobulus Apprenticeship Program. These cards are how you play the game of Nobulus Apprentice, as well as some individual apprentices that you can use in your NAP game to change and give you additional boons each and every time you play. And to top it all off, everything is laid out in this wonderfully detailed, fantastically illustrated instruction manual for Splice and Dice, where within these very hallowed pages you will find out how to play both the Builder Tyrant mode and how to incorporate it into your Too Many Bones or Too Many Bones Undertow game, as well as learn how to play the Nobulus Apprenticeship Program. And once you do, and they're relatively straightforward to learn how to play, they are a pure joy to play. So it's Chip Theory Games. The quality is obviously evident. We have the wonderful die-cut, stitched neoprene mats. We have the weighty chips with a fantastic print on there. We have the heat transferred dice, which are highly durable and feel fantastic. Everything that you get inside the package of Splice and Dice just screams absolute quality. But that is not all. You see, along with the Splice and Dice expansion, Chip Theory Games also released some new Gearlocs. So the first one is Dart, and Dart is this wonderful Gearloc who rides on the back of this pig and can jump off this pig and can barrel through people, creates a completely different way to play any of your Too Many Bones games. And the others are the lab rats. Now there are 4 lab rats, and you play them as almost as one, basically, changing between the lab rats that you choose to play out. It's 4 kind of burgeoning Gearlocs there with different skills, complementary skills that help each other out. Again, adding a truly unique experience into your Too Many Bones journey. I think it's safe to say that I think Splice and Dice by Chip Theory Games for Too Many Bones and Too Many Bones Undertow has just added another dimension onto the whole Too Many Bones franchise. It's fantastic that this franchise absolutely keeps on going, keeps giving us new ways to play and offers new ways to play. I think I'm absolutely in love with the Splice and Dice. As much as I like to play with the new Tyrants and the existing Tyrants, I also love playing the Nobulus Apprentice program and the Builder Tyrant program as well. Builder Tyrant mode to create my...
Hello everyone, it's Chip Theory Games.
Hey.
And we are live at our GenCon event. Didn't know if we were gonna pull this off. But I'm just really excited about what we've got. wanted to cover a couple things with everyone right off the bat, and that is in Minnesota we have a mask mandate now for in business. Because Adam is going to be reading our lips, any content that we do with Adam live is done with masks off. We will try after this opener to even limit the amount of people on camera just to create a little bit more distance, but we just wanted to say that we take it very seriously. We have staff wearing masks. We're doing, checking with people on temperatures and all that stuff, throughout the course of this weekend. And then we will be doing a lot of segments. We did a fair amount of pre-recording early on, just when we saw the mandate was coming. We decided to move a few events that we had as live to pre-recorded. Yeah. And then we also plan on some segments being like individual offices, so that we can do the content without a mask on. So just wanted to cover that right up front, that we're taking things seriously, and yeah.
Thank you, Josh. Yeah, it's been very interesting for sure, the whole lip reading and then the people with masks. Before we really dive in, I think it's important for us to give a special shout out to everybody who's been working on GenCon so far. Many of you are joining us just now, and this is when GenCon starts, when in reality it started weeks ago. From all of the planning, all the events, trying to get the website, the coding in place, which you see. Hopefully that's working out great. And we have people setting up the video, the lighting, the audio, all of it, all the equipment, and that's a huge undertaking. We have the auction, that's very exciting. We'll talk about that later too, but a tremendous amount of work, and also especially for all of our pre-recorded content creators and whatnot, a huge thank you for working with us and developing all of the content so we can have a jam-packed weekend. So thank you to each and every one of our team and content creators who helped us this week. Yeah.
Yeah, it's wild thinking about GenCon last year now, and how different obviously everything is now. It's a cliche at this point to say, man, if we could go back to last year and tell ourselves, hey, next year it's going to look like this, I don't think any of us would have believed it. But there's a silver lining, which is that it has really been a tremendous motivator for us as a team to get our kind of live content streaming platform and equipment and all that kind of stuff to a place where we can do this kind of thing. So, and obviously the other silver lining is that now, whereas GenCon is limited to folks who pay a tremendous amount of money to head to Indianapolis and get a hotel and eat expensive food from food trucks and the whole thing, and it's a blast, obviously. But now anyone can watch our content and interact with us this weekend. So we're trying to look on the bright side of everything, and that's that we get to interact with you all weekend, and it doesn't matter where you are. You can be in Europe, you can be in Australia, or you can be here in the Midwest and in Indianapolis even, and you still get to hang out with us. So we're excited about this weekend. We put together a really, really cool slate of content, and as Adam said, it's been a massive team effort. This has arguably taken more prep work than an actual in-person GenCon does.
We had that down to like a well-oiled machine, and like going to a convention, we had we were growing our different locations that we were attending, and it felt really good. But this was a kind of start over from scratch, and like let's just do a little bit of GenCon content turned into, holy cow, this is it's good though. It's good.
So let's talk about 2020. And 2019, and I mean, on some level for CTG.
Yeah, I think it's amazing. We're hitting an interesting like period, I think, for CTG. Like the Bones, as we've said, kind of put us on the map. We were marginally followed before that, and then with Bones, we really started to see some recognition, and so like the next few years after Bones, our original Bones release was kind of like getting the CTG name out there, and that's finally starting to happen. We were really anticipating and hoping for a good reception for Cloudspire, and that's also happening. And now, for whatever reason, like despite it's such an awkward time to be like in kind of a lockdown mode, but yet be experiencing a major amount of growth. Everyone else is in lockdown. Apparently, in that period of time, people are buying up games, and like it's a really good period of time for us business wise. And so, that's the first thing I would just say is that this is, we're experiencing a major amount of growth, both in sales, but also in just recognition around the industry. So. Yeah.
So that leads us to what's coming in 2020. We're going to be talking about that throughout the weekend. So you already know about Hoplomachus Victorum, and Adam and I will be doing a Q&A about that a little bit later. We've got a very exciting announcement about our actual fall Kickstarter, which is going to be coming on Friday, and a whole lot more. So, it's going to be 2020. Is going to dwarf, I think, any other year for Chip Theory, both as a company and in terms of just releases and announcements. We've got another even secret project that we can't talk about.
Always a secret project.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's always secret projects. Actually, I guess there's 2 secret projects actually in the works right now. One is smaller, but so much exciting stuff coming your way, and for all board game fans and CTG fans. 2020 may be a dumpster fire in every other respect, and it is. Let's be clear, it is a dumpster fire in every other respect. But when it comes to Chip Theory and solo gaming and all those types of things, it's going to be a great year. Yeah. So I don't know, any other.
We'll go into more detail on like all of the segments. Throughout the weekend, we'll be doing kind of an opener every day. But just a little precursor, like the eBay auction thing that we're doing is worth talking about now because the auctions are up. So we put them up, set them on 3 and 5 day finishes, but all prepared to finish right at our 3 to 5 Central Standard Time segment on Saturday. But it was fun. Adam and I dug deep into the catacombs of the warehouse and tried to find some really unique stuff that is like a lot of prototyping stuff, but we're gonna try to do a live featuring of and like display of those items as they in the final minutes of every one. Again, another thing that turned more ambitious as we talked about it, but let's just auction a couple items off. Okay, well, how many items can we find? We have 37 items, and I think more than that now. But it's kind of more than that. Yeah. So, anyways,
what's the most exciting item for you?
What
are you gonna bid on?
I'm bidding on a strategist for sure.
Perfect.
No.
Perfect.
So the shadow boxes are making their first appearance in this auction. That's actually not a prototype or an old thing. That's a relatively new thing that we commissioned for all sorts of uses, from a thanks to content creators or stuff like this, I guess. But it's fun to have at least something that people have never seen before that we know no one has, and so those are really cool. They're layered pieces in there.
Beautiful work of art.
Yeah.
So. Yeah, they're made from acrylic. So, and we should mention, if you're just watching this on YouTube and you are not on our actual chiptheorygames.com/live page, if you go to chiptheorygames.com/live, at the bottom of the page you can see all of the items that are up for auction. And as Josh mentioned, there's a whole bunch of obscure CTG rarities. There is a strategist pledge. If you're not familiar with what a strategist is, you get a copy of every Chip Theory game, base game that we put on Kickstarter from here until the end of time. And Josh mentioned there's some shadow boxes. They're made by a company called Artovision that are based out of Eau Claire, Wisconsin. Mm-hmm. So Stuart and his son do some really, really great work, and we met them at GenCon. So this is a cool time to be debuting those. They have a booth at GenCon every year. You can check out their website as well. But we have some Chip Theory games shadow boxes. They're really hard to show with a still photo how gorgeous they look, but the MSRP on them is $130, and they are absolutely gorgeous. So if you need some really, really classy, cool decor for your game room, check those out, and check out everything that's a part of that. So again, chiptheorygames.com/live. You can participate in our Discord chat, and then you can see all the items that are up for bid over on eBay, benefiting the various charities that we are supporting, kind of coming out of all the protests here in Minneapolis and that kind of thing. So what item do you have your eye on in the auction?
Well, I really like the training grounds map. I mean, I think that there was only 1, 2. We
found 3.
Oh, we did?
Yeah, we found 3.
We found 3. Wow.
So that was
that is special to me because we designed that to be played as a demo. At GenCon and other conventions. It's really cool because it wasn't even the game, and then when we made it an ultra small, now keep in mind this was before Haplo Origins was made, so the arena size we had were these big TLC Rise of Rome ones. So this was just kind of a breath of fresh air, and as we demoed it, it was like, we need to make smaller arenas, and that's how Origins was made, so that was pretty cool. Anyways, that's my excitement.
I think that's, there's some definitely a nostalgic feel to that, because that we turned in, I think there's another item that has our giant Hoplo that we kind of debuted again. It's the giant training grounds mat that we went to Gen Con, our first couple times, it was literally bring our game, we had no booth, we had no events. We just let's go to a table and play it in the open and see if anyone asks questions about it.
We made some key contacts that first year too. I remember Cyrus and Scott Morris and
Tim Norris. Like those, I mean, it's just kind of a fun thing to see now that back on the table, because those items were like, I mean, we didn't even. We sold games on our second year at Gen Con, but we weren't allowed, we didn't have a booth, so we weren't allowed to sell them on the Gen Con premises. So like it was basically like someone, we had this game, hey, do you like it? They might try it. Come with me to the Skyway, so we're off grounds, and then do
board games.
Right? It felt so awkward, but it was like we were just trying to follow the rules, and like we sold our amazing 20 copies and called it good, called it a success. So
it's wild. It's wild to me. It's wild to me that you guys could even sell 20 copies. I mean, again, thinking about what Gen Con is even now and how much it's grown in the last 7 years. It's crazy to me that anyone would be interested in just like buying a strange, unproven game off of some guy in a hallway. It's wild.
We perfected that. The third year or the second year we had Ginny. We had our little staff, and so it was like, okay, here's where you go. Here's a little map. This X the spot.
That's right.
Go see her. She'll get you hooked up. Anyway.
Yeah. So speaking of meeting people at Gen Con, this is something that we'll miss very much, but we would like you guys, each and every one of you, to make sure that you join us on Discord and make sure you jump into our room. We have the chat window open on the website. We want to make sure that we get to hear from each and every one of you. Make no mistake, I think all of us are going to be jumping on the Discord. We're going to scroll up. We're going to see who said hi. So please, please, please join us and say something on Discord. Say hi. Everybody on our team is going to be on and off of Discord throughout the weekend. So
yeah, I think we would be. We'd really be missing something if we didn't acknowledge that the best part about Gen Con, by far, and it's not close because Gen Con is an insane amount of work, the best part of Gen Con is getting to meet and interact with the community, both the chip theory community and the board gaming community at large. So that is something that we are all mourning. I mean, I know people who go and attend Gen Con for fun every year are mourning it. We, going and attending Gen Con for work every year, are really... We're mourning that loss of getting to hang out with the community and interact with you all. So we're begging you to give us a taste of that by interacting with us this weekend via Discord and YouTube. The YouTube chat is live as well. We've got folks there. And folks, not just us three, but people from across the Chip Theory team are hanging out and chatting and answering questions and all that kind of stuff. throughout the entire weekend. So yeah, make sure you hop in and say hey. And if you've never signed up for a Discord account, it's super easy. It'll take you about 5 seconds, and you can hop in and start chatting with us. So
we have a GenCon promotion that is live now. It's we used to give away a free dice tray with purchase of we tried a number of different promotions at GenCon, and this one we've just removed any requirement of amount, and so you can any purchase on our website, you put in the code and you'll get a free dice tray of your choice. So the way that works is go pick the dice tray, load up your cart with whatever you want, and then key in the code that we show on our site right now, and it will make that dice tray free. You can apply it basically to one of them.
Yeah, so the code is GC free. Yep. So like GenCon GC free. Mm-hmm. You do need to have a dice tray added to your cart, as Josh mentioned. And I do want to throw up just a quick false advertising alert. You may see pictures of the Undertoe neoprene dice tray kind of scrolling along the side. We are actually out of those, so that's our bad. But we do have Cloudspire dice trays available. We have a couple just generic Chip Theory Games neoprene dice trays available, and then we also have the old fan favorite, the bonded leather dice tray that is available, and these are great. They fit in pretty much every game under the sun that uses dice, with the exception of really small games like Quicks. They're super handy. So
for those of you who have not seen our sales page and where you go to checkout lately, know that we have a flat rate shipping that we've had in place since towards earlier at the end of the year last year. That's still in place, so feel free to just play with the cart and see the shipping that we've worked hard to try and make sure that our games are more accessible, especially US, EU, all of it.
Yeah, that's a good comment. We're that was kind of a big step of faith for us, I think, was to it's somewhere we always wanted to go with it, but it was a little bit of it felt like it was a bigger step of faith than other things we've done, just in saying, all right, we're going to subsidize some of this shipping, and for the hope that we can make our games more accessible to more people. And I think that's part of the surge of sales that we've gotten.
The growth in response to that has been tremendous. So
the dice tray does require a sale, so any of you that think you're going to get one for free by doing the riddle rewards for free, I don't know anything about it. Oh, that's right. Yeah. That's right. Yeah. Okay. All right. Skip that.
Okay.
Got it.
Let's talk a little bit about what's coming up. So the next segment that you're going to see in about 1 minute and 50 seconds or so, something like that. No, I'm way off on that.
I'm way off on that.
Okay, the direction team is telling me I'm way off on that. It says 10:18 over there. I thought it started at
10:30 is
10:30. I'm way off. Okay, anyway, the next segment that you're going to see, we're still learning to do this. And I'm still learning to tell time. Yeah, that's exactly. The next segment you're going to see, anyway, is a how to draw an owlbear with our artist, Anthony Letourneau. So you may not know it, but Anthony lives about, an hour and a half north of the Twin Cities where we are based. So he actually works from his own studio at home.
He raises owlbears, actually.
That one surprised me. Some things you might not know about Anthony. He does do beekeeping.
He does.
He has a farm where he raises his own livestock that he butchers himself. He cures his own meats. He's got a tremendous beard. It's really
that's
something.
Of note.
Yeah. He looks exactly like you'd expect a guy who cures his own meats to look. Is I guess what I would say about that. But so we traveled up to him and filmed some segments with him, some how to draw segments and that kind of thing. So I think you're really going to enjoy those. And he's one of my favorite people in the world. So that's coming up. There's some trivia coming up later today, hosted by myself and our rules specialist Shannon Wedge, who I think most of the community is super familiar with. And there's a pretty exclusive prize associated with the trivia, something that you're not going to be able to get anywhere else, and that according to us also doesn't really exist.
Can I participate? Can I do this trivia?
No, you're not allowed.
Well, have you read? You're going to need to know some Too Many Bones lore and some Cloudspire lore in order to participate.
Right there.
So I don't know how well you'll do.
Yeah.
I will say some of the Cloudspire trivia I didn't know the answers to at all. Like I was like, whoa, that's deep. That's a deep cut. So anyway.
Cool.
That's what we've got for you for the intro. Good morning, everybody.
Yeah.
Welcome to GenCon Online. Enjoy the rest of the weekend. Come hang out, and thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Papa, where'd the other islands come from?
It was a simple question, but one without a simple answer. They've always been out there, Mick. 9 other big islands besides ours and Ankar, and most of them, maybe all of them, inhabited. I'm sure those races wanted the same thing.
Kids are saying there's a problem with the source.
That could be. You know how the source works, right?
That's what makes our machines go, right?
Yeah, but it's more than that. All the islands get their source from underground, usually by clearing dangerous areas and tapping into pockets that are close to the surface. The source has a power in it that makes things work. Our machines, our homes, it even keeps our islands in the sky. It's precious, it's necessary to our survival, and if it ever ran out, many would go to war over it. But now, some think we're using so much source that it's throwing the islands off balance. That may be why our island has collided with these other 3.
Those other islands, will they take our source?
Some want to. The heirs, the bird-like people, they think that their ability to fly gives them the right to rule over Ankar. The Narora, they worship the source. They want to be a part of it. And then there's the grove tenders, caretakers of the source. They seem harmless, but we may come to blows with them too.
Will we win?
Don't fear, my son. We Brahmin are a mighty race. Our fortress is strong, able to thwart many enemies. I already have orders to engage the other islands in combat.
Will you be her?
It was a simple question, but one without a simple answer.
Hi Not Board Gamers and welcome back to Not Board Gaming. I'm your host, I'm Mark. Now this really special episode is brought to you in conjunction with my very good friends at Chip Theory Games for GenCon Online. As we know, there's no physical GenCon this year, which is a real shame because it would have been my first GenCon. However, everything's been moved online and hence the reason we're doing videos. Now, in really exciting news, Chip Theory Games announced in the last couple of weeks that next year they are launching a Kickstarter for a reimagining of the Hoplomachus series, which I'm so excited about. Like many people, Hoplomachus features really highly in my kind of list of favourite games, but there are a lot of people who don't know that much about it. It's a little bit difficult to get hold of now. So, kind of prior to the Kickstarter coming next year and prior to having more information, what I've done is I put together this little video on the entire span of Hoplomachus, what's available out there so far, just to let you know a little bit more about the game. But do make sure that you check out the Chip Theory Games website, and you also check them out on Facebook and join the various Facebook groups and on Twitter and on Instagram to make sure that you're kept up to date with the upcoming launch of the Hoplomachus Kickstarter Reimagining next year. Right, check out the video. The Hoplomachus series brings games of classic, epic, gladiatorial combat. That's right, there's blood, sweat, tears, sword and sandals right in your living room. The first game in the series is the already legendary Hoplomachus The Lost Cities, featuring amazing solo play, or even head-to-head PvP combat, or take it to the next level with 2 or 3 player co-op. Hoplomachus The Lost Cities will take place in either the Pazuli Arena, a close quarter arena with raised stones which offer a tactical advantage, or if you have the Farmel Ruins map, you can take your combat to a wide open arena where archers play a significant part in the battle. Hoplomachus Rise of Rome builds on Hoplomachus The Lost Cities, but now you have new heroes, you have new bosses, you have a new arena, and you have a new way to fight. Rome and Pompeii have risen to the challenge, but along with these new heroes comes new bosses in the shape of the mighty, mighty Titans. Face off in epic player versus player combat in the new Colosseum arena as you battle for crowd favour, or take on one of the mighty Titans in solo and co-op challenges. If you have the Lost Cities, you can combine the Lost Cities with Rise of Rome for epic 2-player versus 2-player team showdowns. Hoplomachus Origins is a quick-to-learn, fast-paced, tactical skirmish game taking place over 3 unique neoprene arenas, each with their own victory conditions. The setup takes minutes and it offers a fantastic PvP experience as you and your friend will battle to the death in one of the arenas. For the solo player, there are 20 unique solo challenges taking place over the 3 unique maps, each challenge getting harder and harder. Can you survive and become arena champion? The Hoplomachus series features the very high quality neoprene mats and high quality printed poker chips that have become the watermark of quality from Chip Theory Games. Featuring an unparalleled tactical and tactile experience, there are reasons why the Hoplomachus series features very highly on a lot of people's top 10 lists. So wow, as you can see, I've got a lot of passion for the Hoplomachus series, and I'm genuinely kind of over the moon excited about what's going to happen in the Reimagining when the Kickstarter launches next year. So please make sure once again that you kind of follow Chip Theory Games on Facebook, on Instagram, on Twitter. Make sure you're kept up to date, check out the website, get on the mailing list, and hopefully in the not too distant future we'll hear even more about what's to come in the Hoplomachus Kickstarter, as well as some other Kickstarters they've got coming in the coming months. So once again, my name's Mark. This is Not Board Gaming. Thank you very much for joining me on this very special episode. Please like and subscribe to the channel to Not Board Gaming and enjoy the rest of GenCon. Take care.
Welcome. My name's Anthony Letourneau. I'm the illustrator for Chip Theory Games, and welcome to our How to Draw series. In this series, we're going to be covering 3 different characters. We're going to do the Owlbear, we're going to do Nightshade from Undertow, and we're going to do the Gearloc Child. Today, we're going to do Owlbear first.
Okay guys, let's begin. We're going to start this project drawing the Owlbear in Photoshop. The version I use is Photoshop 2018. So we're going to start with by creating a file. So let's go to New. And I want to create a 12 by 9 horizontal view, 300 DPI. I'm going to make the background kind of a middle gray. I like to work on a neutral gray. The white is just a little too stark. So let's create. Okay, if you look over here is the layers palette, and we have our background set to gray and it's locked. I'm going to create a new file. And let's start in, here's my brushes over on the left side, and I'm going to work kind of in a pencil. Just kind of it's a grainy type of pencil. You can find a lot of different brushes online. I encourage you to kind of experiment with your different brushes. I'll just show you my settings on that brush. So where's that brush settings? My settings on that brush is I kind of take the texture down and change the shape dynamics so it has a taper on both ends. It just kind of makes a nice stroke. Let's start this first round. When I do most concept drawings is they happen in subsequent layers. So the first is more of a construction layer. Then we will knock back the opacity and begin to build on top of the construction layer. So the construction layer, let's kind of do in a we can do it in a, let's do it in a red. So I'm going to pick a middle value red, and let's land it kind of here in the middle. Enlarge this just slightly. There we go. And I'm going to do a sphere. A sphere is kind of a good beginner point, and I'm working pretty light. Now we can always knock the opacity back. Pay attention, I have the opacity of my brush itself set at 65%. So it's not coming down super dark. And I want the sphere to just kind of symbolize in the middle of this space where the skull is going to be. And this Owlbear, we're going to work in a 3/4 perspective. So I'm going to set up my center line as like a line around a tennis ball. So it kind of gives you an idea of the center of the face, and you can work right and left symmetrically and keep things in tune that way. Okay, Owlbear. We need to set the line for his eyes, where his eyes will ride on his skull, and that'll be kind of like the marker where we can begin to build out from that point. So again, thinking that this skull is kind of like wrapping around, and his head is going to be turned up a little bit in our roaring action. So let's kind of like just set a light line kind of going in this direction. All right. Okay, so right from there, right at that intersecting point, so we have an arc here and an arc here and our sphere. At that intersecting point, I want to draw a sphere about so big. And that is actually going to be his nose. So it's going to be a foreshortened perspective. His nose is turning upward in this direction, his muzzle. And then as we're thinking of that, let's kind of think of his muzzle, his mouth, the front of his nose is going to be going up in this direction. So I want to draw 2 lines. Now I'm not following the curve of this. I'm kind of going to make more of a box, kind of going in that direction. I might bring this out a little bit. Let's erase this. I might bring this one out just slightly, kind of give it a little more width. Okay. All right. And so his nose is going to kind of bulb off the top of that muzzle. All right. And then this nose will have kind of a side to it. So let's just kind of give it a little back shadow, a little side plane, I should say. And with the center line being kind of right here, we're going to add a few nostrils. Okay. Now we have this line to kind of set the front-facing plane of the muzzle, and I want to, at the same time, kind of give the bottom where the mouth is going to open out. Notice how light these lines are. I want to keep them really, really light because there's a lot of stuff that's going to happen in here. We're going to drop some teeth in here. We're going to put a beak on here. So I want to not make any of these lines super heavy and dark. That will just get in the way. So as I'm thinking of that, let's kind of let's do this. Let's do the teeth. That'll help. So we're going to hang a tooth line that kind of like rides right in that same area. So we have the bottom front of the lip, and then the teeth. And then we'll do a big canine hanging off this side. And coming in over here, right at the edge of where that side of the front of that muzzle is, we're going to hang another tooth. And they're kind of hooked in that direction. Now, most of this here we're going to come back and we're going to erase some of this because this is where the front beak is going to be. But picture kind of 4 teeth here across the middle, and you can draw those in really lightly. Much of that is going to be erased. Okay. Now I'm going to work on his bottom lip, the bottom part of that beak. And so if you follow the center line around, I want to kind of picture the mouth as being a great big oval opening. So down here, right at the bottom of the sphere is where I want to draw another oval. And I'm kind of trying to keep that in line with that center line. And I'm going to do this somewhat vertical. Maybe a little pitch to it. And then we're going to draw that back all the way up and connect to this part of his mouth in that manner. So what we're trying to do is trying to give the impression that his mouth is wide open and that beak is hanging open here at the bottom, and that's going to house some teeth. So let's kind of make an S curve. It kind of follows that. And then we're going to follow the inside of this, and we're going to do the same type of S curve right here. Okay. So tightening some of this stuff up. Okay, he has a bottom row of teeth, and they're going to follow right along this this arc of that skull sphere. So let's just kind of draw a horizontal line. It's matching the angle of this line. You want them to kind of all the perspective angles to stay consistent. Now let's do another canine on the bottom here, another canine kind of going up in the other direction, and this is where some of those teeth will be. Don't worry about it getting really kind of messy here in these early stages. Again, in Photoshop, the advantage I have, I'm going to go up over here and just show you, I'll knock all this down to a real light layer where I can barely see through, and then I can begin to add some more details, but in a very purposeful, careful way. So this is just giving me some landmarks that I can begin to noodle on and develop some real detail after. I want to hang his tongue in here, so we're just going to arc back and in both directions And then maybe a few, thinking that this jaw is open, we're going to actually hang some teeth back there, and they're just going to be hinted in some kind of random way there with some boxes. Okay, this is not a fleshy jaw. This is actually a hard beak, so we have to kind of give an edge to the beak and then a bottom hook part to the beak, because remember, he's an owlbear. And this is where now I want to maybe give the actual top beak in here. So let's do some erasing right here in the middle, right along the center line. And if it helps you keep that center line in there, I can kind of visualize where that's at. I might even come back here now just to restate that. That's the center line. Now I want that hooky part of that top beak to kind of meet right at that center line, and I'm going to go in both directions. And let's kind of make a heart shape here, kind of there. And it's going to kind of come up here. And then this edge, I want to follow the same contour line as that center line, and that will just kind of meet up here at the nose. Okay. Now, from here, let's get the eyes in, and so the rest of the framework of the skull, and then we can begin to add some details. So if the nose is kind of meeting up here, the eyes kind of ride that same line that we put in right along here. There's one on this side that's kind of tucked in tight to his nose, right in the corner. And he's angry, so let's kind of give a downward stroke to that brow line and tuck that eye in there. Now this other one that's going to be over here, we need to kind of set its space. So this is just, remember, this is the front plane of this nose. There's also going to be a side plane. We're going to see a little bit of the side of that nose. So let's create about a half the nose width's distance over here. And that's where the side of that muzzle is going to be. And let's just put some indication lines there, kind of wrap that around. Now this one will actually have some details that we'll add a little bit later, but it'll be kind of like scrunched up as they kind of growl. And if you notice your dog or your cat, how there's some character lines that kind of state some aggression there, but we'll work that out. So once we have the side plane of this muzzle established, then we know that we can land the eye on the same horizontal line right in this corner. I don't want it really tight in here. I want it just a little space. So we're going to do another circle, another sphere with some of those brow emotion. And this is an important line. This line here, so we have the eye line that's going in this direction. This line here, we can go ahead and symbolize that with an arc, kind of following all the way across, is actually going to be where we're going to do his ears. That's kind of the brow anger lines. We can kind of even make it more aggressive and maybe S-curve it a little. Okay. And then some musculature, some anatomical notes is there's a little bit of some bone that's kind of underneath here that just gets stretched and exposed a little bit as he opens and stretches that skin. So I like to kind of just put that in there. It adds a little bit more of that aggression look. Okay. And then down here, there's a lower jaw. So we have the beak part, but I want to symbolize both the owl and the bear. So we're gonna follow this side plane all the way down to where a bottom jaw would be, and we'll just kind of round that out a little bit. And when we come back, we'll add some hair. Okay. It might help if I color this in, kind of separate a little bit of that. Oh, don't forget our teeth. I want to separate that. And actually all of this. Let me widen my brush a little, and we'll kind of darken all this in here, just so we can see it a little better when we knock the opacity back. Okay. Okay, following now this sphere's contour, this is going to be the width of the head. So thinking bear, but at the same time thinking owl, we're going to add some broken stroke lines, some hair lines. We don't have to get too detailed here. This is all going to really be amped up on our second drawing. But I'm following the contour, and what I'm doing is I'm thinking just breaking these lines, and I'm not being consistent. I'm kind of going in different directions, back and forth with my hand, and it just gives an indication that there's hair being grown there. And then I'm going to do the same thing around here. It's kind of like the thick neck. And as I work up here, we need to probably do those ears. So owls have these. Let me see if I can pull that drawing over so you can kind of see. I'm sorry, pull that photo over of an owl's ear. So owls have these like these tufty ears, and there's like feathers hanging, but yet they're kind of like also like cat ears or bear ears, if you will. So they have these feathery, but it's kind of a bigger arcing triangle, a sphere with pointy edges on the tips. So we're going to try to do that here. We're going to hang an owl ear here and an owl ear here. So let me close that. All right. So on this side, we want to be able to follow this line all the way up. And we're going to do an ear. Now, a bear's ear would be something more like this, you know. But this is an owl, so we're going to kind of run a sphere. I'm sorry, an oval, but it's got like a point to it, more like that. And if you remember that photo, we had these random feathers that kind of fly off the edges. I think both on the top and the bottom. More so on the bottom. So we do about a half a dozen here down here. Okay. So a little more challenge on this other side as you come over on this other side, because it's away from us as the viewer, but at the same time it's also tipping in the other direction. So we want to make sure that we can communicate that it's back in space, that it's not on the same plane really as this one. It's not as forward, I should say. It is on the same plane. So this one's going to go back more in this direction here. Something like that. If it helps you, you can kind of land it just off the center of that nose area, and that might help you. You know, a lot of drawing, that's really what it is. It's a relative size. You're looking at something and you're trying to land it off other landmarks. For me, that's really my go-to way of drawing. There's a lot of different tools people employ, but I try to use that measurement where I'm kind of basing things, cueing things off other things. Okay. Now, because he's angry. Bears have a certain width to their skull, but at the same time, he's also an owl. So we're going to try to communicate both of those in one stroke, and that's this kind of arc, this arc that kind of comes down here, and it kind of comes down here, and it's going to meet on the center line. And that kind of gives you that owl head and bear skull all in kind of one stroke. All right, I'm liking that. We'll come back here with some strokes. All right, now let's indicate his bearishness by putting a big hump kind of right back in this area. That's the signature grizzly bear hump, kind of the big marker that tells you a brown bear, a grizzly bear is distinctly different from a black bear. And it's this big muscular hump. That's part of their anatomy. So the center line is going to stay consistent. So let's keep that center line kind of coming through there, visually picturing that. And then we will indicate some hair markers and some shoulders kind of being dropped down here on this side. Let's do this foreleg kind of dropping down here too, and picturing kind of a thick, heavy neck coming down here. This is all kind of foreshortened. Okay, so we get kind of the first drawing done there. I'll kind of move it so you can kind of see it a little bit. I'm pretty happy with that. There might be some slight changes I might make as we go into our second drawing. We'll get to this, but owls have this this kind of like eye patches on each side, and we will get to those when we get to our final render. All right, so let's knock the opacity back on this. We're going to knock that back to, let's say, about 18%. I don't need to see it in detail. I just need to get my landmarks. And basically what we're going to do at this point is tracing. You're tracing your own drawing, but you're using landmarks to kind of navigate those trace lines. And so now I've set up my second layer on top of my first layer. I'm going to use a kind of almost all the way down here on my color guide and bend towards the darks. I don't want to go all the way over here, but I also don't want to have any red tones in it as well. And I might bring my brush down a little bit. Okay, now thinking of the details working systematically from what I had before. I want to be conscious of the bear's nose, some of the details in that. So let's address that. Starting with the center nostrils. We don't have to now worry so much about things like center lines, because those are already there. So we'll kind of work on some of these here. Side planes, some details, and I'm using kind of a sketchy line even on this stage. I don't want to bear down. I want kind of some liveliness to my strokes. I don't want it to be like dead and hard inked, although that could be something that if you wanted to do that, you could do that. I want to kind of give it a sketchiness. So there's a center nose detail that's there, and then there's these wings on bear noses that kind of come out from the nostrils, and it just kind of follows this side here. Okay. So let's draw that. Now this is a beak here, so it's going to be shiny. Let's do our light coming from this direction here. I'll put that up there just to remind me that my light's coming from that direction. So there might be this side here will be a little bit darker because it's not catching light, whereas this side might be a little bit lighter over here because it is catching the light. So that's going to be also true for this beak. It's going to catch some light there, and this side might be a little bit darker. So I'm going to just do that. I'm going to kind of use some hatch marks indicating, it's a beak. So there's a little bit of some texture to it, but it's pretty smooth. And then kind of bringing it down. Now, there's always on these things, there would be like a dark shadow, core shadow, and then some reflected light. I should say form shadow, not core shadow. All right. And then we're going to hang this muzzle, this front plane of this muzzle here, we're going to hang it around that tooth. Remember, it's kind of fleshy there. I want to kind of indicate that there's fur there. And then this canine tooth. You can make it sharp. I'm going to make mine a little little less sharp at the tip. And then I want to indicate my teeth. You can kind of do those on that line, but sometimes it helps to kind of break up that line a little bit, land one higher, one lower. But I'm only going to indicate like 4 or 5 across there in the middle. I think bears have 6 of them, actual grizzly bears, but this is our invention, so we get to make as many or as little as we want. His other canine tooth. And then, of course, this comes back in anatomy, so there's a couple teeth maybe snuck in there behind that tooth. Let's kind of raise this lip up a little and give them a little bit more gum exposure, at the same time giving some more aggression. A little bit. Following this line now, isn't it nice to have those ghosted lines in there? Kind of shows you what to follow, and you don't have to worry so much. We're going to come down here, and let's pay a little tighter attention down here that this is a beak. So I want to taper and add some width to that top edge. So it's kind of, and then on the inside line, and then it beaks out. I want to kind of point it, and we're going to picture it the same thing on this side here. You don't get to see as much of that edge, and then it kind of has a swoop down there on the bottom to communicate hard-edged beakiness. Okay, teeth. Following, so these teeth lines are going here. We want to make sure we're staying on that same plane. And let's do a couple of these little ones in the bottom first before we do the larger canines on the sides. And this one might sneak up there like that. Not a lot of bird beaks with teeth, so you don't have a lot of references to follow there. Then we have a couple teeth that are kind of snuck in back here, some of those molars back underneath that tongue. And then the tongue goes back, and this will all be progressively dark. So let's go ahead and add a center line and tuck the back corner in here. And I'm going to go ahead and do exactly what I said, is this is going to be really dark, and it's going to actually get progressively dark as it goes back. And so that might involve changing your opacity on your brush. So I'm going to crank that up just a little bit so I can kind of achieve that darkness without hitting it so many different ways, so many different times. Okay, I'm going to make that brush a little bigger, fill in this area a little quicker. I'll bring it back down. And I want that tooth to stand out, so I'm going to make this hatched a little bit more, and then this area down here a little more. Okay. This is just a sketch, so we're not going to really overcrank the details and work on the values as much as if it was a finished drawing. But so now, as we're working on this overall bear structure on the side of his muzzle, let's pay attention that this is kind of fur sitting on top of muscles, which is sitting on top of bone. So we don't want to be super hard with our lines. We're going to kind of break some of these up, and then indicate that that muzzle kind of comes into the top of that eye line. And there's a top plane here. We don't really get to see it because of the angle, but there really is kind of a flat plane in there, and we'll just indicate some of those wrinkles in his muzzle that way. Now I don't want to again follow this line hard. I'm just going to use a broken up line and kind of indicate that this is all kind of like fur in here, and then maybe come back down in here and restate this chin with some fur on that. I'm making that a little darker down there so you can kind of see that it's a beak. Okay. Well, let's get up here and address these eyes. Dark corner, that is the brow. It's carrying, it's dropping its shadow, and then the eye itself. We can add a little bit of an almond shape to it. Kind of brings in a little more devilish look, and adding some darker values around it kind of helps set that out. Following this contour up and picturing it's doing the same thing on the other side. There. Don't forget we have these bone kind of marks that I think helps kind of set up a cheekbone structure. And again, we're not doing dark lines, we're doing these like light fur hatches, just kind of like show that there's some structure underneath there. I might darken up this side here just so we can kind of see that a little better. Okay, this outside edge, let's work on some fur. I have some cool fur brushes I could use if we're actually doing a full rendering, but for the sake of time, we're just going to indicate with some hatches going in different directions like we did before. And I want kind of a couple different layers here. I don't want just one outside layer. The fur is layered, and he's kind of chubby, and so we want to kind of like show some layering, some building up of these fur feathers. There's probably going to be a combination in here. We'll add them in a different direction, keeping in mind that there's some muscles underneath there as well. All right, let's catch this other side just so we work symmetrically. And don't forget that, you know, things got to kind of match on each side as we're working our way down his anatomy. Build into this neckline. I want to give a little, kind of go off my pencil drawing a little bit, my construction lines a little bit, and just bring it down here. Okay, I did mention that owls have these eye patches. Let me see if I can pull up that owl reference I had before. It's helpful to see that. Where is that owl reference? Here it is. Kind of see it if they've got this this owl patch, this eye patch. I'm sorry, it's kind of fur feathery, and of course there's those ears. So we're gonna tackle these eye patches here. So they kind of wrap around the eyes. It's fur, but yet it's feathers. So let's kind of put one on here and coming down to that muzzle line, and we'll do the same thing over on this side. Wrapping it around. Remember what that reference did? It kind of did this kind of thick, dark hatching lines, and it's amazing how quick that helps tell your viewer owl. These big patches under there. You know, of course, we have the beak and, you know, the ears, but this to me helps a lot communicate owl. Okay, let's build out these ears now. I think it's helpful to kind of make sure you do your dark lines underneath real dark, again keeping that feathery stroke, but that kind of like helps pull the eye up and around. So let's do that. Following this, there's a few feathery hairs. I don't know what they are, feathers or hairs, but maybe a little of both. And I'm just using a random stroke. I'm not worrying too much about a lot of details. I'm just letting them all kind of blend together. Hatches and crisscrosses, and just kind of noodling across with my hand. All the way up to the tip, and then we'll add some of those broken lines here on the back following this ear, and then maybe even a few kind of random ones there off the tips. Okay, the top of, we can see our center line in here, and so the top of the head, we want to kind of follow that, and each side, so it kind of makes that bump. And let's go ahead and add some eyebrows. There will be a separate line above here and a separate line above here. Kind of pulls all this down. And then we can add more feathers. So let's start here in the middle and do some overlapping arcs. Just kind of indicate that we have feathers here. And they can be broken up. You don't have to be, super obsessive about it. We're just kind of overlapping, but want to indicate it's almost a scaling pattern, like you would maybe try to tackle some fish scales or something like that. But they're feathers. That's what we're trying to communicate quickly. Now, if we wanted to really pay attention, I do have some additional brushes that would kind of symbolize feathers, but again, this is for the sake of time. We're gonna stay there with that. Okay, we're almost done with it. Let's add some fur detail down here. Adding some. This has got the least amount of light underneath this chin. So let's darken some of this area up. Bringing it all the way over into this area. Following it down here. And actually this front shoulder, we can drop the value down on this whole front shoulder. We'll let that just kind of fade off down there. Following these fur lines, let's get those all the way in around. Okay, almost done. I want to kind of add a few more kind of fur kind of following in this direction, keeping the berryness of him. Maybe another layer of fur kind of thrown through here through the thicker part of his neck. And let's get up here and address that front shoulder or that back hump. Again, keeping the fur. There's the center line. And the fur is going to go random. Let's go right over that arrow. Well, we're kind of reaching the end here. We could spend a lot of time kind of working through the fur, and I encourage you, if you have time, go ahead and do that. It's kind of fun. It's cathartic a little bit to sit and work on some of these details. But if you do that, pay attention to your light source coming from this angle. Your shadows are going to be down in this area. The light is going to hit these top edges. Get some details on the mouth. I mean, I literally could spend hours working on this. Some values in here. But you can kind of see that he's looking more of an amalgamation, a combination of owl and bear. We see this character in the Too Many Bones universe. I can't make any promises that he's going to appear in any other type of chip theory game universes, but this has been kind of a popular one. And I want to thank you for joining us today. We have 2 more in this series. I hope you can make it. We'll be drawing the Gearloc child as well as Nightshade as a pup. So I hope you enjoy the rest of the con, and thank you for joining us.
Hit it! talking about.
Wait! Okay, now, from the beginning.
Hit it, boys.
Hi Not Board Gamers and welcome back to Not Board Gaming. I'm your host, I'm Mark. Now this episode is brought to you in conjunction with my very good friends at Chip Theory Games for GenCon Online, and in this particular episode we're going to be speaking about a game which is both an expansion to and a standalone game from Too Many Bones. That's right, in this episode we're going to be talking about Too Many Bones Undertow, the kind of sequel to Too Many Bones, but you can mix and match everything from Undertow in with your base game of Too Many Bones. When Too Many Bones was released and everybody fell in love with it, there's a reason, it's the number 61 game in BGG's kind of top 100 games, none amongst us thought, I know what this game needs. It's more water-based battles, but you know, in typical Chip Theory fashion, they knew exactly what we needed. And the guys at Chip Theory released Undertow as this, as I say, standalone and expansion to Too Many Bones, and most of your battles are going to take place on a raft on the water. On the water, you say? Surely that is going to change absolutely everything. And you know what? You're kind of correct, because when you open your box of Too Many Bones Undertow, you're going to be greeted with a new battle mat, a double-sided battle mat, because some of your encounters will take place on land, some of them will take place on the raft, and the battle mat allows you for that. You're also going to be greeted with 2 new Gearlocs as well that come in the form of Stanza, who's this kind of lute-playing, guitar-playing Gearloc, and Duster with her faithful friend Nightshade, and they make a winning combination as you send them out to battle against the various baddies and the 5 new tyrants that come with Undertow. That's right, there are 5 new tyrants that come with Undertow. Did you think you'd had enough and you'd beaten all of the 7 tyrants in the base game of Too Many Bones? Ha! Let's give you 5 more tyrants and a whole wealth of new challenges for you to overcome. So these 5 new tyrants come in the form of Nobulus, Barnacle, Volkesh, Colossum and the Goblin Queen, and they come with a variety of different lengths of game for you to provide you with a completely different challenge. And the best bit is you can absolutely mix all of these in with your Too Many Bones base game to expand your Too Many Bones adventure. But of course, it's Chip Theory Games, and providing you with a new environment to play in, a new battle mat and 2 new Gearlocs and 5 new tyrants just wouldn't be enough. So what they've done is they've included as well some brand new 3-point baddies, and these 3-point baddies come in 2 colours depending on whether you are battling your baddies on land or on your raft. The 3-point baddies that you battle on land are various types of mechs, and the 3-point baddies that you battle while you're on your raft are the Krelm, and the Krelm will try to eat your raft from around you, making you almost fall into the water and suffer a terrible drowning fate. Of course, it's a Chip Theory Games Too Many Bones franchise game, so there are the wonderful heat transfer dice that you get in the game as well, and these look absolutely fantastic. Not only does each Gearloc get its own arsenal of dice, but you have separate dice for the Tyrant dice, and of course you have all of the dice that would allow you to use Too Many Bones Undertow as a purely standalone experience. Of course, along with the wonderful weighted chips and the beautiful die-cut neoprene mats and the wonderful heat transfer dice comes a wealth of cards for the tyrants, for the encounters, for your loot and your trove loot. There's even campaign cards in here which allow you to string together a Too Many Bones Undertow campaign. And the great thing is that if you bought the adventure map separately for Too Many Bones, if you flip it over to the other side, you will get the Undertow map on there as well, which is a fantastic way of tracking your progress through Daylore. The package is rounded out by this wonderfully illustrated, fantastically high quality rulebook, which lays everything out fantastically well for you and allows you to ease yourself into the world of Too Many Bones and Too Many Bones Undertow. So there we go, that's Too Many Bones Undertow, a truly unique expansion in the wonderful Too Many Bones world. Of course, it can be mixed in with your base game of Too Many Bones, or if you don't have that, you can keep it separate and play it as a true standalone expansion. I think that's a wonderful thing about it, because the price point is lower than the base game of Too Many Bones. That means it's an easier entry point into the Too Many Bones universe. So if you've been on the fence a little bit, I would highly recommend going out there, going on the Chip Theory Games website, finding a copy of Too Many Bones Undertow, and really just throwing yourself into this wonderful, wonderful journey. So there we go. It's not hard to tell why I love Too Many Bones Undertow, and I do mix it all in with my Too Many Bones, and I do keep it separate as well. Obviously, Chip Theory Games are releasing the Trove Chest very shortly as well, so all my collection can be in one place. So thank you very much for joining me on this journey through Too Many Bones Undertow. My name's Mark. I'm from Not Board Gaming. Enjoy the rest of GenCon, and I'll speak soon.
The lock, a simple mechanism used as a deterrent, a means to keep out undesirables, and a symbol for all that is off limits to the downtrodden and oppressed of New London. It's no wonder then that the citizens of this corrupt and diseased city spend their days learning to open locks by any means necessary. 4 residents of New London in particular have taken their skills to the next level. Elizabeth Watkins, a commoner plucked from the streets against her will, now subverting the Royal Company ranks from the inside. Axe Derringer, a rail worker with the guts to take on any Royal Company safe that turns up in a boxcar, good and flying under the radar. Dante Harvard, an airship pilot making New London government runs, known for his quick wit and even quicker hands when it comes to pins and springs. Charlie Beckwith, a machinist with a price on his head, wanted in New London for stealing just about everything you can steal. These 4 residents have caught the attention of a mysterious figure interested in their unique talents. An unusual summons has been issued to each individual by way of a strange lockbox with no more than a time and a location inscribed on the bottom. Clearly, a larger game is afoot, but raw curiosity can dull the senses, and the mystery of it all is a strong motivator. Welcome to Triplock, a simple yet not so simple abstract challenge of skill and memory from Chip Theory Games. Choose to play solo as you work with the stranger to delve deeper into the unknown secrets of the Royal Company, or hone your skills even further against another master lockbreaker while you wait for the right moment to act. Either way, you'll be racking your brain to solve locks amidst a corrupt world full of intrigue and mystery. Triplock can be played in 15 minutes or less. Choose your characters, set up your lock, and draw a diagram. Diagrams give you insight into the lock's composition, and each one you complete brings you closer to solving the lock. Using 2 action dice and your character's unique lockpicking skill, you must discover the mechanisms hidden behind failsafes, working to align them to match your chosen diagram orientation. Simple enough if it weren't for your opponent's traps and countermeasures. Solo play is no less riveting as you select your team and follow the stranger into the bowels of the station, protected and patrolled by Royal Company. Each character is compelled by their own motivations and unique talents. but their fates are intertwined by crisscrossing paths and the mysterious figure's proposal. Unlock your past, unlock your future. You're the only one who can discover what's behind the black curtain of New London's elite.
Hello and welcome to Too Many Bones. I am a Gearkin, and this is our story. Tyrants of the North are expanding their territory and have overrun the Deepwood. We few have been selected to infiltrate and eliminate these tyrants one by one, thus ending their invasion once and for all.
Orcs up ahead. Attack or wait for Gilly?
I'm already here, and I've got plenty of arrows.
Guys, I'll take the orcs if you take this thing.
With each day, our party grows in skill and in strength. New encounters hit us at every bend, and now we must pay for passage across the Sibron River. This is the point of no return. We press forward.
It's as I suspected. The air is 23.7% more foul this side of the river.
Let's do this already. I'll pull him.
More behind you, Gilly. Tantrum brought the entire outpost.
Days pass and our party grows weary. This land is cursed. We need to rest. After that, I have a plan. A treasure trove would raise our spirits and equip us well for our final battle. Now, to find that dragon.
Stay back. I've got this. My spider bomb is the perfect distraction.
All that worry to die at my door. You are no match for my Thunder Club.
For the length of his monologue, he went down pretty easy. Who's next?
And that is how we took down the first of many. Other tyrants will soon fall by our hands, and we shall... What? No, Boomer, you cannot keep the Thunder Club.
The war changed everything, for it did not consider us. Enkar's battles rained devastation down upon us, leaving our precious city, my family, in ruin. Recently arrived to the fray, providing a needed distraction while I formulate my plan. While the Horizon's wrath is on the offensive, their island will be our gateway to the skies. With our foothold firmly secured, I will unleash an assault using creatures and weaponry, the like of which Ankar has never seen. I will unite and embolden the devastated forces of Y'all, and with them enact my revenge on every inch of God's crumbs, taking all that is dear to them, just as they have done to me.
Hi Not Board Gamers, and welcome back to this very special episode of Not Board Gaming. I'm your host, I'm Mark, and this episode is brought to you in conjunction with my very good friends at Chip Theory Games for GenCon Online. And in this video, I'm going to be talking to you about one of my all-time favourite games, and that game is Cloudspire by Chip Theory Games. Now, this game came out in maybe September 2019 after a very successful Kickstarter. So Backer started receiving it in September 2019 to huge critical acclaim. And what is Cloudspire? Cloudspire is a tower defense MOBA inspired game, so something similar to along the lines of the PC classics like League of Legends and Dota. And in this game, which is hugely asymmetrical, you will either play in a PvP scenario against other people, or there are full solo and cooperative campaigns that you can play in the game, and you will battle things out on this wonderful map, building towers, trying to become the last person standing on there as you defeat your enemy's fortresses. So the base game of Cloudspire gives you access to 4 factions, and those factions are the Brawnen, the Heirs, the Grove Tenders, and the Nerora. However, at the time, Chip Theory Games also released a 5th faction, which is these underground dwellers called the Greege. Now, each faction is wildly asymmetrical. The fortresses that each one has a number of upgrade abilities that completely change the play of the game, and each faction chip upgrades in a different way. It gives you access to different powers. So depending on who you're playing as and who you're fighting against, you will have a wildly different experience each and every time. The fully modular map is made up of these fantastically printed die-cut neoprene map tiles, and they are an absolute joy to lay out on the table. You can see the colours are really vibrant on there, and the play experience as you slide your chips around the board is again second to none. It's become kind of this benchmark of quality that Chip Theory Games are known for. And speaking of the chips themselves, there are a lot of chips because there are 4 factions, 5 factions, and more factions coming as well. And each of the chips, as you can see, is this wonderful kind of weighted chip with a fantastic print on there, and it's double-sided because you can upgrade your factions as you go along. The feeling that you get as you slide these chips around the board, making tactical and strategic decisions, is second to none. As each faction operates differently, each faction comes with its own high-quality printed reference sheet, and this will give you details and a bit of background information on each faction, how they play, how you upgrade them, and what the maximum upgrade abilities can be. And these become an absolute source of life as you play the game, as you're trying to work out the best strategies to either beat the solo or cooperative campaign, or beat your other players in the fully asymmetrical PvP game. So, as well as giving you a fantastically illustrated and very well laid out and easy to read rulebook, it also comes with, as I mentioned before, solo and cooperative campaigns books. And if we look at the solo campaign book on its own, the solo scenarios, you can see that there's a wealth of scenarios in there. Each one will give you a different map layout that you can put out and try fighting factions.
Hello everyone, it's Josh from Chip Theory Games, and today I wanted to take you through a little bit of the journey that we went on when making this beast right here. I always find it fascinating to watch how things come together, whether it be our projects or others, but in this case I thought you'd appreciate seeing some of the bumps along the way and just showing off the final product. I know a lot of people have already seen most of what exists on the inside and outside of this box, but maybe you'll glean a few interesting bits off of the journey. So let's jump right in. I just want to talk quickly about the mentality that we went into with this beast. Overall, we kind of wanted to make sure that structurally we knew this was gonna have to hold, I don't know, 30 to 50 pounds. We were trying to project what else we would be packing into this thing in the future, and we wanted to make sure that it not only held that content, but literally held that content from a weight perspective. And so that was one of the first challenges we put Justin on, was make sure everything fits. Here's a very loose guess at what we think could be coming, and what kind of space that would take up in the box. And then let's get an all-in put together here and see what kind of weight we're going to be up against. And so he did an incredible job with that, coming up with some great estimates for us and dimensioning out everything. We knew that we wanted it to be kind of the second piece of this was we just wanted it to be usable. It needed to be the showpiece that it is, but it also needed to be extremely functional for our owners. And so the functionality of the box shows up when you start to see all of the extra trays that we included. Certainly the size that it fits in a Calyx, but that was kind of a nice thing that we were able to accommodate. But I think more than that, we wanted it structurally sound, and we wanted it to be useful. So we started with, let me just see if I can get this out here. This is our first white box. And the way this worked, and I still love this front, it's unfortunate we weren't able to kind of keep this kind of gateway option. But what we found very quickly with this was, one, cardboard wasn't likely going to cut it. We had these full trays filled up in there, and we started pulling them out and leaving them out about halfway just to see what that kind of pressure would be like and what it would do. And very quickly we saw that this cardboard was starting to pull away or just flat out rip. And this is the neoprene tray, so it's a heavy one because it's got the cards in the front, neoprene. But everything below it is, I'm sorry, this is the neoprene tray, this is the Gearloc tray. Everything below this point is even heavier. So if it couldn't hold up the Gearlocs, we knew that this wasn't looking good. The other thing about this is just, you can see just how, this is pretty strong box material. It would be fine for a board game box that's going to live on your shelf, but to hold, this much weight, it just wasn't going to cut it. So we had to do away with not only this gate design, this cool magnetic flip front, but also cardboard altogether. But before we got to that point, we ran a couple other samples. We did our second white box. This one was similar. We hadn't eliminated cardboard altogether yet. We were still kind of thinking that we could just beef it up. And I won't show you all the insides of this, but we first tried to solve that problem with reinforcing the trays themselves, making them double thick cardboard. And the assumption was that as the trays are inside, they're providing some of the structure for the actual box itself. And unfortunately, it just wasn't enough. It wasn't holding up. And as those trays get removed, that structure goes away, and it's usually the most stressful point for the box when that tray is coming halfway out and kind of leaning forward because of the weight, and it's putting pressure on these points, and they were again separating. So that's where we abandoned that altogether. and we went with something that was much more sturdy. We have to give credit to our manufacturer, because they were doing the same types of tests, and they came back saying, you know what, you've got to consider MDF. And I think that was another point in the journey for me where it was like a no-brainer, I guess. Both the magnet and the choice to go MDF we weren't even to the point of needing to factor cost in yet. And that's something that it's going to sound really weird. Chip Theory, I think, is uniquely positioned due to us not being in retail currently, where we can have a first, a second, a third round of development cycles ultimately without talking price yet. It gets us a lot further down the design road and gets us further into the scope of what was the original intent, before having to talk about that. And right or wrong, I think it allows us to have a much more impressive final product. It does definitely dip into profits, but I think one thing that I wanted to talk about with this is this piece was made to be a showpiece, and the profitability, to say that we're not concerned about money or profits would be incorrect. I just think that I saw the profitability of this piece showing up once it was delivered, people being really truly impressed with this thing, and then wanting to fill it out. Like, if you have a cool piece that you want to show off and it has empty spots in it because you don't have all the Gearlocs yet, like, if it's cool enough, and if it works, and if it's usable enough, and if it really enhances your game, like, if all those things prove themselves out, you're gonna fill this up. And that is where the money comes in, like, from, like, getting back what we've put into this, is from the sales of all the items that actually go in it. So it's not, it was just an interesting thing. We haven't really approached other products quite the same way, but it gave us the ability to, the magnets, for instance, is a good example of that. Andrew Chesney gets the credit for the original idea there, but we've often joked about magnets. It just lets, if we get stuck on something, well, let's consider a magnet. And they're usually pretty costly to go that route when we're talking about designing something. But in this case, it just was perfect. Andrew, saw us doing something with magnets, kind of testing something unrelated to this, across the room, and was like, wait a minute. And he went over and he grabbed some magnets and he, put them in front of this thing we had, and put like a metal backer behind it. And we tested, we're like, this could be a thing. And I think that was another point where it was just so refreshing to not be like, whoa, wait a minute. How much does that cost? Eventually we had to do that. But initially it was just really awesome to be like, oh, heck yeah. Yeah, like, of course we have to do this. Which, I don't know, like it is a joy of being able to produce stuff like this. The magnet ended up coming out really cool. It was another kind of, for me, it was an excuse to do it, was because we had not done quite as intricate a molding that used alloys and needed to fuse an actual magnet inside. Not fuse it. It twists in with a screw. But coming up with that, using Bennett to help us concept that and then make it, render it, and then send that over to our manufacturer and have them come, basically saying, here's the kind of the brushed look we want, and then having them come back with this. It couldn't be more rewarding in that sense. The magnet, I think, would be one of the top things that I'd say came out just as we had hoped it would. So this magnet, probably the biggest challenge with this magnet was how hard do we, how big do we make it, and how much do we want it to stick? it's pulling heavy trays. And so in this case, we had to make sure that, like, I think we upgraded the magnet 2 or 3 times, and still we didn't want it to be so strong that it started to pull the plate that's sunk into the front of the tray, that it would start to pull that hard enough where you could see the outline. On our first boxes, that was very much the case, because they literally put the plate right behind the paper, so it wasn't sunk into the back or the middle of the tray. It was sunk into the very front part of it, and so when we would pull, you'd start to see that plate kind of lift away from that front divider, and that wasn't going to work for us. So, you know, trying to fill things out and make sure that we had just enough where it wasn't a pain to get it off, but still be able to deal with a drawer as heavy as this one, which you have to pull it a little bit slower. Like if you were to put it on and yank this off, it's going to come right off. But that was the intent, was that any bigger magnet than this, you're affecting and harming the box. But at this point, it was solid enough where with the right amount of pull pressure, you'd be able to open it. So I don't know, stuff like that really excites me about this box, because it's a very kind of a minimalistic aesthetic to it. You don't have a lot going on other than the art in the front of this box, and I just think it looks beautiful in that respect. So I think just another note on structure, you'll see that again, this is one of the heaviest boxes. This is fully loaded, every card, every mat. It even factors in some of the potential future stuff that we've got. But the MDF was a totally correct call, in that the structure here is solid, and we just love how that turned out. And in line with that, the Gearloc tray, again, you can see from the side, the only play here is the play we intentionally left in there to allow this to slide easily in and out. So there's just nothing moving with the MDF, which is great, by the way. So this is current Gearlocs loaded in, if you can see that. The other aspect to this that came kind of after a while was the labels. So that was another challenge that we've run into some interesting parts. So this is the label. Now these labels are very much like our stickers on our chips. So they've got it's a foil. It's a sticky foil that then has a layer of heavy plastic over the top of it for protection and whatnot. And so we wanted that to be the sticker that we use, just because it helps with the scuffing and whatnot. But that's the look that we're going for. We have a little knockout for the Gearloc themselves. And then this tray is one of our Gearloc trays. And I'm trying to be careful so I don't fling everything. This along with pretty much every tray that we designed for the Trove Chest, so enough of these trays come right with the chest. Same with the Tyrant trays. There's enough for every single Tyrant in the game. And they were designed to sit on your table and look just as nice outside of the box as inside. Functional, but something that looks minimal on the table, because we would want you to use this right alongside your Gearloc mat. So this is made to sit alongside it, just a little bit away, so you still have room for all your exhausted dice. And but again, it came out beautiful. And this actually, if you wanted, could inset basically to give it a little bit of height, so it fits in opposite and can hold your dice. But yeah, every piece of this, I think we tried to factor in the play that was going to be done with the piece, and then how it was going to be used to store the components. when not in play. One other thing I'll just touch on here is I'll just get back to the labels. So these turned out excellent. They stick. They actually allow you to kind of, they stick with enough stick that when you press them down, they're not moving. But in the process of placing them, they're malleable, like they move a little bit. You can kind of push them one way or the other to get them exactly where you want them. So then we were like, well, let's do these types of stickers for everything. Of course, right? So we went ahead and made some protectors. This was a little bit of a right at the end thought of, hey, if this was to be too hard on your box, you could take one of these and stick it to the box, and it would be like a key that you're, that's kind of for that tray, and it would just protect the magnet from the art. Someone brought up the fact that maybe you could just stick this sticker to the bottom of the magnet, and that actually would work probably really well as well. So there's lots of different ways. We haven't found, we've been using this for the last a good while. Like this one, not for the last month, but the previous sample we've been using for over a month, and that has held up just perfectly. So we don't intend to use these stickers, but and we didn't want to go clear, because clear on here, it just doesn't look as good. It looks like something's there that shouldn't be there. So we wanted it to be a physical key if it was going to be something at all. So that was our thought process on that. They came out fine. But what I wanted to get to was the little tiny labels. So that's for our little chip dividers. So one of the things that came out of this was these, I think this was kind of a latter part of the campaign, were these little chip dividers. And these are for like sectioning out your baddies, your Gearlocs, your anything, your tyrants, separating out all of those pieces so that they're more easily grabbable and sortable and whatnot. And we wanted to make this thing as versatile as possible. So we wanted these to fit right in your tray, have the cover go right on over without it impeding or blocking anything. We wanted them to be able to be flipped both ways, so that you could label them one way or the other. And the idea was that you take one of these things, you got this cool little sticker, and you put it on. So now you know that this is Beast 5-point baddies, and then you can sort them as such. Now, this was an awesome idea until we got the final. Like they're being loaded in the containers. One's actually on its way here right now. We got this, we tested these a number of times, but we got the finals and we put them on the stickers, and then a week or so later, I went back and I was like, oh man, I didn't push one of those down hard enough. And so I pressed it back down. Next day I was showing someone, and oh my goodness, it's popped up. Why did it pop up? Well, problem is that this plastic that's on top of this label is rigid enough that due to the contour of this, that plastic is fighting against the stickiness of it. And so the plastic that's protecting the sticker is pulling, it wants to go flat, and it's pulling up the sides of the plastic. So, I mean, even at this late date, we're faced with an oh crap moment, because it's just not something that any of us anticipated. This same issue kind of became an issue. Like at that point, it jumped, kind of went to my head that I need to check the tyrant trays. So I checked the tyrant trays, and sure enough, the tyrant trays themselves have a little indent for these stickers, and you can put them in, but unfortunately with the tyrant trays, the indent that allows for the sticker to go in it's not a sheer angle, it's a rounded angle. So at the bottom isn't as wide as the top, and so the top is what fits the label, the bottom isn't. So when I put this on, if I look on the inside, I can see that the very bottom, the sticker isn't actually sticking to it. And even if I press it down, the rigidity of the plastic pulls it up. So what do? Well, thankfully our manufacturer's gotten used to our last minute kind of our, okay, no, we have to fix this instances. And so called them up, and the first 2 shipments of Trove Chests we're already addressing. Those are the ones we don't have time to do anything about, other than, like, we're going to have these printed without the plastic on top. The plastic's great, it protects them, but not for this use. We already have an indent, so it's fine. We're going to have them print these and these again without the plastic. We're actually going to take the die cut down a little bit on these, and in the end they're going to be packaging those, air shipping them to the 2 locations that these containers are arriving at. They'll get there before the containers, and then we'll pay to have the boxes opened and have these sticker sheets inserted in. After the first 2 containers, the rest, they'll actually have these done by that time, and we'll be able to just include them along with the Trove Chests. So anyway, just I don't know, that was a long story, I guess, but it just, I think it illustrates just how like I'm not willing to let this Trove Chest, like it's a small thing, but it's a huge thing when it comes to the look and feel of this piece. If the stickers aren't sticking, or if they're just not performing as they should, like, nope, doesn't work for us. So we went ahead and changed it kind of at the last hour to make sure that everyone was pleased with their product. Yeah, I guess, other than taking you through, there's a few more things I'll kind of show off here, and then we can call it good. But the Trove Chest itself, I would say, couldn't have turned out better. The structure of it is a 10 for me. The art on this thing is a 10. Melanie did an awesome job, along with Anthony. Anthony did the work for us. He does so much of our art, and Melanie, though, put it together and basically made it look as kind of degraded as it is, like this thing has been sitting around for ages. And so between that, the front that has a really cool inside to it, between all of those pieces, I couldn't be more pleased with the art. This piece, I'll just go through. We had a number of questions about this piece. One, where does the magnet get stored? So I'll address that now since I'm talking about this face. The magnet, we weren't sure, because we were upping the strength, and then we were like, nope, we got to stop with that. We stopped at a certain point, but then we were working with thicknesses on this piece here. The intent was always to make sure that it somehow attached to the front. But again, we didn't know exactly how things were going to end up as far as this thickness and the magnet strength. So we made it so that at least it was always going to work on the bottom here. So right now, anywhere along this side where the metal plate is on this tray will work for holding your magnet. And it basically uses this ledge on the bottom as a way to not slide any further down, because it is weaker, but it is certainly, it's certainly strong enough to hold it. You could try other places, like there's other places where the magnet is, but it just doesn't stick where the amount that we would want. So this is where you could store it. The other thing, the other possibility is, if you wanted to orchestrate some type of a pull tab, you could store it in one of these. But I just think that kind of ruins the aesthetic of this being fully openable by magnets. So yes, you could store it on top if it wasn't in a calyx. There's lots of other options there, but we felt like the best one that is pretty secure is right there on the front of your Trove Chest. So that's one thing. The other question that I had from a few people was specific dimensions. So I'll just be clear. Calyx is, it lists on IKEA's website 33.6 centimeters for the width and the height. And it rounds that off on some of the graphics to just 33 centimeters, but just know that a calyx is 33.6, which roughly comes to like 13.23 inches. And therefore, this is exactly 13 wide by exactly 13 tall. And so it's gonna fit, but it's gonna fit really, really snugly. And that's what we intended. So we don't have a lot of space in here. We altered a number of things in order to allow for that to take place, but it does fit perfectly. Depth-wise, it is exactly the depth of a calyx, which is 15.3/8, I think. Yeah, 15.3/8. This measures in at 15 5/16, so it's right there. Of course, you'll want to be hanging it out over the edge, potentially because you need to slip this up in order to get this out. So basically, yeah, that's the thought behind it. As far as anything else with dimensions go, I don't think there was any other questions. We have internal dimensions. So these right here are all specific to the items that they're holding, but I won't go through those now. But the main thing that changed over the versions was we widened one of the base trays that are the chip trays, and that was just so that it could hold a couple other things like our dice trays. So we wanted our dice trays to fit in there, and then we also wanted to bring the structure point here to a little bit different spot. So yeah, there was a couple reasons that we went that route. The only other thing is that I want to talk about, I guess, maybe one of the finer details, is we really tried hard to account for the longevity of this piece. Again, after our tests with the first ones, we were just, it got me really worried that we had maybe, initially I thought we had bit off a little more than we could chew, because they were just not holding up to all of the TMB content that we were putting in it. And so I was just, maybe in the middle part, I was kind of questioning whether we could do this in a way that would meet our standard. And but one of the things that was important to us, and it's worth noting here, was just the amount of times that you're opening these trays up made it really important that the graphic finish on the front. So normally from a aesthetic, for me, I would say let's wrap this graphic around the side of the tray so that it's just full flush and it looks beautiful. But the minute you wrap it around the side of the tray and you put it in, the edge of that graphic could catch and start to tear and rip, because we want it snug and secure. So that graphic, if it's wrapped around the side, is now going to potentially hit the edge of the Trove Chest itself and start to tear that graphic. So it was important that we give up a little bit of the aesthetic and finish those graphics so you can kind of see the bordering here. And that line is because that wrap is going around in front, and it's terminating at the edge before the corner. A similar kind of thing that I think is worth noting is that the trays here, and I'll see if I can get this out for everyone to see. The card areas where your deck boxes or your open cards are going to go, you have dividers that go in there. Normally the wrap finishes at about a 1/2 inch over the other side. But knowing that this was a tray that these things are going to come out of, we really didn't want the cards to be below where that wrap finishes. We wanted the wrap to extend below where the cards are, and if you can see right here, the wrap goes below it so that you're never actually, catching on the graphic wrap of the tray. Little things like that, I really appreciate everyone on the team that helped kind of factor a lot of that stuff in, so that we could make sure that this Trove box lasted as long as possible, and that it just becomes that piece that will be something that you can show off for years to come. I think that kind of does it. I guess the only other thing I'll probably mention with the weight is that when we started, this backers, as you know, many of you are one, paid $75 for this thing, which is kind of laughable now. I still think there's that it was worth it to sell it at that price initially, just because for us, Kickstarters there's still some discovery left. We don't have our products finalized when we run our Kickstarters. We use a lot of the feedback that we get from the Kickstarter to influence the final stages of design, all of that. So just like that for this Trove Chest, we were taking a percentage amount of guess on what this thing was going to end up like. And looking at where we started to where we are now, you're getting some real value at $75. We then bumped our plan was that the MSRP would end up at around like 95 to 100. Now that's already at 110 on our website. And then we got in the news that, yeah, it's 11 containers, and here's the shipping estimates of your now much heavier box because of MDF. And it'll likely take another bump up to 125. So I'm just saying, thanks to everyone who trusted us on this, because it is a little bit of a leap of faith. Hopefully we've shown ourselves worthy of that faith. But yeah, I mean, that's the reason to go in with us at the beginning, is because usually the value, we're always going to make sure the value's there with a piece like this and any of our games too. And so I'm just excited for everyone to get it and kind of revel in the awesomeness of this thing. And yeah, again, thanks for everyone for all your support. Couldn't be more pleased with how this came out, and I hope that this was semi-informative for you. So thanks, everyone.
Hi everybody, Shannon here from Chip Theory Games.
And Gilly, what's up?
Welcome to TMB Trivia. We're glad you are all here. We are going to get a countdown started, so we have 10 minutes until trivia is going to start. You can see a link on your screen. Go to that link, sign in. You'll need a nickname and an email address. If you don't put in a real email address and you win, we won't be able to contact you, so I would recommend using your actual email address. And we do have a limit of 100 players, so if you want to participate, log in now.
Also, please note, Shannon and I are in separate offices right now, again, so that we can avoid wearing face masks, and because everything is kind of on a couple-second delay in terms of the video that we can see, we can't see each other and really what's going on, so if we start talking over each other, just know that we can't see each other. That's it.
All right, so I'll talk a little bit about how the trivia is going to work, and then Gilly's going to show off what you can actually win. It's a 30-minute trivia questionnaire. It's going to be multiple choice. Once you're logged in, the questions will pop up on the screen when I activate them. You select one of the 4 possible answers. The faster you answer correctly, the more points you're going to get. And then at the end of the 30 questions, the top 3 people who have the highest score are going to win awesome prizes. Gilly, tell them what they can win.
Well, Shannon, what you can win. Number 1, we've got Liberation logbooks. The real deal. These are out of print. No plans to print these again. I'm not going to say never because you never know, and someday there might be a Too Many Bones 3 and with a new lore book, and who knows, who's to say really. But right now, these go for like a lot of money on eBay. They're very hard to find. It's got a real leather cover. It is signed. It is signed by those who are involved in the original Liberation logbook. And we've got one of those for our winners. And this is huge. There are only, I believe, 5 of these roughly in existence. Maybe less, maybe 1 or 2 more. But we have a baby Gilly. A baby Gilly mat. Now, you'll recall that in our video highlighting our April Fool's joke for this year, which was, I mean, not joke, very in-depth lore-related content, we said very clearly this is not actually baby Gilly, this is now the Gearloc child. So there are about 5 or 6 prototypes of this laying around that we had sent ahead of time that do actually say baby Gilly on them. These are the only ones in existence. We're not really going to even keep any here in the office for ourselves because as far as we're concerned, baby Gilly does not exist. The only thing that exists from here on out is the Gearloc child. So, the winners of trivia will get a chance to receive a Liberation logbook and a baby Gilly prototype mat. These are not in the auction. This is the only place you will ever be able to receive one of these mats. Ever. I'm showing, this one is not edge-stitched. I think we have 1 or 2 that are edge-stitched. The winners will receive one at random, so I can't promise that it will be edge-stitched or won't be, but we wanted to show the slightly less luxurious version on camera just so that everybody doesn't get their hopes up. So anyway, boom, here you go. That's what we got for you.
Awesome. Well, we still have a few minutes to fill. We do have our chat open, so feel free to ask us questions if nothing was clear about that trivia explanation, or if you just want to ask us some random stuff for a few minutes while we wait for everyone else to join.
I will say, so this TMB trivia, I think, I'm just going to warn you ahead of time, speed is probably going to be the biggest determining factor in terms of who wins this one. These questions are not, there's a couple difficult ones, but as a whole, it's not, some of them are not, most of them are not crazy. The Cloudspire trivia that is coming up, and I mentioned this in Discord just a couple minutes ago, the Cloudspire trivia that is coming up later on in GenCon is much more difficult. And if you want to start prepping and studying for the Cloudspire trivia, you're probably going to want to crack open your copy of the Cloudspire lore book so that you can start doing some deep dive research into the lore behind what's going on there. So
I'm actually going to disagree with you because
unbelievable.
Speed is important, but accuracy is the most important thing. If you quickly answer the wrong thing, you're not going to get any points.
I'm assuming accuracy though. I'm assuming accuracy from our.
You're assuming accuracy.
Yeah.
You've read the questions. Do you think that you would get 100% of these correct?
No, not without looking. I mean, some of them are deeper, like more obscure lore questions, and those are actually the ones for Bones that I know a little bit better. Some of them have to do with like specific things on specific components, specific qualities of specific components, things along those lines. And those are the ones that I would actually probably massively second guess myself on and probably get wrong without having a box next to me to dig through. And I'm giving hints, by the way, in case nobody's paying attention to what I'm saying. I'm giving hints as to what might be helpful for you to answer some of these. But no, I would not get 100% on this trivia just on my own. And the Cloudspire one, I would definitely not get 100% on. In terms of Cloudspire lore, one of the funniest things about it here in the office is that we continually misgender like every single hero in Cloudspire, like the Heirs heroes, the Nerora heroes, the Grove Tender heroes. Like we don't know whether they're male or female half the time. Ryan is constantly correcting us here in the office. So there's a lot of these little Cloudspire lore nuggets that I'm not gonna know without looking in the lore book. Yeah.
All right, we're getting close to the time. We still have a few spots open, so click on that link. Feel free to log in, join our trivia. You never know if you're going to win.
That's right. Baby Gilly. I'm curious in the chat, anybody else checking out any of the other Gen Con content going on just in the board game industry? Has there been any big announcements? We've been so absorbed in this whole event that I haven't had my eyes outside of this building, or my brain outside of this building really at all. Has there been anything going on? No. I'm watching Discord. There's other Gen Con content apparently.
Rumor has it. Heard it through the grapevine.
The FFG thing last night was a streaming disaster, just in terms of bandwidth. I hope in terms of bandwidth. New descent announced.
Well, we have our fingers crossed here at the office that our internet holds out for our live streaming. But if it goes down, that would be the reason why.
The trivia will continue, correct? Whether we happen to drop out or not, the trivia will continue.
Yes,
correct?
If we dropped out, just continue to follow the trivia on your phone. You'll be able to do it with or without us, but it will be less entertaining without us.
That's absolutely accurate. we have had a historically awful internet connection here at our office ever since we moved here, really, and we had Comcast out yesterday. And they replaced some stuff that has yet to have been replaced. They've replaced pretty much everything other than what they replaced yesterday, apparently. So far, so good. Seems like things are doing well. I know Discord's telling us not to jinx it. We're totally jinxing it, and that's just the way it is. But, yeah, hopefully we'll be with you for the duration of the trivia. We got 1 minute left. Get signed up. How many people? Can we tell how many people are signed up right now, or no?
I can see we have 70 people signed up right now.
30 spots remain.
And like 3 out of 100 chance to win. Some pretty rare stuff. So even if you're terrible at trivia, those odds are decent.
If you're good at bones but bad at trivia, you'll probably be good at this specific trivia. So, take that into consideration. I really don't think these are not that painful of questions. These are much easier than the riddles that don't exist for Too Many Bones. I'll say that.
All right. Well,
10.
We are really close.
And
the first question is going to pop up any second now.
I'll let Shannon take the first one. Here we go.
Okay, how many dice are in the Too Many Bones original base game box? Your options are 27, 104, 33, or 287. You do have 30 seconds in total to answer, but like I said, the faster you answer, the more points you get. And as Gilly said before, just because of the delay, don't worry if the question pops up on your phone before we've actually started reading it. That's just going to happen. All right. Let's see what you all guessed. 82% at 104.
Nice.
And that is the correct answer. So good job, 82% of you. All right, Gilly, the next one is yours.
Which Gearloc lives in the break?
I mean, you can
Gearloc lives in the break. Is it Trevor, Synchro, Mirowatt, or Rob Grint?
Those are all Gearlocs.
That's correct. That's correct. Rob Grint is my new favorite Gearloc since we almost called him Robulus We almost called him Robulus, but we did not. We called him just Rob.
All right, let's look.
Correct answer is Mirawat.
Mirawat, 42% of you. Fantastic job. Almost half of you.
11 people guessed Trevor? Really? All right.
All right, next question is, what is the name of the Daylorian traders who are fond of dangerous darts? Is it the Scrap Lords, the Molnor, the Ebon, or the Modal Nodes? If you don't know, take a guess. It can't hurt.
That's right. The Molnor are featured heavily in the lore, but do they like dangerous darts? Spoiler alert, they do.
80% of you think they do, and that is correct.
Well done. Nobody guessed the modal nodes? That would have been my go-to. I don't have any idea what a modal node is, for the record.
I feel like it's some inside joke that I don't get. So
I'm trying to rearrange the letters and like see if it spells some secret code. I don't know where that came from. That was Ryan Howard, our author and lore master for Cloudspire and editor, did the majority of this trivia, if not all of this trivia. So maybe he'll comment in chat with what on earth a modal node is. So anyway, all right, next question.
All right, next
How
question
many
to you.
playable Too Many Bones characters exist? Count the lab rats as a single character. Well, that's a dead giveaway that there's at least one.
I mean, and the multiple choice questions that bottom out at 12 is also a good indication that there's more than one.
Oh, the modal nodes are the Cantina band in Star Wars.
Oh, interesting. We're getting trivia for other IPs while we're doing trivia for bones. That's interesting. Okay, so 38% of you think 12 and 36% of you think 13. And the minor majority does win. It is 12, with the lab rats counting as one character both for playing them and for this trivia question.
Bingo.
All right. Next question is, what year was the Too Many Bones base game put up on Kickstarter? 2014, 2015, 2016, or 2017? And you know we are tricky with our wordings. This is the year of the Kickstarter, not the year that it fulfilled, which may or may not be different years.
Also the year that Too Many Bones shipping costs internationally were like $3,000. Spoiler alert.
True story. All right. We have 34% of you think it was 2015, 30% of you think it was 2016, and those ones are correct.
I'm terrible with dates, so when I was looking through the spreadsheet for this, I got this one wrong when I answered it in my head. So also, since COVID hit, time is meaningless, and I don't really have a great grasp on even, how much time has passed between today and any time in the past anymore. So anyway, there you go.
All right, we are 5 questions in. I'm gonna let us take a look at the leaderboard for a second. We have Prowls in first place with 80 points, but there are Jacob is right behind, as is Rob. It's anybody's game.
Is that Rob Grint? No, it's Rob S.
No, it's Rob S.
My bad.
All right, next question to you, Gilly.
All right, which tyrant has the most tyrant chips? Oxide, Nobulus, the Goblin Queen, or Barnacle? This is a tricky one. How well do you know your tyrants?
And how well do you know your new tyrants? Because Oxide is a fairly new tyrant. And I will give you a hint. Oxide does have more than one.
I'll also give you a hint. So do all of these, kind of. Kind of.
Okay, 65% of you say Barnacle. You're correct. Barnacle has 9 chips. 9 chips overall with the 8 tentacles, and then Barnacle himself.
Oxide is close, but not quite.
All right, next question. Which group sends the Gearlocs of Too Many Bones out on their adventures? Is it the Gearloc Council, the Obendar Council, the Deepwood Council, or Craig Council?
Oh, yeah. One of these is put in here, I think, just for me, because I am a massive Milwaukee Brewers fan, and Ryan Howard is also a massive baseball fan. This one made me laugh really hard.
All right, well, 0% of you said Craig Council. Good
That's,
job.
You know.
And 75% of you were correct with the Gearloc Council.
Craig Council is if you weren't aware, Craig Council is the manager of the Milwaukee Brewers. So, yeah, anyway. Thank you, Ryan, for throwing that in there. Maybe it wasn't for me. Maybe it was just for fun, but I appreciate it.
All right, here you go, Gilly.
All right, what is the correct name of Chip Theory's 2020 April Fool's Day product? Is it Baby Gilly? Is it the Gearloc Child? Is it the Mandalorian? Is it Trollin' for Fools?
Those all sound familiar, but only one of them is correct.
It's almost like I talked about this in the pregame. It's almost like I was helping you all, but we'll see.
People who were watching from the start got a leg up on this one. All right, let's see how they did. I am disappointed.
Come on, guys.
I am disappointed in the 14% of you that said Baby Gilly. The correct answer is the Gearloc Child.
Yeah, some people are saying Baby Gilly is the actual correct. It's fair. It's fair. I mean, he is right here, right? He is right here. But anyway.
All right,
Shannon.
How many different baddie chips are in the Too Many Bones base game?
Baddie types.
Baddie types, good call, are in the base game and Undertow combined. Is it 6, 7, 8, or 9? And remember, this includes just the base game and Undertow, no splice and dice shenanigans, because that messes things up a bit.
Shannon's an expert on shenanigans.
Okay, let's see.
Jokes are great.
We have, you're pretty split on this one,
Wow.
actually. So, correct answer is 8. 31% of you got that correct.
It is kind of a trick question with the Mech and Krell. Yep, absolutely. That's the ropes.
That's why we did that. All right, here you go, Gilly.
All right, what is the name of Too Many Bones campaign mode expansion? You all know this. 40 Days in Daylore, Trollin' for Fools, Splice and Dice, or Age of Tyranny?
I expect a high percentage of correct
Everyone who
answers
gets
on
this
this
wrong is fired. Every single one of you who gets this wrong is fired. I
well,
can't
then
see who you are. I can't see who you are, but you're fired anyway if you get it wrong.
I'd say it's a good thing I'm not participating in this, but you pretty much threaten to fire me every day, so...
The correct answer is, of course, Age of Tyranny. Ouch, guys. 40 Days in Daylore is just encounters and baddies. Age of Tyranny is the campaign mode expansion.
And now
so
you
33% of you are fired. I'm sorry.
All right, let's take another look at our leaderboards. 10 questions in, 33% of the way. Prowls is still at the top.
Rob Grint close behind.
Rob has moved up, and then we have Tolmec in third, but many people still in the running on this. All right. Next question. What color is lane marker 1? Is it magenta, blue, yellow, or green?
This is one I honestly have no idea. Like staring at it right now, it's a complete 25% guess for me. No clue.
I really appreciate that whoever built this took the time to match up the colors with the colors of the buttons.
That's wow. That's next level. That's next level.
Team CTGO is going above and beyond.
Exactly.
All right, 75% of you got this right. That means that more of you knew that the lane marker is blue than knew what our campaign expansion is. So that surprises me, actually.
I don't know. Yeah, that's wild. Okay, that's wild.
All right.
Which of these baddies will run away from you? Is it the Orc Dandy, the Minikin Monkey, Bog Ribbit, or the Timid Geophage?
I mean, if you can't figure it out, then just look at the names of them.
Yeah. Fun fact about, I have a fun fact about one of these before we move on to the next question. Just, it's a deep cut that maybe not everybody is aware of. Correct answer is, of course, the Timid Geophage. So the one thing about the Timid Geophage, if you were not aware, Geophage means like eater of Earth, essentially. When we were naming that baddie, we were trying to think of a way to say, like, goat in a more interesting way. So we were looking for ways to say an animal that eats like anything. And so that's what geophage means, in case you are not aware. So
I actually didn't know that myself.
Well, there you go.
Cool.
Now you know.
Now
We don't just name things off the top of our head, like...
I have been here for some times when that does happen, so...
Yeah. We take everything. We look into the genus, the species, the phylum. We're really into phylums here in general, so...
Okay, I'm going to go to the next question. What is the first thing a crown does when it can't attack a Gearloc? It either goes home, attacks the raft, moves to a different space, or throws debris. I mean, those are all decent options.
I think Boomer's the only one that throws debris in the whole game, I think, right?
Yeah.
Technically?
I mean, other things get thrown, but debris specifically.
Yeah.
All right, we have 56% of you with the right answer of moving to a different space.
I'm looking at the GIF that Dart just sent in the chat, and it's making me laugh. All right, how many models of Spiderbot are there? 2, 3, 4, or 5? Spiderbots have 8 legs.
Does
but
that
how
help
many
you answer the question?
models of Spiderbot are there?
8 is not an option, so he didn't help you at all. You're welcome.
Perhaps someday there will be a barnacle bot with also 8 legs. No? No? All right. The correct answer, of course, is 4.
There are 4.
And that is a reference. That is a reference to Splice and Dice. That's a deep cut. That's a deep cut and a bit of a trick question. And ouch. Yeah, most people got that wrong. I think that's the first one that most people got wrong. There you go.
It was indeed intended to be a trick question, so
yes,
no shame in getting that wrong.
Yeah. One of the mech baddies in Splice and Dice is Spiderbot 4.0. So there you go. There you go.
There you go. All right. Which one of these is not one of Stanza's skill dice? Second Chances, The Siege of Charon, Only Time Will Tell, or Forever Thine?
Not one of Stanza's skill dice. That's key.
It's like you're helping them.
This one also I got wrong when I was going through the spreadsheet for show prep.
All right, let's see how they did. It's pretty far spread.
That's how I felt. Yep. Forever Thine is the correct answer.
That is correct.
21 of you got it correct.
All right. We are 15 questions in. I'm going to show the leaderboard one more time, and then we're not going to see it again until we see who the winners are.
How many questions are there total, Shannon?
30. So we're halfway through. Wow,
Rob Grint.
Rob has dethroned Prowls.
Well done, Rob. This is nepotism at its finest right here. Nobulus is very pleased with your trivia ability. He's way ahead. Wow. All right.
There's still room to catch up, though. Got to be quick on those answers.
We're only halfway through, so you've got a lot of time to catch up. We got some epic comebacks coming, I think.
All right. Next one.
Who wrote the Liberation Logbook? Was it Anthony Letourneau, #Cured Meats, Ryan Howard, James Boudier, or Ernest Hemingway?
#Cured Meats is, I hope, my favorite thing to come out of GenCon Online.
The Old Man and the Liberation Logbook.
And if you don't know what that hashtag means, go back and watch the previous segment with Anthony Letourneau.
All right, the correct answer is James Boudier. Ryan Howard is the current kind of lore master and writer at CTG, but most of the Bones lore and the logbooks and such were written by James Boudier with contributions from a few others. So, we kind of tricked you, especially with Ryan being in the chat and writing this trivia. I understand you'd think that he'd be all about himself, but he's not. Most of the time. Most of the time. All right, question 17.
Which of these Gearlocs is the oldest? Is it Nugget, Duster, Tink, or Picket? Well, I don't actually know the ages of any of these Gearlocs.
Yeah, I have a...
But
this was one where... Ryan, I'd like to hear from you in the chat. Is this actually literally established in the lore, or are we going based on just looks?
Okay, well, 61% of you
got it right.
Agree that it is Tink.
It's Tink. The age of like all the Gearlocs is very nebulous. No pun intended.
I think you did intend a pun though.
But there may be. I haven't read the logbooks in a while, so maybe it is actually established that Tink is okay. Perfect. Victim of gravity, Mr. Nebulous. Yeah. Okay. Which of these weapons is only featured on one Gearlocs skill dice? The axe, the dagger, the blade, or the grenade?
That's interesting. That requires knowledge of all of the Gearlocs in order to figure it out. It's a higher level question right here.
It is. I had a decent guess at this one, but this one was also a little tricky for me, so
You're really bad at Too Many Bones trivia, I think.
That's fair. That's exactly.
All right, 69% of you have the right answer of grenades, so congratulations.
Well done.
You know better than Gilly. That's not...
Most of you do anyway, so
that's not
fine.
A particularly high bar.
My focus is on writing bad puns. What was the original name of the lab rats? Was it the GSIP, or Gearloc Council Internship Program, Trollbait, Slank and Friends, or the Escapees?
I like this one.
I know, me too.
Slank and Friends.
Slank and Friends.
All right, let's see how you all did. 69% of you. GSIP is the correct answer. We did rename them to lab rats pretty late in the development process.
Yeah, we also did kind of a bad job of advertising that change. We were receiving comments on our Kickstarter for like months afterward. Who are the lab rats? But I blame you for not reading your updates.
Yeah.
Not us for poorly advertising it.
You really should read our Kickstarter updates. They are fantastic. And you'll get all that information.
Exactly. All right, Shannon, next one. Question 20.
What does NAP stand for? Nobulus Adventurer Protocol, Nobulus Apprenticeship Program, Nobulus Adventurer Program, or the Nobulus Apprenticeship Protocol?
Tricky.
Very tricky. I dare anyone to say all of those things 10 times fast. That was a tongue twister right there.
I'm not going to try that, for the record.
All right, fair enough. We have 85% of you with Nobulus Apprenticeship Program, which is the correct answer.
Well done.
I think that might be like the highest percentage on a single answer that we've had so far, so congratulations, friends.
More of you knew that than knew the Age of Tyranny question. What is the name of the Too Many Bones encounter card that references a popular computer game from the 1980s and 1990s? The Secret of Molnar Island, Deloragon Trail, Sim Zelfie 2000, or Nobulus Grin Teaches Typing? That's my favorite. This
is my favorite question of the whole thing. The answer options are amazing.
The correct answer is Deloragon Trail. Deloragon Trail.
Although if the rest of those don't currently exist, they should.
Yeah, they might. Yeah, so the Deloragon Trail, that one is a reference to Oregon Trail, the popular PC game, and Mac game, I guess Apple II game, from back in the 80s and 90s. You should check that out. Ryan and I wrote most of that encounter very late at night, and it is full of terrible, terrible references to Oregon Trail that still make me laugh because I love puns and terrible references. So there you go. The Oregon Trail.
Gilly has no encounter writing stories that don't happen very late at night.
That's kind of also accurate. Yeah, that's pretty accurate. Yep.
All right, next question. What is your character called if you finish the game while only being able to use half of your Gearloc mat? Halflock, Legendary Halfling, Gear, or Hoplomachus?
This is a deep cut. This is another deep cut from, I believe, Age of Tyranny. This is an Age of Tyranny encounter. Day 1 through 3.
Indeed. And I have heard of at least one person being successful.
Yeah, so the answer, Shannon, take it away,
is Legendary Halfling.
So basically you have the option, there's a troll in this encounter, check it out, in Age of Tyranny. You have the option to cross a bridge by giving an arm and a leg. And if you give the arm and a leg, we say you have to use only the left or right half of your skill dice. And somebody has completed this. They did it with Gasket. So if you ever want to try it, probably the best Gearloc to try it with is Gasket, as we know for sure it's actually possible. So yeah, check it out. Age of Tyranny. It's mostly a joke that we put in there, but it was one of my favorite choices that we've ever put into any encounter, and I'm really glad it's in there. Anyway, there you go.
All right.
Which of these is not the name of one of Nam's relatives? Pat, Deb, Garth, or Catherine Sunshine Jackson? Little trolling for fools for you. Little trolling for fools.
I feel like the days that Trolling for Fools came about were some of my favorite days in this office so far.
Most of all of the content for Trolling for Fools was written in like a crazy, furious flurry of creativity over about 2 hours. So there you go.
All right.
Most of you said Catherine Sunshine Jackson, but the correct answer is Garth.
Catherine Sunshine Jackson very much exists, and she is awesome.
That's very true. She's a hip-hop mogul in Daylore. The stupidest thing I think we've ever put on a single Too Many Bones card. Maybe with the exception of This Encounter Sucks, which is one of the new Leech encounters for Splice and Dice. We put some pretty crazy stuff on encounters and tyrants. I think Catherine's probably the craziest. Anyway, there you go.
All right. Question 24 out of 30. What is the requirement for crossing Trevor's secret bridge? Silence, taking no damage, no blinking, or no abbreviations? I feel like we would fail if we weren't allowed to use abbreviations.
That's right. This is a 40 days encounter. This is a 40 days encounter called Slap Happy.
Which is also a great encounter.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Alright, correct answer
is silence. So we require, in this encounter, that you do not communicate at the table with your other teammates. And if you do, Trevor slaps you and you lose health. So you must be silent to cross Trevor's secret bridge. You can also kill Trevor, or well, kill Trevor in this encounter and choose to be loud. But, there you go.
That's dark right there.
It is. It's a dark game. Very dark. All right. What was the name of Chip Theory's Too Many Bones Valentine series? So those of you who followed us on social media should have seen these being posted around Valentine's Day this year. They were free print and, well, not really play, but print and play. Print and distribute.
Print and give.
Print and romance. Gearlocs in Love, Valentyrants, Lock Letters, or Age of Valentyranny.
All right, let's see how many of you follow us on social media.
None of you. 8 of you. There's 8 of you that follow us on social media. It's Age of Valentyranny. Age of Valentyranny.
All right, so follow us on Facebook and Twitter and Instagram. You'll thank us later.
Or you'll never get Baby Gilly. Or you'll never get Baby Gilly. All right, Shan, next.
All right, 5 questions left. 26. What can be found in the Drowned Caverns? Is it the Abomination, the Breakkeeper, Trevor, or Lockgear? Are we allowed to reveal the answer to this?
This is you need to know about things that don't exist to know about the answer. Oh, they're definitely getting harder. Absolutely are they getting harder.
We like to trick you with the easy ones.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Well, 44% of you were correct with the Break Keeper, and we can't really talk anymore about that because it doesn't actually exist.
Exactly. You're going to want to check the back of your Too Many Bones rulebook and the bottom of your Undertow box if you want to learn more about these sorts of things that don't exist. That's all we'll say about that. All right, next. Which character was revealed after an interactive puzzle on Facebook? Was it Gilly, Dart, Gasket, or Tink? This is old school. This is from back when I was still living in Wisconsin, creating crazy puzzles in the Sun Prairie Library outside of Madison.
And I was still living in Canada. And,
I can tell you're
on the other side of the screen.
I can tell you're all as nostalgic for those days in the Sun Prairie Library as I am. The correct answer is Gasket. Gasket. We did a series of like kind of terminal inputs / puzzles, and we kind of played up Gasket to be a bad guy actually. And once he was activated, once all the puzzles were solved, we were like, "Look what you've done! You've unleashed this bot." And then when the Undertow campaign actually launched, that's when we revealed that Gasket was actually a playable character, not a bad guy. So we're very tricksy.
It was very tricksy. I couldn't answer any of those puzzles.
Well, you know.
All right. What is the name of the device that caused the breaking of day lore? Is it the Immortalizer, the Great Machine, the Forever Heart, or the Outlast Mechanism?
This one's tough. This one you have to have read the Liberation logbook to know this. Or actually, no, sorry, the Water logbook to know this.
Which, and if you don't know, both of those are available as docs on our website. So even if you don't have a physical copy of our logbooks, you can still read them online for free.
All right, the correct answer is the Great Machine. The Great Machine.
Fantastic. We only have 2 questions left.
What happened to Gilly's leg? Was it a farming accident? Was it eaten by a direwolf? Was it tetanus? Or was it amputated for experimentation? This is a really, really, really deep cut from Splice and Dice / inside jokes on Discord that probably almost nobody knows. But we do actually, this is established in the lore now. And I'll explain how in a second.
This is, I think, my favorite piece of lore.
Quote unquote lore. The correct answer is a farming accident. So, okay, let me explain this. This was asked about on Discord like ages ago, and I jokingly said a farming accident, and that's how because I go by Gilly, obviously, I joked that it was a farming accident. In Splice and Dice, there is, I forget if it's malfunctioning or runaway or modified. There is a mech called Modified Farm Equipment, and if you look closely at the art, which there's a closer view of it in the rulebook for Splice and Dice, you can see Gilly's boot, the boot from his other leg, actually in the art piece near the chainsaw that is in the Modified Farm Equipment. So, honestly, this question was more for us than for anybody, but now you know. Now you know how Gilly lost his leg. It was a farming accident. Modified Farm Equipment. There you go.
All right. Are you guys ready for the very last question?
Here we go.
What is the name of the encounter card that Josh and Adam put on a rug that directed people to the CTG bathroom? A Game of Thrones, Uh-oh, Tyrannical Typhoon, or A Critical Decision?
The answer to this is available way back on social media, but it also gives us a chance to say that one of the rugs, one of these encounter rugs, not this one specifically, but one of them is on our eBay charity auction, if you would like to bid on it.
All right, we have A Critical Decision as the answer, and we officially have our winner.
Rob Grint, Rob S. I don't know who you are, but I'm going to keep calling you Rob Grint. Lindy and Jacob YJD, or Jacoby JD. One, I'm not sure how that's pronounced, one or the other. They are our 3 winners. And Shannon, I believe you have access to contacting them so that we can get their prize stuff sent?
Absolutely.
Yes?
As long as you used a proper email address, we'll get in touch with you and we'll figure out how to get those prizes over to you.
Fantastic. All right, so that is the end of Too Many Bones trivia. We do have another trivia game coming up. When is it? I believe tomorrow? Is it tomorrow or is it later this afternoon?
It is tomorrow.
Okay. So there is Cloudspire trivia yet to come tomorrow, and we will have some more fantastic prizes for that. But I believe, with that said, we are ready to sign off. So thanks for playing, everybody. Shannon, if you have any closing words?
No, I am looking forward to hanging out with you guys in the chats, and there is a live Q&A with me later where you can ask me pretty much anything you want, so start thinking about those questions.
Again, you can see the full schedule of everything that's coming today over at chiptheorygames.com/live. You can join us in Discord over there, or you can join us just directly via Discord. But everything that you need is available over at chiptheorygames.com/live. So thanks, everybody. We will talk to you again very, very soon.
Hi, not board gamers, and welcome back to this very special episode of Not Board Gaming. I'm your host, I'm Mark, and this episode is brought to you in conjunction with my very good friends at Chip Theory Games for GenCon Online. Now, I'm going to be talking to you in this video about one of my all-time favourite games, and as you can see in the background, it is in fact Too Many Bones from Chip Theory Games, designed by Adam and Josh Carlson. Look, there is a reason that this game is ranked number 61 in the BGG top games of all time. It's because it is such a wonderful, wonderful experience. So Too Many Bones is a dice building RPG. A what? A dice building RPG, that is correct, where you will take either a single Gearloc, and these are the guys that you fight with, or multiple Gearlocs on a solo or cooperative adventure through the wonderful lands of Daylor, having journey after journey, having encounter after encounter, with the ultimate aim of battling and defeating the tyrant in one of the most unique game experiences I've ever had. So the first thing you'll notice when you open your box of Too Many Bones, and I still remember the day I got it, I was so over the moon and blown away by what I saw inside, is the unrivaled quality of the Chip Theory contents. You have these wonderful die-cut neoprene gaming mats, not only for the Gearlocs, but you also have the battle mat as well. And if you want to purchase it separately, there is also the adventure mat. You have the wonderful weighty poker chips with the print on there, be there the Gearloc poker chips, the baddie poker chips, or the tyrant poker chips. They just feel absolutely wonderful. And the dice that the game has become synonymous with. You have these heat transfer dice. That means these are really durable, hard wearing, they feel great to roll on the table, and the print will never come away from them. But it's not all about the quality, it has to be about the gameplay, and that's where Too Many Bones stands head and shoulders above its competition. You see, the thing about Too Many Bones is that each and every time you play it, you're going to have a totally unique adventure. That means it is absolutely endlessly replayable. And that is just out of the base box. In the base box, you have your 4 Gearlocs, you have a number of tyrants, and you have a number of encounter cards, and you mix and match those to create a unique adventure. However, you can then expand that. You want more Gearlocs? Hey, we can give you more Gearlocs. Here's Gilly, here's Tantrum, here's Gasket. There is more Gearlocs out there, and you want an expansion to the base game. That's absolutely fine, because we have 40 Days in Daylor, which gives you even more cards and even more baddies, and you also have Age of Tyranny, which gives you a campaign style adventure so that you can string your journey together. Rolling dice has never felt so good, and there is a reason that Too Many Bones calls itself a dice building RPG. First of all, there's the dice themselves. There are 130 unique dice in the base game alone. Then there are the attack dice and the defense dice. That means that each of your Gearlocs, which have an asymmetrical mat, can be powered up differently in each different game. You can mix and match your Gearlocs to create these winning combinations. You can take on tyrants that are different. You can have different baddies in there. No two games play the same, and the RPG bit absolutely kicks in when we're talking about how you power up each individual Gearloc. So we've talked about the dice. The RPG element is huge in this game. So here we go. Here's the map for Boomer. And when you start, you will have some fairly basic kind of statistics and abilities on there. But every time you complete an encounter, you may get the opportunity to get some training points. And when you get training points, you can potentially increase Boomer's stats. And you will, each character and each Gearloc will get one of these wonderful sheets which tells you what each die does. Maybe you want to give Boomer some buff HP. So you want to give her some additional HP and some strength there, then maybe you want to assign that die to her. Or maybe you want to increase her grenade throwing ability. So you pick that die, and each time you have an encounter, you can choose new die if you get training points, increase the abilities on your Gearloc, and have a truly unique experience as you battle the big bad tyrant. And the end of the game comes when you battle a tyrant, and of tyrants there are many, and each expansion brings a new set of tyrants for you. You will battle the tyrant. They have their unique fighting abilities, they have their unique dice, and you will win the game if you beat the big bad tyrant, and it is just a wonderful, wonderful journey to go on. I think it goes without saying that I absolutely love Too Many Bones by Chip Theory Games. For me, it just offers an unrivaled sense of fun, of adventure. It looks great on the table. It's very tactile as you're moving the poker chips around the neoprene mats. It's endlessly replayable, and that's just outside. That's just with the base box. You know, there are the other Gearlocs that you can buy. There is 40 Days in Daylore. There is the Age of Tyranny campaign, and there are also other expansions as well. So there is the Too Many Bones Undertoe, which is a separate standalone game, which I'll be talking about in another video. And there's the recently released Too Many Bones Splice and Dice, which totally alters the base game of Too Many Bones, and I'll speak about that in another video. So that is my kind of overview on Too Many Bones by Chip Theory Games. It's a wonderful, wonderful, unique, fascinating, fantastic, tactile, tactical, strategical adventure that is unlike any other game out there. So thank you for joining me on this journey through Too Many Bones by Chip Theory Games. My name's Mark. I'm from Not Board Gaming. Please remember to like and subscribe to the channel for more great content. Enjoy the rest of GenCon, and until next time, bye-bye.
Wait! Okay, now, from the beginning.
Hit it, boys.
Do you have a mountain of games and sometimes struggle deciding which one to play? Do you feel left out of the decision-making process, or like your suggestions are tossed aside by more assertive gamers before they're given proper consideration, leaving you hurt, confused, even upset? Every time your game group tries to pick a game, are you tired of the negative energy, the bickering, the frustrating loss of your extremities? Ouch, that'll leave a mark. Well, shrug off the severed arm and turn that frown upside down, Dave. Introducing Game to Pick a Game, the game you play when you want to play a game but don't know what game to play game. Game to Pick a Game by Chip Theory Games is a 5-minute action-packed voting and bidding system layered with characters and skills. You'll need planning and ingenuity if you want to see your nomination win. This amalgamation of game styles and genres will have you using social deduction and wit to thwart your component's strategies while protecting your own. The game takes place over multiple rounds, beginning with a game nomination. Then each player will place a voting chip on their own or another's nomination. The face-down side is the one that counts in the end, but the face-up side determines turn order for the next round. Each character comes with 3 identical voting chips. However, they also have a unique skill that, when used at the right time, can reveal, conceal, or alter votes on the table. Do you fight tooth and nail for your own nomination? Or just focus on the game you know you don't want to play? As play continues, more and more of the common votes have been played, which, in turn, starts to reveal people's strategies. How and when you play your chips makes all the difference. You'll be quite impressed with the amount of strategy hidden under the cover of this beautiful game. But don't take our word for it. Just listen to what some of our paid employees have to say.
Wow! This game is easy to play, but it will take my whole lifetime to master. Thanks, Chip Theory. Horse apples. My game didn't win, but at least I had a fair shot.
Gee, Gaz! Never before has it been so easy to pick a game to play when we wanted to play a game, but we didn't know what game to pick.
Your time is precious. So is your body. And no one should ever have to feel hurt, confused, or upset on game night. When your games feel like they are playing you, it's time for a quick round of a game you play when you want to play a game but don't know what game to play. Game to pick a game. Game to pick a game, the only game you'll always play on game night. Limited time only, batteries not included or necessary. Chip Theory Games is not responsible for any game resulting in the play of apples to apples. No limbs were lost in the making of this advertisement. All depictions of gore or violence were achieved through the magic of special effects. Do not ingest Game to pick a game. Pledge now.
Happy, guys, happy.
Hi Not Board Gamers and welcome back to Not Board Gaming. I'm your host, I'm Mark. Now this really special episode is brought to you in conjunction with my very good friends at Chip Theory Games for GenCon Online. As we know, there's no physical GenCon this year, which is a real shame because it would have been my first GenCon. However, everything's been moved online and hence the reason we're doing videos. Now, in really exciting news, Chip Theory Games announced in the last couple of weeks that next year they are launching a Kickstarter for a reimagining of the Hoplomachus series, which I'm so excited about. Like many people, Hoplomachus features really highly in my kind of list of favourite games, but there are a lot of people who don't know that much about it. It's a little bit difficult to get hold of now. So, kind of prior to the Kickstarter coming next year and prior to having more information, what I've done is I put together this little video on the entire span of Hoplomachus, what's available out there so far, just to let you know a little bit more about the game. But do make sure that you check out the Chip Theory Games website, and you also check them out on Facebook and join the various Facebook groups and on Twitter and on Instagram to make sure that you're kept up to date with the upcoming launch of the Hoplomachus Kickstarter Reimagining next year. Right, check out the video. The Hoplomachus series brings games of classic, epic, gladiatorial combat. That's right, there's blood, sweat, tears, sword and sandals right in your living room. The first game in the series is the already legendary Hoplomachus The Lost Cities, featuring amazing solo play, or even head-to-head PvP combat, or take it to the next level with 2 or 3 player co-op. Hoplomachus The Lost Cities will take place in either the Pazula Arena, a close quarter arena with raised stones which offer attack.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us as part of GenCon Online. My name is Jeremy. I'm one of the support specialists here at Chip Theory Games, also one of the primary playtesters for Cloudspire, and I'm joined today by...
Hi, I'm Andrew. I am the ops guy here at Chip Theory, and you may have seen me at the conventions over the last couple of years.
And I'm Ryan. I am the writer and editor for a bunch of our games.
So what we got set up here is a 3-player PvP game of Cloudspire. By the time you're watching this, we'll actually be in the chat as well, so if you have any questions, feel free to drop them there. All right, so we've sort of already gone through with the setup and everything, and we're going to have Andrew start, and he's playing as the Aurora here.
Yeah, absolutely. So the first thing we want to look at is the market. So I think
we should all get 5 source as well.
Yeah,
for the
absolutely.
phase.
Let's have some currency to spend.
So right now the market chips are, we've got a Plague Bringer Spire, which has poison skill, and we've got a Mechanical Altitude Spire, which is degradation. We have our promo chip, Timothy III Esquire, as our minion out here, and we have the Hammer and Chisel equipment.
Ooh. Okay, so buying anything from the market, you know, on the first wave uses a huge percentage of what you actually got in the store. So I am going to pass my market phase. So Ryan, over to you. Do you want to buy anything from the market?
Nope, I'm also going to pass.
Oh, I'm so tempted to get Timothy because I love him, but I also am going to pass. I have other plans for this source.
Okay,
so.
I'm very close. Cool. Okay, so...
So we're using the new rules for this because there's a couple of small rule changes to Cloudspire in the second print of the game, and so in the original version of the game, these would just continue to stay out here until someone got them. But now they are going to be refreshed at the start of the next wave. So.
Yep. So they
Sorry,
are now
Timothy.
Goodbye, Timothy.
Yeah. I know. That makes it a harder decision, actually. That's the thing, because it's like if those towers are pretty good for me, but maybe not.
And like some of these gate port abilities.
Right.
Game changer.
Okay, so I get the first option in the build phase. I'd say what I'm going to do. In a 3-player game, I've played quite a few of these, and surviving from being ganged up on is really important. So I'm actually going to go for the source barrier, which is 3 source. It's the level 1 as your temple upgrade, and it means I can spend excess source to prevent damage when my gate is hit once per turn, once per wave. So that is my choice, and I have 2 left. Over to you, Ryan.
Can you actually pass me one of the? Can you pass me some of the?
The pegs.
The pegs.
Yeah,
Yep,
thank
you can
you.
have some pegs.
I am going to get the surrogate chamber in the larva hatchery for my first build action. It costs 4 source, and that lets me defend my fortress a little bit when someone comes up by putting a bug shield there.
We're all going super defensive. This is nobody wants to die first on camera. That's the problem.
The other things in the larva hatchery are a little bit more offensive based, so you have to kind of get over the hump for the first one to get the later ones.
All right. So I think I'm going to have to go ahead and get the Harrier training because Harriers are such an important aspect of the heirs, and this allows them to get an additional health each time they're deployed. So that's going to cost 3, and that's going to be the first one for the stables.
Yeah, I think the upgrade on the Harriers, it's not, 1 health doesn't sound like it's a lot, but A, it's 50% more. And B, there isn't that much with more than 1, maybe 2 if a hero gets upgraded. So not being able to one-shot minions are as good as the Harriers is a great upgrade.
Oh, yeah, and you can deploy 3 of them in one wave. Like that adds up.
Yeah, absolutely. Right. So everybody done with the build? I'm passing on my next one.
Me
not
too.
going to spend my 2 points.
I'm also going to pass.
Okay. Prep phase. We get 5 CP.
Yep.
So we're going to do this together at the same time, spend our CP at the same time, announce what we've bought, and then stack them in secret.
Yep.
And do it so that kind of like we don't have to go around in a circle saying what we've got and anything like that.
We declare our marks first, right?
Good question.
I think you're right. Let's see.
It's on the prep phase.
Yeah. You're right. We declare mark first.
Yeah.
Perfect.
All right. Who are you targeting?
Okay, my mark will be declared upon the dirty grease in their hollow hole. There we go. I'm going to put that next to you.
Okay. I'm going to target the heirs.
Okay.
He's going for the easy target. I see.
Now the question is, do I want to
double up?
Double up, or try and make this an even spread? I'm going to keep things even for now.
Okay.
I'm going to go for you.
You're going to go for me. Okay, fair enough. Right. I'm going to put the heirs thing there so I remember who it is that's coming after me. And if he does any damage, I will know to retaliate next phase against you.
Oh boy.
Ha ha ha.
Just use your source barrier. That's why you bought it.
Yeah, that's why I bought it. Okay, so we obviously get access to our free heroes this turn, so everybody gets that. We know that's coming. 5 CP. Okay.
We've got some health chips this way. You have a second?
Thing.
Yeah, I'm going to need some as well.
Some for you.
Thanks.
Some for you.
Thank you.
Some for me. If you need any more.
Put our limited build thing in the fortress too.
Right. You put them in when you use them.
You use them,
yep.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Right.
Okay. Let me know if you need some more health.
I need 3 more.
3 more? How much have you built? This is scary.
The heirs are scary.
I need a couple more also.
Wow, I feel like I'm being out-muscled already. This is not a thing I wanted.
Okay.
Okay, you just about decided what you're doing. You don't need to stack them in a second. We'll announce first. So, for those of you interested, I'll start first. My initial starting hero is Anvas. He has Matter Distortion, so at some point at the beginning or at the end of his movement on any of the turns in the onslaught phase, I can grab the topmost mini hex group from the stack and place it over a legal target. So he's my starting hero. I'm going to go for Drift. A lot of people like the burnout, the entropy side for the damage. I'm actually going to go for Drift with the incorporeal rule so I can try and steal some source on the movement to pay for my damage absorption when I want it. And I've got Arcbright, who is the Bishop Light. So he has a 3 range, but only 1 attack. But I want to pick off some things before I get there. So that's my 3. I will go ahead and stack them in secret.
I have my starting hero, who is Okjab. She can dig a hole or dig a tunnel. And I also am getting a larva, which drops toxic fumes when it dies, and a skitter, which can also dig tunnels on its base side.
Sweet.
I've got 2 Harriers. Want to make sure to use that Harrier training ability I bought earlier. Joust to round it out to 5 CP total, and then of course my starting hero, Darb.
Okay, stack them ready to go, and we'll do the first. Okay, right.
All right.
And we dive straight into it. So I've started with Drift on top. It's got the highest movement. I could stack them in such a way that I hold myself back, but I don't want to. So I'm going to go 1, 2, 3. Come straight for you. My Arcbright has got a movement of 2. And Anvas is going to come out to there. So at any point, obviously, we can look at any of the landmark chips. I want to actually start going for them. I'm going to use Anvas to look at this landmark. Ooh, interesting. It is... I'm going to reveal it. It is the Source Peddler. This is one of the ones I get... I have a real tough time whether I should reveal this one straight away or not, because it is so tough to beat, but it is worth 6 source when defeated. So I'm going to go for it. I am going to hit it with both the people that can. So the Arcbright is going to do 1 point of damage, and then Anvas is going to do another point of damage and take 2 back. So even though Anvas was the second person, Peddler couldn't retaliate against the range, so retaliated on the hero. And hopefully Anvas will get strong enough to defeat it next round and come back and beat it up. Okay, I am done.
All right. I put Okjab on top. I'm going to move her, let's see, probably, 1, 2, 3. Then I will move my larva, 1, 2, and my skitter, 1, 2. I don't want to look at this one yet because I don't want something that has engaged to come out and get me. But I'm going to look at this one.
What's grease for chicken? Is there a...
Oh, okay. I will definitely reveal this guy. I need 5 health chips, please.
Word.
Ooh.
All right, I've got the Thorax, which is a great one to have by me.
That's so mean.
Because it has toxic secretion, which hurts all non-Greege units, but I am the Greege, so that is actually great.
It's a bummer for you. You're going after them.
All right, so...
I don't think I'm going to make it that far now.
It cannot retaliate, so I'm just going to... Each of my people is going to hit it for 1. So now it has only 2 left.
Sure. So tactically, would you ever consider leaving it with a full stack of 5 health as a mini Spire outside your fortress? Or would you go for the source as quickly as you can?
Well, I actually like the idea of leaving it there, but it's not even the source. I want a spot to evolve.
Right.
So that's
okay.
kind of why
Good shout. Good shout.
All right. So I'm up. I'm going to move my first Harrier 1, 2, 3, 4, because I want to make sure he's next to that swamp. And my Joust. And then, of course, the Harrier is blocked from the Joust, so can't move any further. And then Darb is going to fly over here. All right. Take a look at this swamp. I am going to go ahead and reveal it. Could I get 1 more health chip? Thank you. Myself a Bounty Hunter. He's got Fair Fight, so whatever I attack him with, he's going to retaliate with that same damage for his attack stat. So I'm going to make sure to attack with a Harrier.
Right.
So 1, and then he Fair Fights back for 1. And then my Joust is going to hit for 2. Because the Bounty Hunter already retaliated, my Joust is safe.
Sweet.
Pass that over to you.
Okay, so I have to make progress towards the Grease, but it doesn't mean to say I have to do the direct line. So do I think I can hold a slower movement for 1 turn to wait for the Harriers to leap over them to pinch a whole bunch of source?
You want my source, don't you?
I do want my source, yeah. So I am going to do tricksy things. I'm going to go 1, 2, 3. So it looks like a strange movement, but I have made progress towards the Grease. 1, 2 with the range. And then Anvas, I think I'm just going to come up and go 1, 2 to there and stay fairly safe for now. And I am done.
Oh, I think your Arcbright has to attack.
Oh, right, yeah, I 3 range. Good spot.
Yeah.
Yeah, the range is so massive on these things. That's fantastic. Thank you. That's it.
Actually, I can use her to slow my guy's movement if I want, right? Or no?
No.
Okay.
Your heroes cannot block.
All right.
Your own minions.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, then I'm going to go like this. I'm going to move Okjab right here, and then I'm going to move the larva here, and the Skitter here.
Yep.
So I realized that this is kind of a bad place for this in terms of me getting an evolution spot, because I can't attack with more than 1 person this time because of the water.
Right.
Because Okjab can only go on the on mountains, but not water. So I will check this one out this time.
What'd you get?
I am not going to.
Oh. Okay, that's emphatically. I mean,
right.
I would like to play Rhino Poker after that reaction,
but
I have a hunch.
This guy has to attack him, so.
Yep.
There you go.
Sweet. All right.
That's annoying.
Back to me.
Yeah. It's,
all right.
I mean, you've only cost yourself 1 turn in terms of killing that thing, but yeah, it can make the difference.
Ooh, I'm going to use this Harrier. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oops, sorry.
That counts as damage.
Joust goes to there.
Yep.
Harrier. 2. It's blocked by the Joust. Can't go any further. But I am going to fly Darb over. And then before I go into the attack phase, I'm going to take a look at this swamp.
I thought you might.
Oh, that's tough. I'm not going to reveal this.
Ooh.
All right. Then I'm going to attack with Darb first before my minions attack, so I can finish off that Bounty Hunter.
Get the
3
reward.
Source, and then could I have an attack chip, please?
Oh, going straight for the offense.
Discard that. All right, and then my Harrier is going to attack your Drift for 1.
1 back.
And that is the end of my turn.
Okay, thank you, sir. Right, so can I move in such a way? So I have to move my leadmost minion first, and I've got 2 equidistant ones, so I can actually think about the movement before I before I do tricksy things. I am going to move my Arcbright first this time to move it forward to there, and then my drift again. As long as I finish further forward, can do some 1, 2, 3.
I knew you were going to do that.
And then take. So I don't actually do any damage, but I do pinch 1 source.
Yep.
Boop. So it's the easiest way to earn source with an Auroran is just to move over them. Thank you very much. So Anvas, I really want to get to a place where I can do the matter distortion. So I think I'm going to try and do it this turn. So I'm going to go 1, 2 to there. I'm going to take that because I want to flip it. So it's more for the upgrade at this point rather than the thing. So I've got influence on this hex group. And
I think it has to be on one that Anvas is.
Have I moved off
correct?
it?
Yeah, you have.
I have moved off it. Okay, I'll stay on it. It's hard to see the joins are so tight together. It's hard to see. Okay. See, yeah, I like it. I like it. So I want to cover over the water because I can't actually use it. So I'm gonna put it just like that. And work out whether that was a good idea or not later on. So now, because he's done matter distortion, he flips. And I'm now flying.
You can fly, you can fly.
It's mainly for the protection that the flying gives him. He can now go and pick up some upgrades and get a bit better and not worry about that. Okay, so attack-wise, I've done that. He's got nobody to hit. Arcbright, range of 3, so 1, 2, 3. I don't have a choice apart from between those two.
You attack him too.
No, I know, but I maybe don't.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
So for me, the Harrier has got, it can't stop next to me there, so it's got to come to here somewhere. It's not going to be able to kill the Source Peddler. I can absorb the damage there. I'm going to get the Source from it if it goes there. It'll die to the Peddler and I don't get the 2 Source there, but that's fine. I'm actually more worried about the fact that that's on 3 health rather than 2. Because it will kill this next turn, but that's fine. Do I want to do it? We'll take the Source whilst we can get it. Why not? 2. So 2 points of source, go up to 5. And one of the reasons for that as well is means I can actually build something in the next turn. Getting the source right now.
All right. I'm going to move the larva right here. And I'm going to move the skitter right here. Hoping that I can get him to die here, so that way you have to walk over a bunch of toxic fumes to get to him. And I'm going to move Akjab back here, actually. So Akjab is going to last hit the thorax and kill it. Let's see what. Oh wait, sorry. I was going to do this first. Sorry.
Yeah, landmarks, then attacks.
Yeah,
that's fine.
All right. Yeah, I'll flip this, I guess.
What do you got?
I've got Grail Goats.
Grail Goats, hooray! 3 health?
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, so then Akjab will kill this, and...
choose your upgrade.
Yes.
Did you get your source as well? Is it 3
or
5 source?
It's 5 source, yeah, right. Thank you. Excuse me. So let's see. I will take a attack upgrade, I think.
Everybody being super offensive to start. I like it.
Maybe I shouldn't have flipped this over, but that's fine. I'm going to do it anyway. So I will attack the Grail Goats for 1.
You do, and then you have the pleasure of retaliating.
Oh boy.
Yeah, maybe I shouldn't have done this. 1.
Oh,
2, 3. I'm out. I shouldn't have done that.
Yeah.
Oh, well. Okay.
Sometimes you
He's
get lucky
dead.
with Relentless. So.
Yep. All right.
Okay.
So I'm done. Oh, no, I have to attack you too. So yeah, so you hit for 1 and you retaliate for 1. Okay.
Boop.
All right. Okay, so my Joust doesn't really have much options, so I'm going to go there.
Yep.
All right. Let's see here. My Harrier is currently 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 hexes away. has to use its full movement if possible, which 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So because I'm currently 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm currently 7 away. So this would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that one is closer. So I have to end closer. So even though I have one more movement, because if I were to use that one more movement, I would not gain progress. The Harrier is actually going to stop right there.
Okay.
And then Darb, I'm going to drift you over.
Hey, Darb.
Closer. All right, so...
Don't come my way.
All right, I'm going to reveal some landmarks. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and reveal that Lost Pass, or Lost Caverns. And then I'm going to go ahead and take a look at this.
Oh, he's coming for the middle one. I could be a game changer with everybody around it.
I'm not going to reveal it. I'm going to give somebody else the pleasure.
I hate it when people do that.
All right, so my Joust is going to attack the Drift and kill it.
Yep.
So that's 2 source.
So worth noting with an Auroran, I don't put this back in my barracks for next time. I put it on my Forgotten Graves because I have to get an upgrade to get that one back. So it's fine for now. I've got plenty of other choices. But
And then my Harrier is going to attack the Larva. It's a 1-for-1 trade.
Sure is.
And I'll have Darb remove the health so I can use that Lost Caverns. And that is my turn.
It is. Okay. So I've only got 2 things left. I've got Anvas and Arcbright, and if I want Anvas to survive, I need to get some upgrades. So I'm going to have to use my newly promoted side with its 3 movement and flying to go to next to the lava. And the Arcbright can't actually move to make any progress whatsoever. So that's further away from my mark than when I started, so I have to stay where I am. But that's fine, because I've got targets and I've got a big bow. It's not a big bow, it's energy. There's a lot of thought behind this background. I won't reduce it to a bow. Okay, so I'm going to use Anvas first to kill the lava. So you can do your toxic fumes, and I get how many source from you?
1.
Ooh.
Okay, 1 whole fume. And I am going to take a health upgrade for Anvas. So I've actually got some health to play around with, and I don't just die to the first 1-hit thing. And then Arcbright is going to... So next turn I'm going to do that, which means this turn I'm going to shoot the Harrier, please.
Okay.
Okay, that is all I can do.
Okay, I'm going to take one of my limited build actions. I'm going to build a hive, which costs me 4 source. I have 6 right now, so I'll go back down to 2.
Oh, right.
And I've got, it has air defense. I need a range chip and an attack chip, please.
Okay.
All right. All right.
Haha.
So I have 2 limited builds. I've used my first one. And I'm just going to move Ocjeb actually back here 1 this time. That's my whole time, because all my guys are dead.
All right. So I apologize in advance for what I'm going to do. Okay. I'm going to use the Lost Caverns. So that's 1 movement. So Lost Caverns lets me swap locations with any unrevealed landmark. And that swap does not count as part of my movement. So I used 1 to get onto there.
Yep.
Let's swap it for that one.
Ooh.
And then I still have 1 more. So move off the Lost Caverns. It's going to get its health chip back.
Yep.
And going to complete the rest of my movement first here.
Joust.
But I think we all know what I'm going to do.
Something mean.
Yep.
Okay. So Darb is going to attack Anvas.
Kill Anvas, because you're flying, so you can do that. So you get 4 source for that one.
All right. And the Joust and Harriers are not in range of anything, so they're not going to attack anything. So that is the end of my turn.
Okay, so at the start of my turn, I'm going to build a Refractor. That's my first build option. So this is... That's yours. I'll take mine.
Unless you want to give me the Spire. I don't think that's a legal move, though.
There, and I'm going to build it just here. Ha ha ha.
Outside of my quick strike.
That's right. It's protected from the quick strike. So I was tempted to build one last turn. If I'd done it out front, you would have had your quick strike. You would have had 2 on it, and it's almost a pointless build. So I didn't want to do it too early, because if I build it too early, you might have brought Darb over to take it down at the same time. So it's yeah, you pay your money, it takes a choice. So I don't think the Outright is long for this world. So I've got to, I have to make forward progress. I have to go through the fumes because I don't think 1-2 is a backward move. So boom. Or do I go there to the goat? No. So I take 1 point of damage for going through the exposure of the fumes.
All right, Spire's fire.
Spire's fire there. It kills the last point. You get 2 source for that one.
Awesome.
Well, let's pay my money for my refractor. 4. And I am dead. Dead, dead, dead.
Let's see. I'm just gonna not do anything this time.
All right.
Feeling good.
So I'll move my joust. 1, 2, Harrier. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yep.
So quick strike against the
Source
Peddler.
Peddler.
So I get 6 source from that.
Managed to get there with the untouched joust. And you take 2 back.
Yep. And
Oh no, you don't do 2 back. You killed it. Sorry.
Oh yeah, yep. But the Spire gets 2.
Spires now fires. So we've got 2 attacks. So boom, ba-dum, ba-dum. Takes 2. And then
I will reveal that landmark, or at least take a peek at it.
take a peek.
Oh, all right. So it has engaged. So I have to reveal it. Fortunately, that quick strike triggers before the landmark, so the joust didn't need to attack it, but my Harrier will.
Yep.
So it's for 1, and there goes the Harrier.
Yep. And fully enough, goes
Right,
round
back
to
to
Ryan
me.
and comes quickly back around the table.
Yeah. I am still not gonna do anything.
All right. Just because I don't want to lose out on this source, I'm going to use a limited build action to build a high-rise Spire. Can I have an attack and range?
You may.
Excellent. And no, I'm good. I'm good.
Okay.
All right. So he's going to move there. Yep. He's got quick strike, but has to attack this because now the engage, and so he is gone.
There we go. And I think with all the minions dead, that is the end of the first wave.
Yep.
Correct. All right, so now with the end of wave 1, I guess we can go ahead and give our mark chips back. Oops, sorry.
You're not sorry, really.
No, not really.
Okay.
All right, and we'll transition into wave 2.
Okay, everybody gets 7 more source.
Yep.
Zoop, up to... I don't think I now have as much source as you finished the last wave with, so I'm a little bit behind. My plan of leeching all the source didn't go too well, but, you know, it's fine.
And we skipped the event phase in wave 1, but wave 2, draw an event card. So we've got in command of the source. So this event is going to happen during the prep phase. Each player gains 3 source per unused CP at the end of the prep phase.
Oh, wow.
So.
Oh.
Interesting.
Yeah.
That changes my mind, yeah.
Yeah, that changes my strategy. All right. So we'll go into the market phase, and this is where we recycle everything out of the market and draw.
Yeah, so if you could discard the 4 chips there, please, Frank.
Yes.
Bye, Timothy.
Sorry, Tim.
Tim, you're on first name terms.
No.
He's an Esquire. You don't call him Tim.
All right, we got the Elite Duelist.
Oh, very nice.
We have the Mini Harvester.
Also very nice.
The Portal Hopper from Portal Seekers. And the Makeshift Wings.
Oh, for flying.
Oh, man, this is...
Oh, and then flip the Earthscape.
Oh, yep,
as well.
sorry.
The market always throws a wrench in the works.
Double Earthscape, wow. Okay. And, of course, I go first.
That's a good place to be.
Yikes. I am...
Therefore, I think.
Jeez. Okay. Well, this is totally going against what I was planning on doing, but that's sometimes the sometimes you just got to do that. I am going to get the Elite Duelist, I think.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
That's expensive.
It is. It is.
Sometimes you got to live a little, go shopping, you know.
And, oh, yes. And now we get Callus.
Oh, yeah. I like my heroes. I like the Air's heroes, so I don't know. Should I get makeshift wings?
They're flying really high. Oh.
You know, I'll get the portal hopper. Give that a go.
Very nice. Okay, portal hopper, no relation to Dennis Hopper.
All right.
What a shame.
Now we have what looks like Callus's long lost brother Lostomeyer is now out here.
Ooh, that's another. It's very cheap.
Very cheap, yeah.
Do I want to go for a 6 health hero for 3 source, or do I want to spend the 3 source on my one with a source aura? I think I'm going to stick to my one, sadly. I had an idea of how to kill the Hellion, and I'm going to stick to it. Okay, so I'm going to pass on the market. Okay.
All right.
Build phase
Build
proper.
phase.
Let's.
All right. I am going to spend 3 to get the Evo Chamber from the Evolution Pit, which lets me evolve one of my people inside of my fortress.
Okay. How much did that cost?
That costs 3.
All right, I'm going to do a pretty aggressive move here. I'm going to build a Spire. So I have this Spire, which grants me influence on this hex, which this Source Well is not actually a part of.
Oh, no!
No! Well, all right, never mind. I'm not going to do that.
Best laid plans and all that.
Yeah, you're lucky. All right. So with that, I'm going to get the command die. That's going to cost 3 source.
Okay, very good. Okay, I'm going to use the first 4 source of my build to get a Monolant. This one's got air defense, so it means I'm not left high and dry from all the flyers that might be coming my way, and maybe to put off the airs from coming this direction. And I am going to place it. So I've got 2-3 different options right now. Don't know how far forward I want this to be stuck out on its own, so I'm actually going to be fairly defensive with this one. I'm going to put it right in front to defend this bad boy just here. And let's do that. So that's done to 4. 7. Ryan, any more builds for you?
No, I am going to be done.
Okay, so I have quite a bit still
Okay.
to do. So I'm going to get Graduation.
Sure.
Which lets me build Regal Lookouts and Minarets. That's for 4.
Yep. And whilst you're doing that, I'm going to try and take advantage of the event thing. You might like this one. I wasn't going to do this before the event came out, but it being random, it's pretty cool. I'm going to go for the Lumia Delegation, so I can swap source for CP, and then if I don't use it, I get more source back.
Oh my gosh.
So there we go. We're hitting the.
I mean, that's why I got the command die.
The
It's
tricksy.
the extra CP that
You don't
might
have to
need
use.
use.
So that's 3 more, so I'm down to 4. Only 4 left. That's not great. But yeah, that's me done.
And you're passing still?
I passed.
All right, I'm going to spend another 4 to get Master Training, so my minions can level up when they last hit.
Yep. That's a really big one for the airs. I think without that, they're actually on the back foot come 2nd, 3rd wave. So.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm not going to do any more build actions. I've got 4 source left, and I'm going to convert that into 2 CP during my prep phase. Anybody else got anything before the prep?
Like build actions?
Any more build actions or anything that affects into the prep phase?
No, I don't.
I'm going to do one more build action. I'm going to get reserves so that I can spend source once all my minions are dead to call out another Joust.
Oh, nice.
All right.
Sweet. So going into the prep phase, again, just we can buy them all at the same time, and then we'll announce it in turn order. So you're going to get 7 CP.
We need to declare our marks first.
Oh, yes.
Yep.
So starting with you, first player.
Yes, I'm going to attack Jeremy again.
Oh.
I'm going to go for you again.
Yeah, I'll go for you.
I was going to say, with the air defense towers and things like that now, it's in office. So there we go. Right, well, I can't choose me, so somebody's going to get doubled up on.
Yep.
because, Jeremy, you had such a big first turn, I think I might need to take you down a peg or two.
Yeah,
so
I was expecting that.
I'm going to attempt to knock some chunks out of you.
You and I are going to bottleneck in there, though.
That's my hope.
We may. Well, we'll see. I might take something a bit slower. So, okay, so there are marks done. 7 CP, unless we've got extra. I've got 2 extra for the source.
I've got 2 extra as well for the Sanctuary.
That command die is a killer. It's an absolute killer. So I can spend 9 or get a bunch of source back if I don't spend it. Okay, yeah, I think I'm going to stick with that plan. So shout out if you need some health.
Got 9 CP.
I'm totally just going off book. I had all planned out what I was going to do, and then Elite Duelist came up.
Off the rails.
I didn't want someone else to get him.
Okay. So you done your? I'm
ready.
happy with what they've got, Ryan?
Yeah.
Not quite.
Okay.
So it's 5, 6, 7, 8.
She's got so much command to spend.
And I'll get 3 source for that.
Yep. So Ryan, what you got for us?
All right. I'm only going to spend 6, so I can get a little bit of source back.
Yep.
I am spending 6 on my second hero, Eckel, who has quick counter and capture, and I'm going to get another skitter as well.
All right. I've got 3 Harriers, a Royal Talon, and my Portal Hopper.
Oh, he's gone for the Royal Talon. Bring out the big guns. Okay, so I have spent 5 command points on a bishop. For that, I think the 2 attack on this one is going to be crucial this wave. And I'm going to go for my middle hero as well, Anjabin, who doesn't have an attack stat, but does take damage on people as soon as he moves past them. So that is my way of getting through the Hellion without dying to it as I come out of my fortress. So I've only actually spent 8 of the 9 I was allowed this turn, so I get 3 source back.
And I also get 3 back.
I spent 8 out of 9 as well, so I gave myself 3.
Look at us using the event.
And we are all done with this event.
Yep. Stick it to the bottom of the pile, keeps it out of the way. Okay, let's go for it.
All right. So
stacking.
Oh yeah, stacking. Yes, and I'm actually going to put my skitter in my evolution pit instead of my fortress gate. So I just have the one.
So it's going to come out on its flip side in a couple of turns. I like that.
Yep.
So starting with you, Ryan.
All right. So I get to put a chip right away underneath the skitter.
You sure do.
And
I think it's on top.
Oh yeah, right. That's right, on top. You're correct.
Easiest way for you to visualize it.
Yes, and then, excuse me, I am going to go like, let's see, I'm going to go 1, 2, and I'm going to go 1 here.
Okay.
All right.
That's a very defensive first move.
So,
oh, I forgot my Elite Duelist, guys. I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Go on. He's going to actually go out front, I think.
How many health does he have?
He has 5 health, so I need 4 more.
Yep. I knew he had quite a few.
Yes. All right. So he's actually, I want to put him out front, actually. So
Okay.
he went.
Before Echo.
Yeah, so he went 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
Yep. Perfect.
All right. So my Portal Hopper is going to go first. 2, 3, 4, 5. And my Harrier's next. 1, 2, 3, 4. And my Royal Talon has the water terrain allowance, so I'm going to just cut right over to you.
Geez.
Oh,
geez.
What was this again? Oh, I hadn't seen this yet. Yeah, I'm going to reveal this. Can I get 5 more health trips?
5 more? What have you found?
We've got a Rogue Grizzled Oak.
Ooh, nice.
So this is going to put a dent in my Royal Talon, but I think it's worth it. All right, so attacks for 3. And retaliates for 2.
Yeah. Interesting.
All right, and then Darb I'm going to use to
kill the goats.
Kill the goats. And that's 5 CP.
I think it's law you have to make a goat sound if you kill the goat.
That's more of a, it's like a sheep. And I'll level Darb up.
Okay, so Darb has now got flying and dodge, which means it's nigh unkillable. But hey, you pays your money, it takes your choice. Let's get out of here. So I am going to move very slowly because I also don't want to hit that bottleneck. So my bishop is going to go 1, 2, and Anjuman's going to come out and use the Sorcerer. And for those of you that haven't seen Sorcerer before, because it's one of those weird ones that doesn't use a normal attack stat, after the movement it may deal 1 damage to all opposing units and spires. So, boop, take a point of damage from the movement, and then the actual attack, I'm going to do the 2 points to finish it off.
You get a free Spire.
And I get a free Spire. So, whilst I figure out what that one is, I will let you carry on. Hey, it's Tower Defense Square. I've got towers.
Alright, I need another health chip for my evolution.
I guess I could give you this stack.
Okay. Excuse me. Oh, actually, I'm also going to use a limited build right now to add a range upgrade to my Hive Spire here. So that costs me 3. Can I grab a range? Thank you.
So whilst you're sorting that out, I've gone for a Refractor, which is the attacky one. 2 attacks and a range chip.
Sounds good.
All right. Excuse me. And then I will go, let's see. I'm going to go this way with him. And then he is going, let's see.
Did he move 3?
Oh, you're right, sorry.
So you can manipulate the movement. So this is a good point for those watching at home. So that was 2 hexes away, but if you want to manipulate the movement to finish there, you can. If you wanted to go further, you can also do that.
I don't want to do that. I want to end here.
Yep.
I got nothing out of that portal.
And then Echo is going to move here and...
So you're using your heroes as spires. I see it now. It's a hero defense game.
Yeah. And then Ocjab's going to stay there.
Okay.
So I'm going to kill your portal hopper.
3 attack against 1 health.
All right.
You get 2 source.
Okay, sweet.
Well, I would say it was nice to know you, but that was pretty swift. So
I could have used that better.
Well, I mean, I was hoping you were going to come and... I know you were going that way anyway, so that's fine.
I mean, I could have staggered the movement. There's things I could have done.
Coulda, woulda, shoulda.
All right. So you're done?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right.
Here come the Harrier Air Force.
So let's see. There's the choke point. So that's 1, 2, 3. So yeah, that is closer. So go around, and then my Royal Talon is gonna move there. Any other movement?
So it's Derby Darb. So come into my ranged air defense.
Yeah, no. So I'm gonna fly this way.
Okay.
Yeah. So that Spire's gonna.
Spire's fire.
Ooh, that was a chunk.
All right. So attack. Royal Talon is gonna kill the rogue Grizzled Oak.
And your reward for that is?
My reward is a Spire.
Ooh,
I also get to level up my Royal Talon because there's a health increase of 1.
4. Give me a break.
You pay a lot of CP for that thing. It should be tough.
Yeah.
And I'll get rid of that health just to be safe, so I can use that. And then I'll decide on my Spire. You can go.
You are very kind.
So I can have an attack and a range. I already know what I want.
Oh, jeez.
Attack and a range.
Yep.
Okay. So I don't have enough source at this point to upgrade any of my spires. I do have enough to build another one. And I'm wondering whether or not I should really push to spend it this turn or not. Thank you. So I'm going to hold off for 1 turn on building onto this. You have enough. Okay, no, I'm going to take it. Let's go with the courage of my convictions. So I'm going to build the cheapest one. I've only got 3 source, so I'm going to spend it on the 2 source. Spire, down to 1. And this is the aspect. So this is literally just a land grab. This is to stop any kind of shenanigans that might go on with the heirs that have a lot of source to spend at the end of this one. So that's my limited build for this turn. So put a peg in there to remind me. And then the bishop comes out, 1, 2. And Jabin comes out, 1, 2 as well. So I have a range of 3. So 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. There's nothing else in that direction. So it is just the Harrier. So 2 points of damage on the Harrier, please.
Good thing I got that health upgrade.
Yeah, already worth its money. Don't think I've missed anything there. Over to Ryan.
All right. So I need another health chip, or can you?
Yeah.
All right. So he is out. Actually, I need one more health chip.
No.
Actually.
They go to their basic side, and then once they hit that, they promote.
Flip, and then you add the extra.
Okay.
So then you get one more.
Okay.
And now he can deploy.
Right. Okay. Okay. So I'm gonna move my heroes first. I'm gonna go like this. 1, 2. Then he's gonna come out. Oh, so
You can displace. You can just move straight through it. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Crap.
Or you can move it second.
Yeah, I'm just.
Oh, I see what you're trying to do.
Yeah, I was trying to kill you, but
yeah.
Unfortunately, it won't work. But that's okay. Then actually, yeah. Then I guess I will move him first. Then, that's all right. I'm gonna go 1, 2, 3. Ah, that's frustrating. Frustrating. All right. Then I will move him here, and I will move him here because you have an attack of. You're gonna kill me one way or the other.
It doesn't
that's
have first
frustrating.
strike, so your Spire has definitely got influence over that Royal Talon before it does anything. So,
Yeah. Actually, and in quick counter, that lets me counterattack first, right?
Correct.
Okay. Then actually, I'm going to move him here.
Yep.
And then he will continue to stay here. Oh, sorry, but I'm doing this on order. I'm sorry, guys. But I have to move this guy too. 1, 2, 3. All right.
Oh boy.
So I am still not going to flip this over. That I will. So I use assault, right? That's
Yep.
Assault
I get
lets
to
me
attack first.
So Spice Fire first. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So high rise first. You're all done moving, correct?
Yes, I'm all done. Yeah.
So for 1.
Okay.
And then my Regal Lookout.
Come on, big.
Oh,
we missed.
All right.
Gonna take some damage.
So,
I'm getting my
yeah.
just
So,
desserts.
so I have assault. So I remove the bottom upgrade before I apply damage. Then I attack it. So it is gone.
It's gone. You get 3
Wow.
source.
All right.
So that is actually quite rare in Cloudspire to have a Spire with 2 upgrades go in one hit. Shows the worth of the assault.
All right. Yeah. Then I am done.
All right.
Are you going to rebuild?
I'm going to build something. I am going to use one of my limited build actions to build as many upgrades to Spire as I can afford.
Wow.
So I'm going to build, let's see, it would be 3.
3 for the third,
7.
4 for the fourth.
So that'd be 7.
Unless you're doing the fortification, and then it's only 2.
Yeah. I'm going to spend 7 to build 2.
Wow, he's going for it. One of each, or
yes. Oh shoot, what was I at?
you're on 11, so you're now on 4.
Yeah. I can do math. I'm going to do that. All right. I can't quite afford that last upgrade.
Right.
And then I am actually going to use my second limited build action as well, because you are very scary.
Who is very scary?
That elite duelist.
Oh, the elite duelist, yeah.
I'm going to build another Regal Lookout. So if I can have one of each.
1 range, off an attack.
And now I'm at 0 source.
Wow, there we go. From somebody that had 20 at the start of the phase, or start of the wave.
All right, so that's my 2 build actions for the wave. All right, and then I'll start moving everything else. Let's see. 2, 3, 4.
Can I ask a question quick?
Yes.
Is that your leading minion, or is that your leading minion?
Oh, that's a good question.
The Royal Talon is, because it's closer
you're right.
in hexes. Yep.
Okay.
So good catch. So there.
Okay.
And then there we go. All right. So I do have quick strike on the Harrier, so I'll attack for 1.
Okay.
And then get killed, so you get 2 source.
Yeah, it is so the quick strike goes before Spire's fire, but the retaliation also then goes before Spire's fire.
Correct.
So that is you have to complete that part of the attack before you then go and then get back on track. So one of the ones that the sequencing is really important. So don't feel bad about going back and doing it correctly. Okay.
All right. So then Spire's fire.
Come on, baby. All right.
Guess the Royal Talon, I presume?
Yes.
All right.
He tried his best.
Well, I definitely don't want to attack a cool because I'll die.
Correct.
So I am going to hit your fortress.
All right.
Oh!
See what bug comes out to defend it.
about that.
The Burrower comes out.
Oh, nice.
So I've got
5 health one.
3.
Oh,
So,
there's the 3 on that.
so he does get. So he gets killed right away.
Yep.
So I take 1 damage instead of 4, which is great. And then I still retaliate against you, so you are dead, and I get 3 more source.
Does the damage I attack on your guard overflow?
I
don't think so.
Oh, does it not?
Worth checking.
Oh, you're right. It doesn't overflow.
Yep, so you're
kills the bug.
And it still retaliates as normal. though?
Yes, it does retaliate as normal. Yes.
You tried. Royal Talon.
All right. Oh man.
I just imagine the Royal Talon like pecking at the hole that is the entrance to the fortress. Because obviously this isn't a fortress that's above ground. This is a hole in the ground. And it's like peering in.
Okay.
I want David Attenborough to commentate on that attack. That would be perfect. So we've done that attack. We did do Spire's Fire. None of mine interacted with your guys this time. Nope. So again, it's worthwhile remembering my Spires still fire on yours.
Yeah,
if they were in range. Okay, so back to me, Mr. Bishop. So I brought Enderman out to make sure I got rid of the Hellion, and he's now just wandering around very slowly, not really doing much because all your minions are over there. So I do have some good attacks on Darb with it. 1 a turn. I think I would die before, so I'm going to just bring him up and keep him in support and not worry too much. And then Spire's Fire if they're in range, but this one's got a range of 2. 1, 2, and I've got a range of 3. So 1, 2, 3. So I could hit the Duelist or the Lookout. So how mean do I want to be? I think I'll take the range off the Lookout. I think that's got to be... The Duelist is actually helping me this turn, so there's no way I want to kill that one. Okay, Ryan?
All right. I'm going to take another limited build action. I'm going to build another Hive Spire. I'm going to build it over there.
Yep.
And I'm going to buy another. I'm going to buy. What? I'm sorry.
You already did one
Yes.
for that, right? So purchasing a Spire is 1.
Okay.
And then purchasing as many upgrades to a single Spire is
okay.
another.
Right. I got you.
It's worth doing now anyway.
Yeah, I'll still do it. Yeah.
What do you get? What's your base?
I get 1 attack and 1 range, and I will. That's cost me 4, so I'm down to 7.
Okay, perfect. Your Skitterer can't move.
That's correct.
But your heroes can.
My heroes can, and they're going to continue to not. But my Duelist can move.
Yep.
So he's going to go here.
Exactly.
All right.
I get to attack with that.
Do your worst.
Your worst.
No double 2s.
Double 2s.
3.
Oh, almost.
Survive. That's all you
All
needed. I mean, the chances of surviving 2 rounds of shooting was low, so
Okay.
that's fine.
I'm attacking you for 3 then.
Oh, yeah.
Ouch.
1, 2, 3. Retaliate.
7.
Yep.
And I get 3 source.
So the good thing about being the object of the attack is the fact that you do get lots of source. So
Yeah, sorry. I also
Yeah,
attack
absolutely.
him, and he retaliates for. I hit him for 2, and he retaliates me for 1. So, all right.
nice. Okay, back to me. So I need to start making some progress again. Do I want to take this more slowly than others? So we've both got the same range, the bishop and the thing, so I can't actually get there before you shoot me. So there's no point in playing silly games with that. So I'll just go to there, and I'll go to there with Benjamin. I'm going to look at this landmark chip, and I'm going to reveal it. It's a baser thing. Okay, let's go with one of those so I don't have to struggle with that one whilst we're doing this.
Whenever I see that chip, I want to kind of yell "Sabesa" because that was the original version of that chip had a bunch of exclamation points at the end.
Oh right, yeah. And then Spire's Fire there. 2. Yep. So the question is, do I want to finish off that one or do that one? So I'm gonna be there next turn. So I'm gonna shoot this Regal Lookout.
This one?
Yep.
Okay.
And take that and get the source reward
So
for
that's
it. So
3.
that's 3. So up to 4. And that is my turn. So back over to Ryan.
Yep.
I'll be honest, I forgot you were targeting me.
Oh, right. Okay.
Okay. Well, I can't move my skitter again, and I.
Wait. Do we skip my turn?
Did we?
Oh, we did. Yeah. Yes.
Fortunately, I wouldn't have interacted with you at all.
So do your turn again.
So
sorry, viewers.
Can't move. Does for one. Dies.
Well,
I
I get to Spire fire on you first.
Well,
right?
quick
Oh, yeah,
strike.
strict right. Yeah.
But now your Spires get to fire on the carrier.
Right. All right. I'm just gonna. It's okay if I roll both dice at once. They're it's range
go
both.
for it. Yeah.
Okay. 1.
Yay! I live to die next turn.
To die another day.
Literally next turn.
Yes. So I've had my turn.
So you've had your turn.
That was over to
now
Ryan.
it's my turn.
Now Ryan does kill.
Skitter
that.
still can attack, so I am going to shoot and kill your Harrier. I get 2 more source for that. All right, and I'm still not gonna move those guys.
Okay, back to me. You've got Darb still.
So
yes,
I'm going to spend my 3 source to do my reserves.
Yep.
So I get to deploy Joust.
Yep.
On the closest path hex to my mark. That's adjacent to his. So that put him there.
Ooh, nice.
All right.
Are you done?
Oh, sorry. That's when my Harrier died. I did that.
Okay. Oh, I see.
Yep.
Yeah.
So now it's my turn.
It's not.
Right?
Yeah, it's your turn again. Yeah.
Huzzah. Not in any range, right?
Correct.
Yeah. Well, he
yep.
is. But,
I'm gonna move him. Oh gosh. Where'd he go? I'm gonna go back here. Okay. And Joust is gonna attack your bishop for 2.
Yep.
So that's 4 source again.
Okay, right at the end of the wave. I am going to get out of there. I am done.
All right.
Ryan, your last bits of movement.
Yes, you got a range of 3, so I'm going to go like this. I'm going to go 1, 2, 3, and I'm going to move these guys out a little bit now. I'm going to go 1, 2, and 1. I cannot shoot anything from there, I don't believe,
Yep.
so...
So final movement from Jeremy.
Okay. 1, 2. Both your Spire. Oh no, that one's not in range. This one is though. So roll attack die. Nothing. Okay. I'll attack that.
So round to me. Darb is now over there with the secret passage. So I kind of want to get into a fighting match with Darb, but I think I'm going to avoid it.
Are
for
you
now.
sure about that?
I am more than sure about that. What I am going to do is spend the last of my source to pay for a 4th upgrade for this 2 upgradable monoland. Now, how can I do that, you may ask? Well, I have 3 connected spires, so I can add 2 to the upgrades and go up to 4. I'm going to hide him just there, ready for the next wave. So over to Ryan.
All right. I am going to move my skitter here. 1, 2, 3. This is still closer than he was before. Then I am going to move Ekel here. And I'm going to move Okjab out here.
Across the mountains.
Yep.
Okay.
All right. So Spire's Fire first.
Was that one in range?
Yep.
Perfect.
Sure is.
Come on, baby. All right.
2.
Not great, but I'll take it. All right. So first, the skitter is going to. Actually, I'm going to explore this first. That's what I'm going to do.
Wow.
But I'm not going to turn it over though.
Okay.
Actually, I think I am going to turn it over.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. Can
do you need
put 3 more? Yeah. All right. So, but he's going to attack him.
Yeah.
And hit him for 2, and then Ekel's going to kill him, and I get 2 source, and
wow.
I get a
upgrade.
I'm gonna take a fortification upgrade.
Nice. So that goes underneath. So it's the bottom.
Yeah. Okay.
Because that can come off as the first health hit.
All right. And I get how much source do I get? 2.
2.
Okay. All right. And that's it for me this time.
Okay. My turn.
Yep.
Sure.
I'm gonna stay where I am for right now.
Yep. I'm done.
I'm not gonna go pick off that skitter.
See, I want him to come and hit Darb. So I could come in. It's only worth two and an upgrade, but I would leave me in a bad position for the start of the next wave. So I'm going to let Ryan go for it.
Okay. All right.
I'm hoping he can survive the hail of fire.
I don't think that's going to happen, but
the 4 or
all right.
2 attacks.
All right. So Skitter's going to go. Let's see. He's got 2 range, so yeah, that's not closer. So I guess I'll go 1, 2, 3.
Yep.
And then Eccle's going to move.
Oh, I forgot you had 3 movement.
Eccle's going to move out of range here. 1. I was here.
Yep.
And then Occhep's going to move over here. 1. And Occhep's going to look in here. Oh wait, Spire's fire first. You can kill my guy.
Double blank. Coming up.
All right.
That's 2 source.
Yep. Okay.
Okay, so my plan of the Skitter doing some damage for me is...
I'm going to check this one out, and I'm going to leave it alone. Actually, yeah, I'm going to leave it alone.
All right. And all minions are dead, so end of the wave, right?
Yep, campfire for the heroes and end of the wave.
All right, everyone get your chips back.
Yep. Thank you very much.
Yep.
All right, so we do everything done with that.
Yep.
And then we move on to the event phase.
For wave 3.
Desperate times. This wave, defeating a unit does not prevent it from retaliating.
Ooh. Okay. All right. So income now.
Yep, incoming. We get this is wave 3, so we're going to get
5, 7, 9.
9.
So I go up to 9.
All right. Okay.
All right, and I'm first player now, right?
You are. So let's clear these fellows out.
Refresh the market.
Okay. So we have how do we say this? Carboni. I'm not sure.
Carbone.
Yeah. The hero.
It's a good pizza joint in Minneapolis.
We have Babel. So if you get this one, all your chips will speak different languages. We've got the
Mr. Writer.
I do need more Spires. I've got to admit, this is something I definitely need.
We have Anarchist and
classic.
We have Roa. So no.
All right. Well,
you get first choice, my friend.
I kind of want the Anarchist.
You always go for the Anarchist, but you.
But I'm going to use it for. I'm going to do a different thing with it.
A different thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So go ahead and refresh it.
We've got the Blade Wall.
Ooh.
So I can have a 5th Spire, and then that is done. So do I want the Blade Wall to be my 5th Spire? 3 attack and a defense. Doesn't really add much to me because of my connectivity. I'm going to pass on the market. In fact, before you do that, I'm going to buy the Earthscape. That's the other option. Please may I have the top nice Earthscape.
I wanted to do that.
Oh, did you want to buy it? I mean, I'm happy to.
No,
you can swap it for a beer.
It's cool.
Swap it for a...
All right, let's see. Let's see. I've got.
That's out of game trading, and that's frowned upon here.
All right, I'm gonna not buy anything.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So now we move on to the build phase.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go first because it's my turn.
Because it's your turn, and that's what you do.
I'm gonna build Savvy Negotiator.
Savvy Negotiator.
Oh my god! I was like, what jingle is that from? Oh, now I'm getting William Shatner flashbacks.
That is never a good place to be.
Yeah.
Okay, I think. See, upgrades for me. I can go another upgrade, couple of upgrades, but they're really expensive at this point. And pretty much everything has 2 attacks, so that is also a tough place to be. So I'm gonna risk it for a wave 4 potential. I mean, I'm going to buy the Source Reserve, so that's 6 of my 7. And the Source Reserve is the upgrade to the barrier that I haven't actually used yet, but my capacity is now 30, and I get an extra 10 Source for the next income phase. So there we go. So that is in the Azure Temple down here.
Okay. I'm going to spend 4 to get Cocoon Surplus, so I get 1 CP now during my prep phases. That's in the larva hatchery.
Yep. Okay, my turn? Yep. All right, I'm going to get the Joust training for 3, which gives me the Joust die.
Right. I'm done.
All right, I'm going to, I need some more.
Couple of pegs?
Yes. So I'm going to spend 4 to get the Evo Purifier, which lets me gain the source cost of my minions' basic size when they finish evolving.
Nice.
Okay.
Which is 0 cost on the first time you use it, which is great.
Back to me, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to spend 3 more source to get the Gate Repair.
Going to heal up.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
What was that supposed to mean? And you're passing?
Yeah,
some?
I've only got 1 source left, so.
Okay, I am going to spend 4 more to get the Evo Acceleration, which lets me use the Evo die on my larva.
All right. And I'm going to spend 3 more. Finish off the Sanctuary with Fortress Spires.
Yep.
And so can I get 2 attack chips and 2 range chips?
2 attack. Yep. 2 range. So my flippity floppity hex thing, do I do that in the build phase?
Yes.
So I might as well do that now whilst we're Is that the noise that the Harriers make?
Yes. Confirmed. Okay. That is official canon.
And just to be very clear, this can go over any hex that I have influence over, right? It doesn't have to be on a fully controlled one.
I believe
so I have influence over all of these 3. So I'm going to try and do that. So the reason I've done that is because, yes, it cuts off this direct path, but there is still a legal move for the heirs to go all the way around there. So it forces the long way around and hopefully forces you two to fight even if you're after me. Although it does open up spires to other people, but we'll worry about that later.
Okay. I am going to spend 3 more to get the Expanded Hatchery, which lets me get a larva at no CP cost every round. So actually, I need more of these pips. This is my big. All right.
Just give you the whole.
You are both upgrading a huge amount. I like it.
That's how you win.
All right.
Maybe. I win by defeating you.
Okay.
Not in 3-player.
Over to you.
Oh, I'm done.
You're done? Okay, we're all done.
Oh no, I'm going to do one more thing. Sorry.
Wow.
I'm going to spend 3 more to upgrade the attack, I think, on that fellow over there.
Yep.
And now I am done.
Sweet.
Right on. All right.
It's a good thing. I do like the fact that the Grige have got some very cheap upgrades.
Yeah. So we go to prep phase.
Yep.
All right. Who are we going after?
You're first player, so you choose
yeah,
first.
you're right. Oh gosh, that's just a mess. I'm sorry, I have to go after you.
Okay.
Look at that. I don't want to deal with that.
So the question is, do I think I can actually get through to you at some point? I think I do. I think I still need to go for the heirs.
Okay.
Although I am tempted to go for the Grige.
Do it.
But I'm not going to.
Do it.
Carry on.
Do it.
I will. I mean, someone's got to go over there sometime. I'll go over there.
Are you sure? So, I mean, I've got a very fragile fortress, but I do have the defenses out there. But if you get through those, then I'm done. So,
okay. All right.
Yep, let's do it.
So I'm going to actually use the savvy negotiator to sell back the anarchist to the market. And I get 4 source for doing that.
I like it.
Getting me a net gain of 1 source.
Nice. That was a savvy negotiation.
Wow, that was, yeah.
And
worthwhile.
Roll my command die.
3 more. Okay, I'm glad you didn't choose me that phase. That's.
And then go ahead and roll my joust training die.
Yep.
For 1 extra attack.
Sweet.
All right.
Okay.
Okay, so we now have 9 or 12 in your case.
I have 10 this time.
What do I do this round? brand new set of chips. Takes a second to put them apart. You're stealing all the health. You're probably going to need these. The amount of health that you guys are getting. Okay, let us know when you're ready.
I'm ready.
Okay.
All right, so I've got a Wind Rush, 2 Jousts, 2 Harriers.
A Wind Rush, so you've got a transport. Interesting. I don't have that much money to spend. So I have my second Bishop, which is risky, but I've given myself a channel where I have to use the range, and 2 Burnouts, which are the entropy. So if they go down to 1 health, they explode. I'm going to hope to take down some of you guys with me as I go.
All right. I got a Damp Skitter, which has flying and toxic fumes, and I have a Gek Web, which has toxic secretion, and then I get a free larva as well.
Nice. Okay, I am stacked and ready to go.
All right.
Oh yeah, I need some more chips. I'm sorry.
Health chips?
Yeah, I need like 8.
You guys and your fully evolved giant bug things.
Yep. All right.
I'm just trying to shout Starship Trooper quotes at people now.
What's the only good kind of bug?
Well, I'm from Buenos Aires, so I say kill 'em all. Anyway.
All right. Ready to go?
I'm not from Buenos Aires, for those of you wondering. It is a strange
The
accent.
accent
Yeah,
gave
it
it away,
does.
All right, so start of the onslaught phase, I get to put Elfin Kazi on my Regal Lookout because it's got 1 Elfin.
Yep.
Putting it on the Glide Bomb side.
1 Elfin.
All right.
Okay.
So I'll begin.
And again, just to reiterate, because there's so many things going on and we're doing it under the clock for the recording, the event this round is you retaliate even if you die, which is huge.
Okay, so actually I'm going to have those guys go in a different order. There we go. Okay.
It's imposing.
That's what I'm going for.
Imposing, yeah.
Is the Elfin Kazi going to move this time?
Oh, it has to, otherwise. Oh, shoot, I didn't think about that.
Why? Because it's going to get shot by the other Spire.
All right. Well, because let's see, it does, Glide Bomb does attack Fortress Gates. So I'm going to go ahead and move, and it does it at the end of its movement, so before Spire's fire. It's going to explode, dealing 2 damage to that, which only removes 1 upgrade, and 2 damage to your fortress.
It does not hurt my minions, right? Because they're
Correct.
still inside.
Yep.
Okay. All right.
They haven't opened the doors yet. Doors? Don't really have doors, do they? Are you all done?
Would that trigger your surrogate die?
No, because it's only on attacks.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, very different. Yep. Okay. Am I good to move?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to come out 1, 2. 1, 2. I got to get it in there. Case of the bishop. Just going to shoot the Cerveza. And carry on.
All right. So I'm going to start evolving my larva here. And then, thank you. Thank you. And I'm going to move. Okay, I'm going to move 1, 2. Let's see. No, I don't want to do that because you're here. So actually, I'm going to go 1, 2. And I'm going to go 1, 2. And then these.
Oh, he's got 3. So you go 1, 2, 3, I guess.
Oh, right, because he's in the water. That's right. I forgot about that.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, so I'll go like that.
Okay.
Thank you. And then Ocjab is going to move here, and Eccle's going to move here. And I will explore this, and it is a fountain.
Oh, nice. Get to heal.
Yeah. So when does that trigger? Does it trigger at the beginning of a beginning
at
of
the start of each round? So
Okay.
when it comes back to me.
All right. Okay.
And
And that's
back
it.
to me.
That's it for me.
So they get to heal.
All right. Sweet.
Sweet. Okay.
Okay. All right, so I'm gonna go.
Somebody going to hit the Grey Wolves. I love the Grey Wolves.
3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Wow, that's fast.
2, 3. Oh. No.
Trying to be too careful.
Yeah. All right, and our go this way.
Oh, you don't want to come towards me?
No, not really.
Are you sure?
All right, so I'm going to quick strike the bottom attack upgrade from there.
You just built that. Stop being so mean.
Never.
Yep.
And
so then Spire's fire?
Yep, Spire's fire.
All right.
I'll let you choose which ones.
Right.
Attack what?
It's a good question. I think...
So this one can only reach the Windrush.
Right, yeah.
So you might as well start with that one.
Yeah, so I think I will have them both attack separate people.
Okay.
So this one's for the Windrush. 1. And this one's for the Harrier. Nothing. Ugh.
Oh, unlucky. Unlucky, unlucky. That is super unlucky. Okay, so any other attacks from you that you're next to? You've already done your quick strike for the Harrier. So it's over to me. So the question is, do I want to come out there now and to start to harass those? So I'm going to go 1, 2 with the entropy guy. 1, 2 with the bishop. And then, so I'm going to move into Toxic Secretion, but do a point of damage there, I think. Don't really want that. Dead this turn. I want him to come around this way. But I'm only going to do 1 movement to take 1 damage. If I keep moving further, I'll keep taking damage, so that's that. Okay, and then it is my bishop. So I've got choices here. I've got finish off the beetle or start chipping away at the Grey Wolves. But if I do that, I might help you finish it off in your go. So I'm going to take the source. That was the point of this move. So I'm going to stick to it. So 4 source for me. Up to 5. That's dead. And over to Ryan.
So, okay, so this guy is flying, so let's see, he's closest to you, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, I'm going that way. Yeah, I'm going that way, of course. Yes,
Yeah.
yes thank
Hold
you.
on.
Yeah,
I mean,
you're right. Yep.
So technically, that is closer
Okay.
to me anyway, so
Yeah.
you could do that.
I don't want to. All right, so I'm going to go like this, and then I'm going to move the Gecko Web here, 1, 2, and I'm going to move the Dam Skitter here, 1, 2, 3.
Nice.
And then I'm going to move Okjab actually 1, 2, 3, I think.
Yep.
And so first I will attack with my Gecko Web on the Windrush. So retaliates for 1. And then I will attack the Windrush with my Dam Skitter for 2.
Okay.
Nice.
All right.
That's it for me.
Okay, back to me. None of those guys can make progress because they're blocked. So Joust comes up. Harrier. There. And I'll fly you around.
Yep.
All right. So quick strikes for, well, I'll do these ones first because they have to go. Harrier I'll do first. So, all right.
Relentless Wolves.
1.
Here they go. Oh,
Hey,
you lucky,
only
lucky
1.
boy.
And
Oh,
then-
I need a Spire Fire on you too. But
yeah,
Quick strike first. Yep.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Okay.
And it's worth noting, obviously this is in range of this tower, but it doesn't have air defense on the
Yeah.
flyer, so
So I'm going
it hasn't been missed. It is just
to remove that.
Okay.
nice.
Get rid of your options.
Yep.
All right, and then, so that's up my 3 quick strikes. So now Spire's fire.
All right. So this Spire is going to fire at this
Yeah,
fella.
that's literally your only choices.
Yeah.
One more.
All right. So he's gone, and then I get no source reward for that.
Oh, and I also remember my jousts have +1 attack, so that Grey Wolf is
Got 1 left.
All right. And then
That's good for me.
Yep.
and then my Hive will attack the Harrier for
Ooh.
2.
Again, the health upgrade saving the life of the Harrier. Your health upgrades, okay, shows that that's a great choice tactically.
Well, and I got another upgrade, or I got another health back for.
Oh yeah.
Right. Okay, so the question is, that's all your movement or your attacks? Because you've got quick strike, it feels odd to be out of sequence. I need to make sure that I'm not Darv's not hitting anything. Okay, so it is over to me. Perfect. So my movement, lead minion first, is going to go 1, 2, and the bishop is going to go 1, 2. Anjabin is going to. So you've got a range of 3, 1, 2, 3. So I'm in trouble if I come that far out. So I just won't come that far across. I think is what we're talking about with that one. We're going to come around there and chase. Okay, so attacks. I'm going to hit the wolf to finish him off. Thank you very much for hurting him so much.
Get a relic card. First relic of the
I
game.
do. So the relic is the Grige Carapace. Thank you for leaving your body parts around. When one of your units would be defeated by an attack, that attack does no damage, and your unit does not retaliate. Ooh. I could keep that secret.
Yeah, you could have.
Yeah, I know.
Now we know.
Don't tell anyone. Right. And then the bishop. So 1, 2, 3. I can either hit the joust or I can finish the Harrier off, and I think it makes more sense to kill the Harrier.
Okay.
So I do that and get 2 sauce. Up to 7. I think I am done.
Okay.
Yep.
Right.
Simple moves for a simple person.
So, don't sell yourself short. So I should have one.
Sorry.
Go.
That Grail Wolf still attacks your.
Is it for all?
It's defeating a unit. So.
Sure.
Yep. So.
Do it. So on the burnout.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the minion units do it.
Hey, all right.
It's like
as we were.
I saw it
As
in
we
the
were.
wins. Yeah. That's a really good point actually about killing bigger.
Yeah.
All right, so this larva would finish evolving now, but instead I get to roll the evolution, the Evo die. Gekweb. So I've got I've got upgraded. So I also get 1 source for finishing evolving. Yay! And I've got an evolved Gekweb. So yeah, I need a couple more. Thank you. And I don't like the Darbas over there, but I don't want to stay in the range of that guy either. So I guess.
To be fair, your air defense can do something in a bit.
Yeah. So I'm going to go 1, 2. Oh, sorry, I have to do with my leading minions first. So.
Damp Skitter's gonna have to move.
Yes.
Sure is.
Okay. So, where is Anjabin? So for evolution, just a quick question. Can his? So I know heroes can still damage evolving minions. Can Anjabin's weird radiation
the
thing?
sorcerer, after this unit's movement, it may deal 1 damage to all adjacent opposing units and spires.
Okay.
Is the wording?
I'm just checking to see if
as you're evolving.
Yeah. It says it can still be attacked by heroes, but not otherwise.
So this
I think,
is not
I
an
think he's,
attack.
So I think he's safe. So he's going to actually go right here. 1, 2, 3. And he has to stay there.
Yep.
And he's going to move here.
We've got a scrum in the middle of the board this time around. We've got so many units going in.
She's going to stay back there for now.
Sure.
And then he's going to go here. Which I know I did that out of order. I apologize. So Eccle's going to attack the Harrier, which is he still retaliates because of the event.
Yep. So 1 damage.
But I capture you though. That was a capture.
Oh dang!
Oh, so this actually goes.
I thought it was
Yeah. Boo. All right. So I've captured your Harrier.
Bring it on, boys.
And then this Gekweb has to attack the Joust.
Okay, so 1 and then 3. So
3.
Dead.
Yikes.
Dead.
And that means so you get to level up.
So you get 2 stars. Oh, and I got 2 for killing your guy. And then he is going to evolve in. He's going to go here. Start hanging out.
And you get 1 right away, don't you?
I don't think so, do I? I don't think so. I'll look at it
You
when
can check that one.
okay,
Yeah.
cool.
So,
all right. So back to me then.
Joust with your Fury Kick.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if you can actually make it count this time.
Let's see. That is closer, correct?
Yep.
Yep. Move there. All right. So I am going to use, let's see, Fury Kick. Lets me, when attacking a minion, I trade places prior to applying damage, and then the damage from this attack is dealt to all opposing units adjacent to the unit. So it won't actually hurt anyone else, but I will.
Does Fury Kick go at the same time as Quick Strike, or is it separate?
Yes, they're at the same time.
Yep.
So that, and then I do 3 damage, and you retaliate for 2.
Now, does my toxic secretion trigger on you?
No, because it's not part of a movement.
Okay.
Okay, Quick Strike from the Joust.
And then finish that off.
All right. So that's 3 source for you.
Level up.
And any other regular attacks?
You said 3 source, right?
Yes, I did.
Yep. All right, and then Spire's Fire.
Yes. Okay. So I will attack that guy.
Yep. There we go.
One.
Finished off. And how much source?
2 source.
Okay, and then over to me.
Yep.
Okay, so round to my turn. You can add your health to your evolution that we were checking on.
Yes.
I am going to use my limited build option this round. We're getting through the pegs. Boop. To add, to build a new Spire. Boop-a-doo. So I'm going to go for a Refractor. It is going to go... Do I have the range to put it there? So it's 4 to build the base one, which is 2 attack and 1 range. And then I'm going to put a defense on the bottom, which makes it 6. And I'm going to put it quite far forward. I'm going to put it right out here. Pow. 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 There we go. Ka-chow. So that's my one. So that's both build options because I built it and then I added
the upgrades
to it. So that's cool. Now my actual movement is going to be Burnout first of all. Oh, I quite like that. 1, 2, and then Mr. Bishop. 1, 2, and then 1, 2 to there. Okay, so I am going to do, let's double check the entropy. So I'm going to hit you with my, I'm going to attack you.
For 1.
For 1.
Okay, and I'm going to respond with 3
Yep.
because of my upgrade. So he's dead.
And then this guy is going to, do I try and hurt Ocjab to make him run away, or do I do the one there, like that? So I'm going to shoot Ocjab for 2.
All right.
Okay. And I think, yep, another one, what is dead. Done. Right.
Okay. I am going to move. Oh, geez, because I have to move my whole movement. Curses. All right. I'm going to go. I have to go like this then. 1, 2, 3.
Yep.
He's going to get absolutely savaged. And then I will, let's see, is it worth, I think it is worth, I'm going to move.
Running away?
No, actually. So I am going to move Ocjab there. So go ahead and, both of you are
So I'm next in turn order.
Yeah.
So
Spire's Fire from you. See if you can kill it first. You got it.
Yep.
All right.
That's
Ooh,
3.
take it away from me.
Oh, and actually, sorry, I need to do this too.
Yep.
And then Then I'm actually going to attack the Joust with Ocjab first.
Okay, so
so
2.
Yep.
And then I counter.
Yep, and she's dead.
So how much do I get?
3.
Interesting.
And I cap out at 20.
And
what was the reason for doing that one first, right?
Because I'm going to attack it now with Echo and capture it.
Yeah, good
nice.
call.
Nice.
All right. And I get an upgrade, so I am going to upgrade to. I can get an attack upgrade this time.
Right.
Which I have one of.
My poor entropy thing. I thought you were going to hit me and I was going to explode until you both down. And
All right.
All right.
do
I am going to spend my 2 source for reserves.
Yep.
To bring out
the Joust. And do you take a movement or not?
No, not yet.
No.
Not
Okay.
until my turn.
Cool.
All right. And you're all done?
I am all done.
Okay.
Yes.
So I'm going to spend 2 source as well. Now that's my turn to heal my gate for 1.
Yep.
That's one of my limited build actions. And I'm going to do my other limited build action. Is I am going to purchase. I don't have anything flying now. All right. I'm going to get a Regal Lookout.
Mm-hmm. Like it.
Okay. And so I'm going to go.
Okay. So your Spires.
Shoot, yeah, you're right. Do you mind if I rewind?
Sure.
Okay. I'm going to go there.
Okay, because you don't want to be hit by me.
Correct. But that one's still.
Yeah.
Has that one got 3 attack as well, or is that not part of that?
Yes, it does.
It
It's
does.
all of them that I put out this way.
Sure. Okay, so I can't actually hurt you there at all.
Okay.
So you can go roll
yes.
against Darb.
Yes, I will. I will. All right. Come on, baby. 1.
Okay. So I'll remove that range upgrade.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Okay. Anything else from you?
That's it for me.
Okay. Yes, and Spires. So I was going to. My initial plan was to jump through the secret passage and come out over there next to where a bunch of things was going on and just like cause a mess for the sorcerer. There's nothing over there anymore, so that kind of seems like a silly plan. So I am going to go just and try and chip in here, and whatever happens, happens. So I'm going to move to there. And then after the movement, one of that, and the range from that.
Oh, I get to roll my.
No, it's after the
Oh,
movement.
right.
Yeah.
But now I get to roll.
That's the only reason I went in there, because it's a movement thing rather than a
Quite reach that.
attack thing. And so my remaining moves, 1, 2, 1, 2 is all I can really do to you. I can shoot a lot of different things. Okay, so Spire's fire.
Yep. This one I'm going to attack your bishop.
Okay. Hoping for not a double 2. Got it. 2 1s.
Okay. And
Okay,
then
and
Regal
another.
Lookout against Anjabin.
Gets a 1. I can deal with that.
All right.
Okay, so my bishop is going to kill the Joust, because otherwise the entropy guy dies. So source for that one is 3. 2. So I'm up to 3. Okay. I'm starting to get through. Let's see if we can get a bit more damage on you before I die to the Spires.
All right.
Over to Ryan?
Yes. Okay. I'm going to spend a limited build action to add 2 upgrades to my Hive Spire here. I'm going to, so that costs me 5, and I'm going to add an attack and a range to it. So can I have, I don't know.
Attack and a range.
Yes.
Yep. We're almost out of attack chips.
Yeah, I'm going to do it this way this time.
Darn it.
So definitely one of the tactics in this, for those of you watching at home, is the chip limit is what is in the game. So if we pay for and use all of the attack chips, you cannot upgrade. You cannot steal it from anywhere else. You have to wait until you actually kill them and get them from elsewhere. So buying the chips out is definitely a tactic.
And then, let's see. What should I do with Echo these days? I don't even know.
To go kill that bishop.
Well, you've moved off your home hex for a
yeah.
change, so go for it.
I don't want to kill. I thought about killing the bishop because it would give me a lot of source, but
you want me to take
I
down
want
some
you
of the,
to do some of that
I
thing.
concur with that.
Yeah.
I think it's a great plan.
Okay.
Do you concur? Do you really?
No.
Let's see. So, So if I go like that, I'll be in range. You're stupid, Spire, with its long range. All right. I'm gonna go here.
Okay. Perfect.
Okay. Then to me.
Then to you.
Come on then. Derpy Dart, what are you gonna do?
Running away.
Running away.
That's what I do best.
It is what you do best. Okay, over to me.
I suppose.
Bump, bump. Get rid of the range on that, please.
What am I
Just
doing?
one, not all of it. He's not that good.
So is it just where you end up, or is it every turn?
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
So it's after this unit's movement.
Okay.
So yeah, nice and clear. So I'm not gonna. I can't skim through everything, which
Yeah.
some of the other ones can. Okay, that seems to be a straightforward movement. And so the question is, do I want to risk that or not? So I'm going to go 1-2 to there and not get shot this turn. So I was thinking about going there, surviving the shot, and trying to kill Darb in one go. But I think that's a little too risky.
Yeah. Plus I have dodge, so.
Well, it puts you back onto your weaker side,
Yeah.
which is pretty huge. I'm gonna have to deal with it at some point. Okay. So Spire's Fire.
All right.
Where do you want to go?
I'll do Regal Lookout against the Burnout first.
Sure.
Nothing.
Nothing.
All right. I'll take out
Dodge.
Dodge. Well, hopefully.
Hopefully.
Okay, cool.
Got it.
That's
yeah,
3.
that was causing some havoc back there. See, I really like this hero. Okay. And then my attacks. Obviously, one on there to take that one out, and the source for that is
3. Oh no!
So the poor thing about all the air stuff is it doesn't give away very much source, whereas I give away a lot of source. So and then one attack there, so rid of that. Chipping away. It's been a long day. Okay, next up is Ryan.
All right. Well, this fella evolves now. And he stays the same amount though. So he is here, and he's gonna immediately get bodied, I think. But
only one of those spires has air defense.
Yeah, that's true. Okay.
Yeah, it's all the way back here.
Then he's gonna go. Let's see, and his range is 2 only.
Correct.
All right, so he's gonna go 1, 2, 3.
Yep. Yeah, manipulating that movement
Yep.
for one less Spire shot is great.
And yeah. Okay. I'm thinking that maybe Echo's gonna he's gonna go over here and see what can be seen.
Yep.
Oh wait, sorry, let's go this way. All right. So nothing can attack him, right? Nothing can attack my dance getter where he is.
You are flying.
All right,
so
so
you're going to go for
I'm going to take out the Aspect Spire. Which, how much do I get for that?
You get a mighty 3.
Okay. And that's all she wrote for me.
Okay. All right. Well, that bishop's gonna take Darb out pretty much, no matter where I go.
Well, I could take you out instead if you'd rather.
That's what I'm wondering, actually. Or should I try and take down that entropy? I'm not so worried about the entropy because it's not going to damage my spires or fortress. So
you say that now.
I'm going to go that way.
All right.
Okay, so I dodge, I flip, keep my current health.
Okay.
And then I'm going to attack to remove range.
Okay. So anything else? Over to me.
Yep.
Before I do it. Yep. So that's a fairly straightforward movement. Don't do anything about that. And the bishop, I could mess around and go to there, or I could go to there. The same spire still shoots me, and none of the other ones do. So so there we go.
Okay.
So that one there, it's a 1. So I survive.
Okay, then this one against that. That's a
So
2.
Down goes down to 1 and uses its entropy to explode.
Sweet.
So
Yay.
entropy detonates immediately if the house is reduced to 1, defeating itself and dealing 2 damage to all non-Neuroran units. So it doesn't hit the fortress gate. Boo! I was hoping you only do 1 a turn. I can just poke away at you for a few turns. In fact, because it was my leading minion, it was supposed to have died way before it gets that far. So I think I am going to do an attack on your fortress.
All right.
And then I die back.
So I get 4 source. God, I don't.
Right, exactly.
I'm capped at source.
Is my hero going to campfire mode now? Because I'm on my own person.
No, because Darb's still out. So
yeah.
Okay, great.
So your damp skitterer.
Okay. First, I'm going to take my second build action, limited build action, to put my range upgrade back on that thing, if you please, and
up and down that spire.
Yeah. Right. Then Echo's going to go over here, and this guy is going to go. Let's see, so he's going to go this way. He's going to go 1, 2, tray.
So were you there, or were you there?
I was here.
You're there.
Yeah.
So 1, 2, 3, and that's only 2 away. So yep, absolutely.
All right. So I am going to first check this one out. Engage.
Engage.
Trexer Loner. And
you do 2 to it. It does 1 back to you.
Yep.
Okay. That. And then you hit me here.
Yes, indeed.
That. Okay, I get some shots on you next turn. Hopefully, don't take too much damage.
Jeremy.
I just want to give up with Darb.
Poor Darb.
Darb served his purpose. So exciting. All right.
Nice.
Okay.
Okay.
You don't have any units left, right?
Correct.
Okay. So, then he's going to stay here. Damp Skitter is going to go 1, 2, 3.
Yep.
Now, all right. You do your worst.
Yep. I'll try not to do my worst. I'll take average, to be honest. Yep. 2.
Okay. All right.
Boom.
So I attack you.
Okay.
For 3 on the
3.
on
Okay.
the
I'm going to spend some source to absorb it because I bought it on wave 1 and I haven't used it yet.
Bummer.
So 1 source per damage to negate up to 2 damage. So I'm going to spend 2.
You still take 1.
And I still take 1.
And I still take the retaliation, right?
So take the retaliation.
Okay. And then I will kill this Trexer Loner.
I wonder if I should have just sacrificed Darb just to put your hero on campfire.
Where are we putting the discarded guys? All right. And so I get 4 for that. And I also get to flip him.
Sweet.
Now you don't have capture anymore.
I don't have capture anymore. That is
Well,
true.
it's okay. It's wave 4. Okay. Darb. Is Darb going to do anything?
Oh, I could send Darb back to heal. No, Darb's going to just stand
Darb's fine there, I think.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Darb's good out here.
on your turn, you can't move the minion because it's already as far as it can go. Do you want to move Ekel at all, ready for the next wave?
No, I'm going to stay there.
And I'll do the Spire.
Yep.
Finishes it off.
All right.
So I get 3 source for that.
So can I?
Oh, you can still look. Yeah, of course. Yeah. You're out exploring.
Can I just quick check
yeah,
something?
of course.
So many keywords.
All right. I'm actually going to reveal this and spend the 6 source to overload it.
Nice.
So I get a relic. Yep.
Like it. Like it.
So I have the Fortress Portal, which is a single-use relic. At the end of your turn during the onslaught phase, return a hero to its fortress. This hero may be deployed again this wave. Well, that's pretty nice. All right.
All right.
Okay.
And that concludes
Wave
wave 3.
Yep.
On to the final wave. All right, everybody,
Yeah.
chips back.
Thank you. So we start with an event, refreshing the market, and then some income.
Okay. Final event is Heroes Fate. The CP cost of heroes is reduced by 3 this wave.
Oh, Bidra's coming out to play.
Yeah, we already. Yep.
Well, that's not very good for
Is
me.
the Queen coming out?
Yeah,
No,
maybe.
no,
maybe.
not what. Not. If, I mean, I don't think any of us is going to destroy our fortresses at this time, so I don't want to lose.
I don't know, I'm going to try my best.
I'm going to reduce points to do
All right.
this.
Go ahead and refresh the market,
right.
and everyone gets 11 swords.
I get 21.
I get 1.
You get 1.
Yeah.
I get 21. So my cap is 30, but I'm only on 7 now, so I go up to 28. Okay, so let's see if this getting it ready for the final phase is worthwhile.
So we have Baza as a hero.
Oh, nice.
Ooh.
I do like that one.
The Convict.
Nice.
Also, ooh.
Ladnil, my favorite.
Hey.
My Chip Theory
Your
nickname.
namesake, yep. Like
Well,
it.
now you have to buy it.
I might. And the Stave of Anvas.
So what does the Stave of Anvas do for those who haven't seen it? The magic light missile is it?
Pay
2 or 3.
2 source
Yep.
to deal 1 damage to a unit up to 3 hexes away.
I believe I will be buying that.
All right, that's 3
So
source.
3 source down to 25. Feels like a very Neuroran thing to do to carry around this magic-like missile.
Stave of Anvas will be making another appearance on one of the Heroes Bounty cards as something that Anvas is holding in one of the arts by Anthony. And then we got a Slingshot Spire. Let's see. As much as I would like to because I only, so how much do I have? I've got, this cost me 6, and I've got 11. Yeah, so as much as I would like to buy Ladno, I think I'm actually going to buy Baza instead.
Right.
That slingshot's only 2, right?
Slingshot is only 2, and we've got a new one on here. We've got the Brick and Mortars Spire.
Ooh, is that also 2?
That's
Oh,
4.
4.
Yep.
It's quite expensive.
Yeah. I'll buy the slingshot.
Sure. Okay.
All right.
Build phase?
Build phase. You're up first.
I am up first, so I'm going to buy quite a few things. So I need to start resurrecting my troops. So I'm going to take the naming stones as my first one. Do we want to do them all at the same time and just do them? Because I'm happy to tell you guys about a couple of ones I'm doing.
Well, it would only come down if anybody's building on.
Oh, that's true. Whether we're going on well. So where do we have influence? At the moment, you do have an influence here, so you can build there. So do I want to stop that is the question. That's probably a good shout to stop that, just so we don't. I don't want to get caught out in the final wave by having a silly big one next to me. Yeah, good point. Target well hit, Captain. I'm going to take a monoland with air defense.
All right, I'm going to spend 3 to buy the Hive Altar advancement, which lets me put a Merc unit on the Hive Altar and declare a faction minion type, and I can use get the power of that thing for my for that kind of minion if I want to.
Nice.
All right. So I am going to build my slingshot. Can I have 2 range and 1 attack? How many attack chips are left?
There's one
over there.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Let's put it back in there, ready to go.
Right?
Yep.
Back to you.
Back to me already. So I've got my 5 spies out. I can't build anymore. I would love to build more, but I can't build anymore. Okay, so now I'll go
Spire
on to
inferiority right now.
Right. So my Forgotten Graves upgrade number 1 puts me down to 21. Okay. Oh. Yeah, 21. 28 minus 7.
I'm not checking you on your math.
No,
So I hope
it's
you're
fine.
right.
4 and 3 from 28 is 21. I like it. I'm just not used to having this much sauce.
All right.
Yep.
I am going to spend 3 more to build the Queen's Feast advancement, which lets me eat a Merc minion or unit.
All right. I'm going to buy Glide. 2, 3.
I don't know what that one does, but
It's when deploying from a fortress, units with the talent flying may spend their movement to fly to a hex adjacent to an air spire on the adjacent isle.
Okay, sweet. Okay, I'm going to go to the next Forgotten Graves section. For 3 more, down to 18. Next.
All right. I don't have any source left, but I'm going to, as a build option, now that I have Queen's Feast, I can eat Baza and get half of her health back into my fortress. So
Wow.
Nom 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 nom.
So mean, so gross.
That is a tasty looking lizard. All right.
The sheer fact that you guys have been buying the market stuff and then consuming them.
Yeah.
I trade it back.
Well, yeah.
All right, I'm gonna spend. Oh. Okay, so actually, can you grab me that? I need another air spire.
I can get you another air spire.
Okay, and then can I get an attack and a range?
You may. Okay.
Okay.
And back to me, I guess. So I've ported those to Portal Amplification, because it's 2. Portal Amplification is in the gate port, which is there. 2, down 16. Okay. Ryan, you haven't got anything left?
I am done.
All right, well, I'm going to keep going. I'm going
I've
to
got a couple
spend
left.
1, 2, 3 to buy. Can I have that? Is that the last attack?
It is.
I'm going to put that on this one.
I was wondering whether or not to upgrade that. I need to upgrade range rather than attack, so I'm not fussed too much right now. But I definitely need range. So the issue I have with this one is the range for sure. So I'm going to spend.
What's it gone to?
4. So that's 2. So down to 12 to put one on here. And I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 connected out, so I can have up to 4, so I can 6 upgrades. I'm going to put another one of those for another 2. It's not too expensive when they're defensive chips. It's not the best thing in the world, but not the worst thing in the world, obviously. And then as I got caught out last time because of the range of this one, I don't want that to happen again, so I'm going to pay for a range on that one as well. And that puts me down to 6. 6, 6, 6. Do I want to do one more? Tempted to do the power rings to teleport it out. Fnatic Tower and power rings. I'm going to try it. I'm going to go for the last of my source is going to be the Fnatic Tower and the power rings to try and teleport one of my units out of things. So there we go. And I get to roll the Fnatic dice to see what my range is. Mighty 3.
Oh.
That's fine.
All right.
That's enough.
I'm done. I'm
Okay.
good.
I'm out.
I'll spend 4 to get a range upgrade.
Yep. Okay.
All right, and then I'm done. So if everyone else is done. Okay. So now we enter the prep phase.
Yeah.
And remember that heroes cost 3 less.
Also, we have to pick our marks first.
Oh, yep.
Good call. I'm going to go for you again.
I was hoping you'd go for me because I wanted to go for the Grease this time.
He healed.
I'm nervous about him.
He's still got more than me. He's still beating me.
Yeah, I want to keep it that way.
Right. Okay, I think with a combined effort of Nerora and Grease, we can do it.
Oh, I suppose you should have picked. I'll pick my mark last.
Okay. I'm going to go for the Grease.
Oh!
Ha
I don't. All right. Okay. I'm gonna go for the.
I was going to go for the Grease either way when you're on there anyway.
Go for the airs also.
Okay, I'm gonna. Sorry.
Double up.
Oh man, I don't understand.
But I think you can.
Well, because how many points are you at? 1, 2, 3, 4.
I understand what you're
6,
doing.
7, 8.
7.
Yeah.
What?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
8 plus 9, so you're at 16. Ooh.
17.
17. Ooh, actually. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10. How much have we got?
17.
17.
Changing your mind based on that alone, I like it.
Yeah, well...
The gumption.
Yeah.
Right, time to...
I have to hit that fortress gate you love so dear.
So now we've all decided, my thought process behind that is I want to keep my minions out of the way and let actually things come in there. I don't want to get in the way of Ryan hitting you and stuff like that. So actually, technically, I think that going for Ryan will help me more against you. That's the thought process. Let's see if it actually works. I don't know if it will. Okay. So I get one thing for free back out of my graves for the upgrade.
Well,
so
I got nothing for my command die.
Well, that makes up for the 3 you got last time. It burns out. Yeah, I think.
And nothing for my joust die.
Right.
Well, at least now I don't need to feel compelled to deploy my 1 joust.
Right.
I hope, my capturing, is that annoying you, I hope?
Yeah.
Good. It's certainly causing him some issues, put it that way. So we have 11 CP this turn.
Yep, and heroes.
Heroes are 3 less, so I've
3
got
less.
6 more to spend on top of that. So what do I want? Interesting. 8.
Is it 11, right?
11. I'm going to do a really... It might look like a weak play, but I don't think... Okay. So I'm going to go for Bydra, who's 5 instead of 8. And I've also got 2 Arc Brights, which are the very, very cheap 1 attack, 3 range thing. And again, I just want to use them to stay out of the way and to pick things off. Whether that works or not is another thing. Ryan, what have you got?
All right, I've got my free larva, and I'm getting 2 damp skitters.
2 damp skitters.
All right, I'm bringing out Jaylana Nestor, a Royal Talon, and a Joust.
Nice. Okay, nice big stack on the gate. Okay. Got your stack ready to go, Ryan?
Yeah.
Okay, so I am going to... Which one is the portal? Is this one, isn't it? Do I want... Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
I've only got a range of 3. It does change the tactic a tiny bit. I was hoping to just teleport next to one of your towers or something, but that is not going to happen. Okay, so first turn on me. So during prep phase, I put this on the start of my first turn. I teleport this unit to a valid hex within 3. So it is a short range. And I can stand on everything there.
And then I have to deploy these.
Yeah. Okay. And then 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. I can't reach anything, so my turn is done.
Okay.
Over to you, Ryan.
Okay. Just gonna move 3.
Yes.
Okay.
So you can fill up the spaces, so they can't just stand next to things.
Yeah. All right. So this guy evolves 1.
Yep.
And then I will move. I'm actually gonna move this guy here.
Yep.
I'm gonna move this guy here.
Perfect.
Can I attack the Elfinkazi or no?
I believe so.
Yep. Yeah, Elfinkazis are always a
I am going to attack the Elfinkazi.
Yeah.
All right. So I get
Yeah,
2
2
source.
Yeah. So again, no Spire Fire there because it's not got air defense.
Right.
Correct. All right, so my turn?
Yep.
Okay, I'm going to use my airstrip to deploy Jaylana there, and that counts as my movement.
Yep.
Joust, 1, 2. I'm going to use the airstrip to deploy my Royal Talon there.
Yep.
And then I'm going to fly this. Can I fly over that?
No.
No. Okay. Well, then 1, 2, 3. I'll go there to remove one of those.
Yep.
Oh, help me with that.
Yeah, I was going to say.
And then I'm going to fly this one. 1, 2, there.
Remove both of those.
To remove that one.
Yep.
Nice.
And
there we go. Elf and Kazi.
Use 2 hands here, but I refuse.
Okay.
Okay.
Awesome.
And then that's it.
Okay. So back round to me.
Yep.
So I've got 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. The slingshot. You can choose any of them, I think.
Yeah. I'll do that arc bright.
Yep. 1 does a point of damage. Boop. And I do 2 pings back onto you, so it gets rid of both the range upgrade chips. Thank you. That's me. Right.
Okay. All right. I'm going to evolve this guy more. Then I'm going to use the Fortress Portal to port Echo back to my base, and then I can redeploy him later.
Okay.
So
there we go.
I have another health chip, please. All right.
Superb. Getting the heroes back to the base is actually quite difficult for everybody else.
Here, and then let's see. I have to go. I wanted to kill him. 2, 3. And so you can't fire on me. All right.
Yep.
Awesome. All right. Then I will attack this Regal Lookout Spire. And that's all she wrote for me.
Okay.
My turn?
Yep.
All right. Ooh, that's tough.
What you going to do?
Yeah, that's...
See, Bidra was going to go for Echo, but Echo's run away crying, so I might have to come back and deal with Jelena.
Oh, this is very tough.
You get it personal.
There. Oh, that's in range of that, so I don't want to move into that just yet. Shoot, this is not looking good for me.
I mean, it's got some dice to roll.
Yeah.
Put it that way.
Yep.
Okay, so the only thing I can do is that on that.
Oh yeah, roll.
So quick strike doesn't matter because you're not next to me. 2, so you survive. Yeah, I think that's that for that one. Over to me.
Yep.
So how do I want to go about this? So I think I'm going to go to there, into there with that one, and actually come back with this one to plug the gap. I can see that being quite important. So your attack from your Spire, you get 1 dice wherever you want. Which one are you going for? The one with 2 or the one with 3?
The one with 2. Yay!
The one with 2 kills it.
What do
That's
we get?
good shot. 2 sauce. And then my Arc Bright will finish you off.
Okay, for 1 source.
1 sauce. 1 sauce is better than not 1 sauce.
Good math.
Good math. Okay, yeah. Killing that other one was a bit annoying because I wanted to kill the joust, but killing that was different. Okay.
All right.
Ryan.
Okay. So he's my leading minion, so I'm going to go here first. I don't have to move my full movement, right, if I'm ending at the Spire? Or do I have to?
The fortress. No,
Yeah,
that is
right,
your
yes,
mark.
yeah.
Yes, you stop at your mark.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, absolutely. other movement?
I guess it doesn't. I'll just move here just in case. And then yeah, I'll move here and go into evolve. Oh, and then I got an evolve here too.
Yep.
And then he is going to come out. 1, 2, 3. So go for it. Come on, baby.
You West. 2.
Okay.
It's always a nerve-wracking moment when you have 2 attack dice coming at you.
All right, 3.
This?
Yeah.
Oh, there.
Down to 3.
Come on, baby.
Gonna be close. I've still got a Royal Talon and Jelena bearing down on me, and it's using the Elfin to get rid of the range to give you one more turn less of being shot at is great. So over to the heirs. What do you do? When do you commit? I guess now, because the Royal Talon has to come in. Okay.
And then I'm just gonna go
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
Joust.
Fair enough.
I'll go there.
1, 2. Yep. So quick strike, getting rid of that if you want to do that. Sweet.
Over there.
I love how fluid the attack upgrades are, and just upgrades in general are on Spires.
And I get an upgrade. Could I get an attack?
You can, because there is one there. Okay, so yeah, Spire's Fire there. So that's got no range on it right now. I'm wondering, I haven't got any source left to spend on it. That's the thing. So, but this one can definitely fire. So it's got a range of 3, so I can go for either or. And I actually think the Royal Talon is slightly more dangerous. So I'm going to shoot the Talon. So 2 dice on the Talon. Get a 3. Okay. Back over to me.
Mm-hmm.
So do I want to come in? So you've got 2 roosts, 1 elfin and flying. So I can't hit either of those with Bidra, but I can turn into an annoying roadblock. I think that is probably worth the entrance fee. So I'm just going to come and stand there.
Yeah, that's going to
and for those
wreck it.
And then I'm going to go, because I have to...
Oh, you got to roll against that joust.
Oh, yeah, thank you. I didn't even see him behind there. So, yeah, 1, done.
2 source.
2 source, okay, cool. So up to 3. And the magic missile was 2 source for 1 damage?
2 source for 1 damage, 3 hexes away.
Okay, cool. I might be doing that in a second. Yeah, the arc bright now is 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. Can't reach anything right now.
You can.
Can I?
You can reach me or me.
Oh, 3 range. Yeah.
I mean, no, you can't.
I was looking because this is my my foe for you getting through, but I am gonna take the range off there to give me 1 more turn without needing to be shot at.
Awesome.
And I know you've built it like 53 times, so I want to make sure you build it a 54th time. I think that's it, unless I want to spend the magic missile you now. So what do I think I'm going to do with that? Do I think that's going to come in there for 1? You've got 2 movements, you can't get round to that. This has got 2 movement, so you're not going to get next to this one. So he's going to shoot. So I believe I'm going to shoot Nestor. So I'm going to spend 2 source
for 1 damage.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. We'll see if that was a good decision in 3 turns time when we're actually at death's door. Ryan?
All right. All right. I'm going to. So first, I get these 2 guys. This guy is evolved.
Yep.
So I get 3 source. And I'm going to go 1, 2, 3. And I'm going to go...
Darba's going to
1, 2...
earn her money's worth.
Mighty sacrifice.
A mighty sacrifice. Well, to be fair, to still have your Wave 1 hero effective is actually a really big thing. It's like...
All right. Okay. And then I am going to attack this one for 3 source.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
Setting the map up this way is interesting. For us both having flying units, you know.
Yeah.
There's such a quick.
Yeah, you've got a giant mountain range and a huge lake, and it doesn't mean anything. Love it. I'm just glad I'm not one of those two.
So I'm going to spend 3 source to get an attack upgrade.
Yep.
One of these minarets.
Yep.
Okay. And then I'm going to move Dark there.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't like this at all.
Do it. Do it.
Do it.
Oh, he's giving up.
Yeah, I
feels like he's giving
If
up.
I both went there, you would have been able to attack both of them. And
maybe.
Do some nasty damage.
Okay, so Spire's there for the air defense on the Royal Talon. This could be big. And is.
Ooh.
Double miss.
All right. So
3 on you and 2 back.
But you get 4 source.
4 source. Up to 5. That's huge. I would love Baijo to have been on full health to chase Jelena down. Okay. It's like that. Anything else from you? Does Darb want to attack? Yep.
Yes.
And then retaliate. A noble sacrifice, as you said.
Yep.
So source for the Grige.
All right, and that'll do it for my turn.
And then my turn. So I believe I've got a range of 3. 1, 2, 3. So I can stand here. 1, 2, 3. No, I can't because I get shot by that. So I'll stand there and I'll use my magic light missile. There, and then I'm going to go 1, 2. How many does this get before it evolves?
1 more.
1 more. So it is coming out next turn.
Yep.
So I'm going to go 1, 2 to there.
Okay.
And shoot you there.
Okay.
You've got no range right now. And I'm going to spend the 2 source there down to 3 to do 1 point of damage there. Okay.
Okay. All right. All right. So this guy's out. I get once. Oh wait. Before I do that, I'm going to spend 5 to get the. Use it.
Yep. I'm also going to spend my 2 source to get my joust out.
And then this guy evolves into just a skitter. All right.
Could have had a mugwump, but no.
Yeah. All right. I need a couple more health chips, please.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, not much left.
All right. So, let's see.
Come out onto the path.
Yeah. So he's gonna go 1, 2, 3, and he's gonna go 1, 2.
Yep.
So he's gonna attack for 2 on him.
Yep. Then 2 on me. 1 on you.
Yep. And then I'm going to. Oh, I forgot to move this guy though. I'm sorry. So I'm gonna go.
Yep.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
And then he's going to attack him.
Yep.
To kill him.
I'm going to use my carapace to survive.
Ah.
Which, if you put me in the same thing, I don't.
Okay.
I wouldn't have retaliated on that if that was a killing blow, but I survive.
All right. And then.
It might not make any difference whatsoever, but
All right.
I've got it. I'm going to use it.
Okay.
Get me. 3 dice. Ugh.
Nothing so far. 2 from the other one.
Come on, come on.
Will it survive?
Oh
It
my
does!
gosh.
It survives on 1. Gosh, that was outrageous.
All right. 3.
That kills my fortress.
Oh.
He is dead.
No.
But he's dead now too.
But he is dead now as well. So that's some more sauce for you. Not that it matters. You would raid the sauce. We're right at the end anyway.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Your joust. Can he claw back something?
All right.
Jelena, where are you going? Ah, he chickened out. I was going to have you next time as well with the magic missile and the hit for 2. I could have killed taken the 3 health off.
I don't even know what I'm doing.
Spire's fire.
All right. 2 dice.
Yeah. I like it.
2.
Down 2. Sweet. I can't take advantage of that, sadly. I think you're still going to have two spire shots on me. So my turn. 1, 2. I've got no range on those. I didn't miss that. That can't do anything but do that. So do your 2 attack die from the Spire's fire on me there, and if I survive, I'll try and basically no, obviously 2 source for you. And Bydra is going to spend 2 more to put 1 point of damage there. Because I've got it and it's the end of the game. Okay, Ryan, anything left?
Yes, so I'm going to spend my other build action. No, I can't do that yet because I only have... Oh, yeah, yes, I can.
I swear, if you add another range back to that.
I am adding another range back.
Oh my gosh. It's been the bane of my existence.
Right.
I just wanted to die.
Okay, so Skitterer, he's your furthest forward one.
Yep, so he's going to go... Let's see, he's going to go like 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
Is that... He's not within range of that guy, right? No. Okay. And then Echo's gonna... I don't know what Echo's gonna do. He's gonna go
kill the
this way.
hero.
He's gonna this way. I can't go heal the hero. He's flying.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go over here.
Yep.
I guess.
If it's not important, then don't worry about it.
Yep. And so Skitter's going to attack the joust.
Yep. Plop.
Okay.
That may have been why I put 1 damage on it for the source. It's like, otherwise you're going to kill it back with 1 hit with the joust.
That's it.
Back to me. Well, I'm excited to die.
All right.
He's a plop. He's a dead. Okay.
Oh, also, doesn't your mark have to change because my fortress?
Oh, it does. You're right. I was still closer though than I was before.
No,
yeah,
it's still
I believe that was.
Right. Where do I get more?
You get my 4 source.
Oh,
also.
Cool.
Okay. 1, 2, 3. Hit me for 2. Yep. Okay. I'm going to go there. That's all I've got.
Okay.
And then your Skitterer. Yep. And then 2 dice from the closest one. 2 points of damage. So you get to. You can either put 2 points on Bydra to leave me on 1, or you can do a point of damage on any.
I'll put 2 points on Bydra.
Yep. Not 3, just 2. You got nothing left? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. And then the minion will come in, kill the last one.
And that's it.
And that is that. Okay, so here we are at the end of the game. There's a lot going on in that last wave with, sadly, the air's getting taken down. So when it comes to victory conditions, it is your fortress health and the number of advancement chips, pegs, I should say. So in my case, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and a health of 9, which is 17, a score of 17. We won't count you. And Grige?
I have I have 8 advancements, and I have a fortress gate health of 10.
Same number of advancements. So your hit on me earlier meant that you win by 1. So there we go. The Grige have won by 1. So congratulations, first of all, to Ryan on winning your first recorded game. I'm sure we'll be talking in the chat right now about maybe things we missed, maybe we didn't do it quite right, but under the pressure of being recorded and to the time restraints and constraints we were doing, we were trying to move as swiftly as possible. So I'm sure we will be going through the whole video. If there are any mistakes, please point them out. We'll be there to talk with you at that point as well. From my perspective, early on I tried to go for that defensive, imposing strategy of really putting you off and trying to attack me, and I think that actually worked quite well through the game. Just the imposing presence of the spires themselves, especially the miniatures, meant that I felt like you were a little bit reticent to come for me. So even though these aren't particularly dangerous as a whole, they certainly put people off. So that was my perspective, and I'm happy to have only lost by 1. I would love to have got 1 more.
The whole reason I switched my mark to you is because I was hoping to maybe get a hit in with an Elfinkazi or something.
Right.
But with how much fortress health you had, even though you had less advancements than me by the end of it, I was still like, you still had more points.
Yeah, absolutely. So I actually spent my last part of the turn using the magic missile here to defend here. If I'd gone over there to get 1 point of damage on you, that could have been another story. So it shows you how close that kind of thing is. What about from the Greece perspective? How did you find the battle?
It was my usual go-to strategy when I play as the Grige is to rely on evolution a lot, and that last round, like with the extra CP plus evolution, having those 2 damn skitters out was. That's
brutal.
Yeah,
I completely agree. I think without those 2 hits and taking down the fortress, I think that was lucky getting the whole thing down. But even 1 or 2 hits with a 3 attack on that is that swings the game massively.
I mean, because even if I survived that last hit, like if I had taken out the damp skitter instead of rolling 2 zeros, I still would have only been at 13.
Right.
So
yep.
Still
So
yeah,
very close.
For me. That first hit is what did it.
Yeah. Absolutely. So I hope everybody at home enjoyed it. Comment in Discord, comment on YouTube if this is in the future and there for prosperity. I'm sure we'll be playing more of these between us, and I'm sure Jeremy will get his, revenge at some point. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you all.
Papa, where'd the other islands come from?
It was a simple question, but one without a simple answer. They've always been out there, Mick. 9 other big islands besides ours and Ankar, and most of them, maybe all of them, inhabited. I'm sure those races wonder the same thing.
Kids are saying there's a problem with the source.
That could be. You know how the source works, right?
That's what makes our machines go, right?
Yeah, but it's more than that. All the islands get their source from underground, usually by clearing dangerous areas and tapping into pockets that are close to the surface. The source has a power in it that makes things work. Our machines, our homes, it even keeps our islands in the sky. It's precious, it's necessary to our survival, and if it ever ran out, many would go to war over it. But now, some think we're using so much source that it's throwing the islands off balance. That may be why our island has collided with these other 3.
Those other islands, will they take our source?
Some want to. The heirs, the bird-like people, they think that their ability to fly gives them the right to rule over Ankar. The Narora, they worship the source. They want to be a part of it. And then there's the grove tenders, caretakers of the source. They seem harmless, but we may come to blows with them too.
Will we win?
Don't fear, my son. We Brahmin are a mighty race. Our fortress is strong, able to thwart many enemies. I already have orders to engage the other islands in combat.
Will you be her?
It was a simple question, but one without a simple answer.
Hi Not Board Gamers and welcome back to Not Board Gaming. I'm your host, I'm Mark. Now this really special episode is brought to you in conjunction with my very good friends at Chip Theory Games for GenCon Online. As we know, there's no physical GenCon this year, which is a real shame because it would have been my first GenCon. However, everything's been moved online and hence the reason we're doing videos. Now, in really exciting news, Chip Theory Games announced in the last couple of weeks that next year they're launching a Kickstarter for a reimagining of the Hoplomachus series, which I'm so excited about. Like many people, Hoplomachus features really highly in my kind of list of favourite games, but there are a lot of people who don't know that much about it. It's a little bit difficult to get hold of now. So, kind of prior to the Kickstarter coming next year and prior to having more information, what I've done is I put together this little video on the entire span of Hoplomachus, what's available out there so far, just to let you know a little bit more about the game. But do make sure that you check out the Chip Theory Games website, and you also check them out on Facebook and join the various Facebook groups and on Twitter and on Instagram to make sure that you're kept up to date with the upcoming launch of the Hoplomachus Kickstarter Reimagining next year. Right, check out the video. The Hoplomachus series brings games of classic, epic, gladiatorial combat. That's right, there's blood, sweat, tears, sword and sandals right in your living room. The first game in the series is the already legendary Hoplomachus The Lost Cities, featuring amazing solo play, or even head-to-head PvP combat, or take it to the next level with 2 or 3 player co-op. Hoplomachus The Lost Cities will take place in either the Pazuli Arena, a close quarter arena with raised stones which offer a tactical advantage, or if you have the Farmel Ruins map, you can take your combat to a wide open arena where archers play a significant part in the battle. Hoplomachus Rise of Rome builds on Hoplomachus The Lost Cities, but now you have new heroes, you have new bosses, you have a new arena, and you have a new way to fight. Rome and Pompeii have risen to the challenge, but along with these new heroes comes new bosses in the shape of the mighty Titans. Face off in epic player versus player combat in the new Colosseum arena as you battle for crowd favour, or take on one of the mighty Titans in solo and co-op challenges. If you have the Lost Cities, you can combine the Lost Cities with Rise of Rome for epic 2-player versus 2-player team showdowns. Hoplomachus Origins is a quick-to-learn, fast-paced, tactical skirmish game taking place over 3 unique neoprene arenas, each with their own victory conditions. The setup takes minutes and it offers a fantastic PvP experience as you and your friend will battle to the death in one of the arenas. For the solo player, there are 20 unique solo challenges taking place over the 3 unique maps, each challenge getting harder and harder. Can you survive and become arena champion? The Hoplomachus series features the very high quality neoprene mats and high quality printed poker chips that have become the watermark of quality from Chip Theory Games. Featuring an unparalleled tactical and tactile experience, there are reasons why the Hoplomachus series features very highly on a lot of people's top 10 lists. So wow, as you can see, I've got a lot of passion for the Hoplomachus series, and I'm genuinely kind of over the moon excited about what's going to happen in the reimagining when the Kickstarter launches next year. So please make sure once again that you kind of follow Chip Theory Games on Facebook, on Instagram, on Twitter. Make sure you're kept up to date, check out the website, get on the mailing list, and hopefully in the not too distant future we'll hear even more about what's to come in the Hoplomachus Kickstarter, as well as some other Kickstarters they've got coming in the coming months. So
everyone, I'm Shannon from Chip Theory Games, and I'm here to do a live Q&A with you. It's going to be pretty informal. You can ask me whatever you want, basically, except for very specific, difficult rules questions, because you don't want to watch me sit here with the rulebook and a bunch of documents trying to figure out the answers for you. I thought I would kick off with just kind of explaining what I do here, and maybe that will spark some questions. If you do have questions for me, you can ask them either in the YouTube chat or in the Discord chat. We have Andrew Chesney in YouTube and Dart over in Discord, so you can at them your questions and they'll pass them to me. I can't really follow the chats while I'm talking on camera, so sorry Discord, I know you're probably being hilarious over there, but I can't read what you're typing. So what I do for Chip Theory Games, it's pretty multifaceted. I do human resources, so things like writing policies for the company, processing payroll, answering policy questions, recruitment when we're looking for new people, all sorts of things like that. It's interesting because policy writing and writing an employee handbook is pretty close to writing a board game rulebook, so very similar skills required there. And I do have a background in human resources. That's what my previous job was in. And I do rule and game development. So when the designers are making up a game, they'll generally throw a bunch of rules into a document, and then I work with them to learn how to play the game based on their jumble of rules that they've thrown in there, and then taking that, finding the rules holes that exist and working with them to fill those in, and then taking that and helping develop it into an actual rulebook. I do community management, especially around rules questions, so you'll see me on our Discord channel a lot, on BGG, on Facebook. I liaise with content creators and industry professionals, so when people are reaching out to us for review copies for games, I talk with them. When we're making new games, I try and reach out to people and figure out where we're going to send our prototypes and our press releases and all of that. And just keeping an eye in general out for people who are doing new and interesting things and always adding to our roster of content creators. And then I do playtesting management, so finding playtesters, proofing and prepping files for the playtesters, and helping them through their plays and then vetting their feedback, sending that back to the designers, and then working with the designers to figure out what changes need to happen based on the feedback, and then that becomes kind of a constant cycle of working with the designers, changing the files, sending them back to playtesters, getting more feedback, and I sort of manage that relationship. Nothing I do here is really in a vacuum. We're a very collaborative team here, so there's just because I answer rules questions doesn't mean there's other people here who don't answer rules questions or talk to content creators or help with playtesting. All of our team is sort of involved in every step of those things. So that's sort of an overview of what I do here, and I don't see any questions queued up, so this is me telling you to please ask some questions so that I don't have to fill awkward silence by randomly talking about things. All right. No questions, for real? So I guess I will fill some time until questions come in by talking a little bit more about rulebook writing. Oh, I do have a question, so I'll come back to that when I have empty space. The question is, how does working in the games industry differ from being a customer? I am still a customer of the board game industry. I am a fan of other companies. I'm still a fan of this company, to be perfectly honest. Working in the industry, I find that I play fewer board games overall. Because my head's in board games all day, because all of our heads are in board games all day, so the people that I spend time with are spending their workday on board games. That's not to say we don't still play board games, but I play fewer of them. I get to meet a lot of the people that I have always sort of admired in the industry, which is a really cool thing and something that I didn't have an opportunity to do as a customer necessarily, but I have really cool opportunities to do that now. And just kind of getting the inside track on some things, getting to know what's up and coming before the average customer does, is a really cool thing for me. I see a rules question. I'm not going to answer it, but good try. I have a question here. What are some of your favorite games? I really enjoy Hidden Trader games, so Battlestar Galactica is one of my favorite games. It's a really long saga of a team working cooperatively to try to keep your ship going and get to Earth. But what you don't know is some of your team is secretly working against you and trying to slyly slip cards in that are going to make you fail your missions. And what's really unique about it is that halfway through the game, some people might find out they're a Cylon or a traitor, and it is a really interesting dynamic when that shift happens halfway through the game, and some people who were previously working with you are now secretly working against you. I love trying to figure out who's working against you or trying to trick people into thinking that I'm working with them when I'm not. So I really love games like that. I also really love quick to pick up and play games. So things like Quicks and No Thanks and Six Nimmt and even like Azul, tons of roll and writes. I love games like that if you just have like 30 minutes, sometimes we'll want to just take a lunch break and play a game, and you can pull those out, tried and true games, and I love stuff like that. Next question I have, what is your favorite trinket or object on your desk? And I'm looking around, and I think that my favorite one, I'll see if I can show it to you, is my Mario Cube Light. We went to Dave & Buster's as a team, my first chip theory sort of team building experience. We competed against each other on the arcade games, and Gilly and my team won, and then he gave me all of his tickets that I could get this light. So it sits on my desk, and it was just a really fun day, and it kind of is my contribution to the video game aesthetic that Gilly has put everywhere else in our office. The next question is, what's your favorite board game convention? Every convention is a really different experience. GenCon feels different from Origins, and this GenCon feels different by far from every previous convention I've attended. I'm gonna say the favorite convention I attended last year was probably Shucks. It happens in Vancouver, BC. It is put on by the Shut Up and Sit Down team. It was really cool to go back to Canada to visit a convention. I used to be from the West Coast. But it was really friendly, and it was a very like player-friendly convention. When our team goes to things like Origins and GenCon, I don't get to spend my day playing games. I spend my day talking to you guys and talking to content creators and selling games, and that's super fun. But it was really cool to get to go to Shucks and play games with people. I played some games with some designer friends I have. I played some games with some old friends I used to have when I lived on the West Coast. Got to meet some other content creators, got to meet people like Quinns and Matt from Shut Up and Sit Down, and that was just a super fun experience. All right. It's kind of a rules question, but I will answer it. Someone recently asked if Creeping Vines will ever be able to use portals. Will that be a thing in the future? The answer is no, that won't be a thing. Because if you read the definition of Riftwalk and you read the definition of what Creeping Vines could do, they can't go through Riftwalk. So they can't because the rules don't let you. Next question. What software do you use for rules documentation? We are really old school here. Most of what we do is in Google Docs, Google Sheets. So I'll build rules documents just as a Word document in Google Sheets. I'll make little notes that are like, a picture needs to go here and describe what that picture needs to be. And then we have an excellent graphic design team who's way more talented than me, and they use InDesign to build our actual rule books and make real graphics to put in there. But on my end, I'm just using a simple Word document for the most part. Next question. Where is the best place you have traveled with CTG? And then it says, hint, the UK. Last year, I did get the chance to go to both the UK for UKG and to Germany for Essen Spiel. Both were incredible experiences. I don't know that I can really pick between the two. So SOAR UK, you're gonna have to share the top spot with Essen. But it is really cool and unique that my job lets me do stuff like that, like travel internationally to go to board game conventions. Next question. What are some things that you don't like about working in the industry? Oh, it's such a negative question. I really enjoy working in the industry for the most part. I think some things I don't like. I do get a lot more traffic in my private messages on my personal social media accounts, and sometimes that's welcome and sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's kind of intrusive. Some other things are, like I said, I don't play as many board games anymore as I used to, and I mean, part of that is just because of COVID right now and nobody's playing board games in person because you can't right now. So that's less a function of working in the industry and maybe just a function of how the world is right now. But honestly, like, this is, I wouldn't want to be working in any other industry. There's nothing bad about this job as far as my experience has been. Next question. What are some of the best rule books you've read from other games? I really like the Fantasy Flight style of rule books with sort of the learn to play on one side and the rules reference on the other. When they do it properly, it lets you start the game really fast with the learn to play and then look up subsequent rules as you need them. And I think that especially with games that have a lot of small rules, that's a really valuable thing if you can pull it off properly. I also admire lighter games and when they're able to get the rules down to like one sheet. So things like Century Spice Road has a really simple rule set, and they've done a really good job of not complicating that rule set, and that is a skill in itself. So things like that are, even though people might not think about them because it's so simple that you would think, how could you make a complicated rulebook of that? There is actually a huge skill in being able to do something like that. Next question is, would you play Apples to Apples with Gilly if your life depended on it? I would, but I would make it pretty clear that I wasn't enjoying myself. And I would give Gilly a pretty hard time about it. All right. Next question. What do you think is missing from something that ends up being a poorly written rulebook? I think that people learn and understand things differently. So a lot of times one person can think that a rulebook is really poorly written, and another person, because they learn differently, and maybe they learn the same way that the rulebook writer does, won't have a problem learning that game from that rulebook. a lot of times what's missing from a poorly written rulebook is a lot of the small things. It can be really hard to figure out how to incorporate the small rules without making your rulebook feel like just a list of a bunch of small rules. That's a really hard thing to do. So a lot of companies will just leave out those small rules and leave those to things like FAQs. But that can lead to you not being able to find the answers in the rulebook that you're looking for. And I know our community in general doesn't mind going onto BGG or onto our FAQ to find those rules questions, but there are a lot of people who don't use online resources, and if the rule's not in the rulebook, then they just won't find that rule. So I think it's important to try and incorporate all of those things. The other thing that I think a lot of rulebooks suffer from is just not having enough eyes on them. If you're the person who helped develop the game and you're the person who initially wrote the rulebook, you're probably the worst person to try and parse your rulebook for accuracy and for missing information. And from experience, I can tell you that it's really hard to see the things that aren't there sometimes. So because I know the rules so well, it's really hard for me to see if something is missing from the rulebooks. That's where other people become really valuable in reading that and finding those holes. Next question, are you playing Paper Mario on the Switch? I am absolutely playing Paper Mario. It is fantastic. I think I have completed 3 of the 5 ribbons so far, so I've sunk a decent amount of time into it. It's a lot of fun. Highly recommend if you're looking for a Switch game and you like Mario games and simple RPGs. It's not a challenging game, but it's a fun game. What is the biggest challenge you've come across in updating the original Cloudspire rulebook to the new format? I am finding the task of taking a rulebook I already wrote and changing it to a new format to actually be a really challenging experience. Trying to phrase or lay things out in a different way without dropping things that exist in there, and also trying to insert all of the little rules that we've found over the past year that aren't explained well or aren't explained at all, and trying to put those in a cohesive way so that it, again, doesn't feel like just a list of random rules. It is quite a bit of a challenge, but I think that the new format is going to be really cool, and it's going to be an easier way, I think, to learn and look up rules for Cloudspire. What we are doing is not an exact replica of the FFG format, but we are doing a front half of the rulebook, which is on one side sort of the setup and the sequence of play, and then on the other side an actual walkthrough of one wave of the game. Taking you through, these are the factions you choose, these are the units you choose, here's the map, this is what they do, and just walking you through a wave of the game side by side with the main rules of the game. And then in the back, it will be sort of similar to the game concepts that we have right now, but we're organizing it a little better, alphabetizing it, and putting a lot more information in there so that you should be able to look up anything in the back of that rulebook and be able to find it really well. All right, next question is, what games would you recommend to get new players into the hobby, especially with an eye to get them into TMB eventually? I think every person is different, and you just have to kind of either test out a few things or find something that matches their interests. I think that quick little card games are really good introductions, things like No Thanks, things like Quicks or Six Nimmt are really great introductions. They're really quick, they're really easy to teach, and then people can play them over again. And then from there you can sort of progress further into things like Azul and Sagrada, and then just kind of keep increasing the difficulty, but know some people don't like playing heavier games, and there's nothing that you can do to sort of change their game interests. So just like, if someone doesn't want to play a heavier game, then they're not going to enjoy themselves, and play lighter games with them and find other people who would enjoy a heavier game. Too Many Bones isn't for everybody. It has a large rule set, but what is great about it is that it's cooperative, so a person doesn't necessarily need to know all the rules in order to enjoy it, as long as they're playing along with someone who knows the rules fairly well, or both of you are just okay with playing really casually and not playing 100% accurate. Then you can kind of forget a lot of that stuff and just go for it. Next question. What is your favorite CTG product or item? I have seen the final version of the Trove Chest, and I think I'm gonna probably have to put that right now as my very favorite thing that this company has ever made. It is amazing. It is a masterpiece, and I haven't yet managed to steal the one off of Josh's desk, but don't think I'm not trying. Next question is, have you ever made a ruling you regretted but won't change it now? That's a tough question. I think I've made wrong rulings, and I don't have a problem if I state something online and then I reread it and realize that it should be interpreted a different way, or I talk to the designer and find out that they intended it another way. I'm not so proud that I'm not willing to say I made a mistake and change my initial ruling. I do think that there have been things that maybe have been built into games that would have worked better another way. I don't think there's anything that we as a company wouldn't be willing to revisit if changing it made it better on a future print where we're willing to make changes anyways. So there are some things in Cloudspire, some rule changes that we are making that are going to make the game a little bit better, because we've realized that the game just works better with this rule tweaked. So I don't think there's anything that I would be so adamant about not changing if I felt like it really made the game better. Next question. People learn differently. What is your learning styles, and what are the difficulties in teaching rules in those different ways? It's really interesting. I really have a hard time learning a board game from someone teaching it to me. I don't take things in very well when people are just talking to me. I would rather read it. So I'd prefer to actually read the rulebook. I'm okay watching a game playthrough, but I don't learn very well from someone just telling me how to play a game. And I do think that I'm better, so I tend to, for that reason, be the one who learns the game and teach other people, because that just works best for most of the people that I play with. Difficulties in teaching rules in those different ways. It can be really difficult to teach someone a board game who is like me, so I would just recommend, if you're like that, then watch a video of the game you're playing ahead of time, read over the rulebook. You can always decide sort of what game you're playing ahead of time and do your homework on it, so that you're not in a situation where someone's trying to teach you a game and you just can't learn it because of the way it's being taught. Next question. Outside of GenCon Online, do you see CTG doing more live events with the CTG community? Yeah, we were actually talking about that a little bit earlier today, how much we're enjoying doing this and how much we would like to do some more stuff like this in the future. I don't know exactly what that will look like, and how often we'd be able to do it and what we'll do, but I definitely think that our team is really enjoying this, and that's really thanks to all of your participation. So if the community is interested in that, it's definitely something that we would look at doing. Next question is, what is your favorite Gearloc to play? Right now, my favorite Gearloc is probably Gasket. Gasket plays really differently than a lot of the other Gearlocs, and my favorite thing is his directive dice. I love being able to grab just like a handful of 10 dice and throw them and work out what happens, and being able to use those directives in really interesting ways. And the fact that his skills don't exhaust mean that you can use them over and over again, which is really interesting too. So I think that Gasket is pretty high up there in my favorite Gearloc to play, but I enjoy playing all of them. Probably the Gearloc that I played the most is Patches, because I'm usually teaching Too Many Bones, and I like to play a support character so that other players can be the damage dealers, and I can sort of work behind the scenes and heal them so that they don't lose the game. So I like playing Patches. I like playing Patches when I'm teaching the game, to be that support for them. Next question is, when will we see a Shannon wedge design? I have recently started sort of dabbling in some game design. I don't have anything that is anywhere near being published, and I don't know if I ever will, but it is something that I've sort of started looking at doing, and you never know, maybe CTG will publish a game with my name on the box someday, and that would be a really cool thing. But game design is sort of a fun, like, creative outlet, even if your game never gets published. That doesn't necessarily have to be the goal. It's fun to just make things and play around with different mechanics and see if you can combine things in ways that other people haven't done it before, and whether that becomes its own game or whether that becomes part of another game that we end up putting out, or whether you just play around with it for a few days and then it ends up not going anywhere. It's still a fun experience. Next question is, are we going to get any more Doglocks? Everyone needs a dog. We haven't started developing anything past what we've currently released for Too Many Bones. It's probably going to be a while before we do that, so I can neither confirm or deny whether we will publish Doglocks. The next question is, speaking of live events, have you ever considered playing with the community online via Tabletop Simulator? So if anyone doesn't know, Tabletop Simulator is an application through Steam where you can play board games, and there's a lot of mods in there where people have sort of imported games and you can play it. So there are some great mods for Cloudspire and Too Many Bones in there that are not officially made by us and not officially endorsed by us, but it's totally cool if you want to log in to Tabletop Simulator and play those games. We're happy for people to do that. I personally am not a huge fan of digital implementations of board games. I really like the tactile feeling of playing a board game. I like moving my chips around, and in Tabletop Simulator, moving a stack of chips around is kind of awkward. Trying to take a chip off of a stack, which is a really elegant thing in Cloudspire, becomes a bit of a hassle in something like Tabletop Simulator for me, and that might just be because I'm not as used to the controls. But I haven't quite gotten the hang of it yet. I have played in Tabletop Simulator a couple times. I got in on a game with some of our Discord friends. I got in on a game of Too Many Bones. I watched a couple games of Cloudspire with our playtesters. But I don't think that I personally would make a habit of setting up games with the community to play in Tabletop Simulator, just because it's not something that really suits me well, and if I'm not having the most fun ever, then it just won't come across well. I really prefer things like us taping playthroughs here that we can put on YouTube, so you're going to see, I think tomorrow, a playthrough that Dart and I did of Dart and the Lab Rats. That's a much more fun experience for me, so that might be something that we would be more likely to do in the future. And we do have a lot of people in Discord, though, that are always wanting to play a game on Tabletop Simulator. So it might not be with me, but there are lots of other people. We even have a channel on our Discord called Want to Play Online, and that's somewhere that you can go type in that you're looking for someone to play a game with and hopefully find someone. The next question is, what is the best hashtag cured meat? Bacon. Next question, is Nickelback a real thing or just a Canadian propaganda machine? So I am Canadian. I can confirm Nickelback unfortunately does exist. And because of Canadian broadcast rules in Canada, 30% of all content played on the radio has to be Canadian content, which means that Nickelback is severely overplayed on Canadian radio, and it's a shame. Question 26. You guys are really cranking out the questions. Thank you so much. The next question is, what has been your favorite hair color? I'm really liking this green, but I think still my favorite was the pink that I had a while back. But I'm still gonna keep trying a bunch of different hair colors. If you have a hair color suggestion for me, please feel free to let me know what color you think my hair should be. My hair is teal because I asked Dart whether I should dye my hair teal or purple, and he said purple. Or sorry, he said teal. So I went with teal. Next question. How about official digital implementation on Board Game Arena or Tabletopia? It's not out of the question for us, but I think a lot of people don't quite understand how much work goes into developing an online implementation for something like that works really well and plays really smooth and has all of your sort of rules in there. It's a lot of work, and right now we don't really have the manpower to put behind something like that. We're working on a lot of new stuff. It's not to say it won't happen in the future or you won't see us in some sort of digital implementation in the future, but it's not something we're working on right this second. Next question. Any possibility of a CTG RPG? I would say that there are no ideas. There are very few ideas that we would ever say never to. We're always open to the possibility of new things, but it's not something we're currently developing. So maybe, possibly, not never, but not for sure. Next question. Can we expect more rule tutorial videos from you in the near future? Hopefully. I really enjoy doing videos right now. There's a few things. The COVID situation is sort of complicating just us being in our office and us filming around each other. Outside of that, before COVID, our office is pretty packed right now. We don't really have a great filming space. The space that we used to film on is now 2 people's desks. So we are working on either sort of carving out some more filming space or getting some different office space. But it is difficult for us to film in our office right now. But I do really enjoy doing it, and I know that people seem to really enjoy them. So definitely would like to get back to doing that in the near future. The next question is, what is your favorite promo chip? The upcoming promo chip, I think the most recent one we announced is the Cloudspire, and I think that is my favorite promo chip because it came out of just a random, someone like misspoke in our office and said Cloudspire, and then Dart drew a Cloudspire, and then we made it into a promo chip. And it's really fun for me when we can just kind of be a little bit crazy like that and have a random idea turn into an actual thing. And I think that the art that Anthony made for it Wild Dart's original art was fantastic. I really love the art that Anthony made for that chip as well. Next question, outside of CTG products, what has been your favorite board game purchase this year? Trying to think, I haven't made a lot of board game purchases this year because I've been playing a lot of board games because of COVID. I got my Everdell All-In Kickstarter delivered, and I really do enjoy Everdell. We've played it quite a bit as a team. I think we played it last year at GenCon. I really do enjoy that game, so I'm really excited to have that. Yeah, so I'll go with Everdell. The next question is, what is the worst part about sharing an office with Gilly? I mean, Gilly is, in general, the worst, so it's pretty terrible to have to share an office with him. You know, he has all of his video game art everywhere. Some of it he hasn't even bothered to hang yet. I mean, overall, his desk gets filled up with pop cans and that kind of stuff. It's just Gilly's the worst. Next question is, what advice do you have for anyone looking to design games? I think it's sort of a tough question for me to answer because I'm not really a board game designer, but from my perspective, I would think the best thing to do is just like spend some time researching. It's really good to put your eyes on a lot of other people's designs. Just like if you were writing a book, it's a good idea to read a bunch of books. If you're designing a board game, it's a good idea to play a bunch of board games. Not necessarily to like steal mechanics from them and steal rules, but to get a feel for really looking at it from that perspective and sort of reverse engineering games and trying to figure out sort of what went into that game from start to end, and that can really help you learn how to approach designing board games. I would say that there are a ton of people in this industry who are so happy to share their knowledge and their experience if you just ask them. So I would network with other designers, with other content creators, and ask them questions. A lot of people, I'm sure there's Facebook groups, there's all kinds of things. There's people talking on Twitter. So just connect with people and get their insight on it. And then just try a whole bunch of different things and play test your game with as many people as you can get to play your game and get their honest feedback and really take it in, continue to change your game and try to make it the best thing that you can. And then try to get it published. You can reach out to publishers, you can kickstart it yourself. There's lots of different ways that you can get it out there. Not everyone is successful at doing that, but I mean, self-publishing, that's how this company got started. Josh and Adam made a game and they self-published it, and now this company is grown from there. So really, I think that if you really put your heart into it, then amazing things can happen from it. All right, the next question, what can we do as players to support up-and-coming content creators? There are so many quality content creators out there, and there are so many times when I'm watching someone's content and I'm thinking to myself, why doesn't this person have more subscribers, more followers? Their content is amazing. So definitely subscribing to their channels, giving them thumbs, commenting on their YouTube videos, all of those things help content creators with the YouTube algorithm and helps get them featured more so that they can gain more and more traction on YouTube. If it's a website, then visiting it because view counts are really important to them. If it's social media, then interacting with it. Really interacting with content creators is going to help them so much. So simple things like giving them thumbs and leaving comments really helps them increase their footprint. And then if you have like suggestions for them, I think that especially ones that are starting out really enjoy getting that feedback. Just making sure that you're being constructive with that and being helpful and not tearing them down, because the last thing anyone wants to do is to put themselves out there and then be kind of torn down by the internet. But I think that being supportive and being constructive with them can really help them to build their platform. Next question, are you a fan of deck builders? If so, which ones? I am a fan of deck builders. I really like games that kind of add an interesting twist to deck building. So I really enjoy Clank. I enjoy sort of the added bit of exploring and the kind of push your luck mechanic that exists in Clank. I played Aeon's End Legacy last year and I really enjoyed that. I thought it was unique, the way that you don't shuffle your deck, and then that way the order in which you acquire your cards and the order in which you use them becomes really important. We did pretty poorly at that game, so I wouldn't say I'm great at Aeon's End, but I really enjoyed the mechanic behind it. And then there's this game called Puzzle Strike, and it works like a deck builder, but it's a bag builder. It uses cardboard chips that you put in your bag and pull out, and I think that that's a really fantastic and underrated deck builder. And it has this mechanic where you're sort of shooting gems at each other, so gems become a currency and a thing you're trying to sort of shoot at other people to fill their area, and filling up other people's areas how you lose. So it has this other kind of unique mechanic to it on top of deck building as well. So that's one that I really enjoy. All right, next question is, what game would you recommend is a good game to start with from the CTG lineup? I think it really depends on people's tastes. I think that our like Hoplomachus and Too Many Bones and Cloudspire and Triplock are all very different experiences, and I think that you need to start with the game that appeals the most to you. So if you're looking for a like character builder, dice rolling, cooperative adventure game, then Too Many Bones is a great game to start with. I think that Hoplomachus is great for a shorter experience. A sort of head-to-head battles are fantastic in Hoplomachus. And I think Cloudspire, I wouldn't necessarily call Cloudspire like a gateway game, but if you're a gamer, there's no reason it couldn't be your first CTG game. And it's fantastic if you really, especially like the solo experience, working your way through the campaign, if you really enjoy like puzzly, trying to figure out sort of on a more complex level how to solve the puzzle of the solo and Cloudspire, then I think that can be a place to start too. I don't think there's any wrong place to start in the Chip Theory Games lineup, but I think that you need to make sure that the game you're getting is going to work for you and the people that you're playing with. As with any game, we know that our games aren't for everybody, but hopefully we have something in our catalog that works for you. The next question is, what is your favorite faction in Cloudspire? That's tricky. I'm gonna say Horizon's Wrath has been really fun to play. I know that most of you haven't played it yet, but I think you're really going to like the unique mechanics that exist in there. The cannons, the swabbies you have that you can pretty much like let die to promote your other units, and the ability to move your fortress is really unique, and we've been having a lot of fun with that. Next question, we are coming up to the end, so if you have other questions, get them in now, but I'm sorry if I don't get to it. The next question is, what has been the most challenging rule to write for the new IP coming this fall? I haven't actually touched the new IP at all in terms of rules yet. I'm still working on wrapping up Cloudspire stuff. So next question, is it possible that CTG one day makes a game like Seventh Continent, exploration but with CTG strategy? Like I said, we never say never about anything, so it's entirely possible that we could make an exploration game like Seventh Continent. Would it be exactly like that game? No, because we always like putting our unique spin on anything, but certainly something like that isn't outside of the realm of possibility. It says, chip builder game, but it's Pogs. All your chips are slammers. You know what? If you make that game and pitch it to me, I will absolutely listen to your game pitch on the chip builder Pog Slammer game. So, absolutely. All right, everyone, those are all of the questions that I've been asked. I hope that we got through all of them. If we missed any or you think of something later, I'm going to be in Discord pretty much all weekend, so feel free to ask me over there. And it's been really fun hanging out with you guys for this time, and I want to thank you so much for engaging with me. Thanks.
That's what I'm talking about. Wait! Okay, now, from the beginning.
Hit it, boys.
Hi Not Board Gamers, and welcome back to Not Board Gaming. I'm your host, I'm Mark. Now this episode is brought to you in conjunction with my very good friends at Chip Theory Games for GenCon Online, and in this particular episode we're going to be speaking about a game which is both an expansion to and a standalone game from Too Many Bones. That's right, in this episode we're going to be talking about Too Many Bones Undertow, the kind of sequel to Too Many Bones, but you can mix and match everything from Undertow in with your base game of Too Many Bones. When Too Many Bones was released and everybody fell in love with it, there's a reason, it's the number 61 game in BGG's kind of top 100 games, none amongst us thought, I know what this game needs. It's more water-based battles, but you know, in typical Chip Theory fashion, they knew exactly what we needed. And the guys at Chip Theory released Undertow as this, as I say, standalone and expansion to Too Many Bones, and most of your battles are going to take place on a raft on the water. On the water, you say? Surely that is going to change absolutely everything. And you know what? You're kind of correct, because when you open your box of Too Many Bones Undertow, you're going to be greeted with a new battle mat, a double-sided battle mat, because some of your encounters will take place on land, some of them will take place on the raft, and the battle mat allows you for that. You're also going to be greeted with 2 new Gearlocs as well that come in the form of Stanza, who's this kind of lute-playing, guitar-playing Gearloc, and Duster with her faithful friend Nightshade, and they make a winning combination as you send them out to battle against the various baddies, and the 5 new tyrants that come with Undertow. That's right, there are 5 new tyrants that come with Undertow. Did you think you'd had enough and you'd beaten all of the 7 tyrants in the base game of Too Many Bones? Ha! Let's give you 5 more tyrants and a whole wealth of new challenges for you to overcome. So these 5 new tyrants come in the form of Nobulus, Barnacle, Volkesh, Colossum and the Goblin Queen, and they come with a variety of different lengths of game for you to provide you with a completely different challenge. And the best bit is you can absolutely mix all of these in with your Too Many Bones base game to expand your Too Many Bones adventure. But of course, it's Chip Theory Games and providing you with a new environment to play in. A new battle mat and 2 new Gearlocs and 5 new Tyrants just wouldn't be enough. So what they've done is they've included as well some brand new 3-point baddies. And these 3-point baddies come in 2 colours depending on whether you are battling your baddies on land or on your raft. The 3-point baddies that you battle on land are various types of mechs. And the 3-point baddies that you battle while you're on your raft are the Krelm. And the Krelm will try to eat your raft from around you, making you almost fall into the water and suffer a terrible drowning fate. Of course, it's a Chip Theory Games Too Many Bones franchise game, so there are the wonderful heat transfer dice that you get in the game as well, and these look absolutely fantastic. Not only does each Gearloc get its own arsenal of dice, but you have separate dice for the Tyrant dice, and of course you have all of the dice that would allow you to use Too Many Bones Undertow as a purely standalone experience. Of course, along with the wonderful weighted chips and the beautiful die-cut neoprene mats and the wonderful heat transfer dice comes a wealth of cards for the Tyrants, for the encounters, for your loot and your trove loot. There's even campaign cards in here which allow you to string together a Too Many Bones Undertow campaign. And the great thing is that if you bought the adventure map separately for Too Many Bones, if you flip it over to the other side, you will get the Undertow map on there as well, which is a fantastic way of tracking your progress through Daylore. The package is rounded out by this wonderfully illustrated, fantastically high quality rulebook, which lays everything out fantastically well for you and allows you to ease yourself into the world of Too Many Bones and Too Many Bones Undertow. So there we go, that's Too Many Bones Undertow, a truly unique expansion in the wonderful Too Many Bones world. Of course, it can be mixed in with your base game of Too Many Bones, or if you don't have that, you can keep it separate and play it as a true standalone expansion. I think that's a wonderful thing about it, because the price point is lower than the base game of Too Many Bones. That means it's an easier entry point into the Too Many Bones universe. So if you've been on the fence a little bit, I would highly recommend going out there, going on the Chip Theory Games website, finding a copy of Too Many Bones Undertow and really just throwing yourself into this wonderful, wonderful journey. So there we go. It's not hard to tell why I love Too Many Bones Undertow, and I do mix it all in with my Too Many Bones, and I do keep it separate as well. Obviously, Chip Theory Games are releasing the Trove Chest very shortly as well, so all my collection can be in one place. So thank you very much for joining me on this journey through Too Many Bones Undertow. My name's Mark, I'm from Not Board Gaming. Enjoy the rest of GenCon, and I'll speak soon.
The lock, a simple mechanism used as a deterrent, a means to keep out undesirables, and a symbol for all that is off limits to the downtrodden and oppressed of New London. It's no wonder then that the citizens of this corrupt and diseased city spend their days learning to open locks by any means necessary. 4 residents of New London in particular have taken their skills to the next level. Elizabeth Watkins, a commoner plucked from the streets against her will, now subverting the Royal Company ranks from the inside. Axe Derringer, a rail worker with the guts to take on any Royal Company safe that turns up in a boxcar, good and flying under the radar. Dante Harvard, an airship pilot making New London government runs. known for his quick wit and even quicker hands when it comes to pins and springs. Charlie Beckwith, a machinist with a price on his head, wanted in New London for stealing just about everything you can steal. These 4 residents have caught the attention of a mysterious figure interested in their unique talents. An unusual summons has been issued to each individual by way of a strange lockbox with no more than a time and a location inscribed on the bottom. Clearly, a larger game is afoot, but raw curiosity can dull the senses, and the mystery of it all is a strong motivator. Welcome to Triplock, a simple yet not so simple abstract challenge of skill and memory from Chip Theory Games. Choose to play solo as you work with the stranger to delve deeper into the unknown secrets of the Royal Company, or hone your skills even further against another master lockbreaker while you wait for the right moment to act. Either way, you'll be racking your brain to solve locks amidst a corrupt world full of intrigue and mystery. Triplock can be played in 15 minutes or less. Choose your characters, set up your lock, and draw a diagram. Diagrams give you insight into the lock's composition, and each one you complete brings you closer to solving the lock. Using 2-action dice and your character's unique lockpicking skill, you must discover the mechanisms hidden behind failsafes, working to align them to match your chosen diagram orientation. Simple enough if it weren't for your opponent's traps and countermeasures. Solo play is no less riveting as you select your team and follow the stranger into the bowels of the station, protected and patrolled by Royal Company. Each character is compelled by their own motivations and unique talents, but their fates are intertwined by crisscrossing paths and the mysterious figure's proposal. Unlock your past, unlock your future. You're the only one who can discover what's behind the black curtain of New London's elite.
Hello and welcome to Too Many Bones. I am a Gearkin, and this is our story. Tyrants of the North are expanding their territory and have overrun the Deepwood. We few have been selected to infiltrate and eliminate these tyrants one by one, thus ending their invasion once and for all.
Orcs up ahead. Attack or wait for Gilly?
I'm already here, and I've got plenty of arrows.
Guys, I'll take the orcs if you take this thing.
With each day, our party grows in skill and in strength. New encounters hit us at every bend, and now we must pay for passage across the Sibron River. This is the point of no return. We press forward.
It's as I suspected. The air is 23.7% more foul this side of the river.
Let's do this already. I'll pull him.
More behind you, Billy. Tantrum brought the entire outpost.
Days pass and our party grows weary. This land is cursed. We need to rest. After that, I have a plan. A treasure trove would raise our spirits and equip us well for our final battle. Now, to find that dragon.
Stay back. I've got this. My spider bomb is the perfect distraction.
All that worry to die at my door. You are no match for my Thunder Club.
For the length of his monologue, he went down pretty easy. Who's next?
And that is how we took down the first of many. Other tyrants will soon fall by our hands, and we shall... What? No, Boomer, you cannot keep the Thunder Club.
Hey gamers, this is Liz Davidson from Beyond Solitaire, and if you're curious about all of the awesome Gearlocs that you can try out for Too Many Bones from Chip Theory Games, this is the video for you. While I don't have time to give you a super in-depth guide to every single Gearloc, there are actually videos for most of them on the Chip Theory Games channel, so you can spend 15 to 30 minutes learning everything about a Gearloc of choice. What this video is going to do, however, is give you a quick introduction to the essence of each of the Gearlocs, what makes them interesting, and why they might be a good match for you. I'm going to spend a little bit of time going over Picket in depth so that you get a full sense of what a Gearloc can offer, and then I'll be giving you the essential introduction to the remaining 11 Gearlocs that you can play in Too Many Bones. I'll start with the base box, move on to Undertoe, and then we'll go into individual add-on Gearlocs so that you also know exactly where you can get a Gearloc who has caught your eye. Since in terms of Gearloc lore, he's considered a leader of the party, let's go ahead and start with Picket. And some of the things that we learn about him are going to also help you know how to look at the materials for other Gearlocs. So every Gearloc will have a difficulty meter up here at the top of their sheet. So we know that Picket is equally complex to play in both co-op and solo. We're going to have an icon key to tell us what his dice all do. So every character in Too Many Bones has a unique set of dice that is specific to them, and all of those die faces are going to have different icons on them. This would be confusing, except that you do have an icon key, which I recommend that you use heavily. You also have this detailed reference of all the possible die sides that are available for the Gearloc, which you should be using in conjunction with the icon key. So you basically have on this sheet access to information about everything that Picket is capable of doing with his dice. And we're going to come back to this in just a moment. On the back of a character sheet, what you're going to get is some critical details about how that character works with a little bit more in-depth explanation of their abilities, what they can do, and good strategic plays for them. You're going to get their backup plan, which is basically the rewards that you can get from locking in bones on your backup plan. So in Too Many Bones, if you roll bones on your dice, that is basically a failed roll. However, you have the option of putting your bones to use by placing them up here in your backup plan. And then you can choose to spend a number of them to get one of these special powers. The back of the character sheet is also going to give you a beginner build strategy, so that if you've never played a character before, you have a good sense of where to start, what you might like to do. Every character also has innate and innate +1, so they all have special abilities that are available right from the start of the game, but if you get all the way up to 6 bones, then you can activate your innate +1, which is basically a better version of your character's innate power. And then you'll get a couple of extra definitions to make sure that you're clear on what to do. So let's go back to these dice on the front. In practice, all of Picket's dice are blue. That is his character color. However, you will have dice with different colored faces, and each die face color represents part of a different profession. Every Gearloc has a set of professions that they can choose to develop on their player mat. So when you get training points and you want to add to your character's abilities, there are 4 basic areas that they have in which they can develop, as well as some consumables that might give them an extra buff in the heat of battle. These different professions are where Gearlocs really shine in Too Many Bones, because every single one of them plays differently and has a really interesting set of different abilities that interplay with each other and with other players' abilities. Picket is essentially a tank, and what that means is that he is very good at soaking up damage, but he's also able to turn his defensive abilities into something quite deadly for enemies on the board. Every Gearloc is going to have some basic stats, just as you would in any RPG, so health, attack, dexterity, and defense, and you can absolutely upgrade these. Every single one of your Gearlocs is going to come with a set of D6s that are meant to be placed here to mark increases in those basic stats. But this is where the more unique actions occur. As we go through the different characters, you're going to see different patterns on their character mats. And the reason for that is each of their professions develops a little bit differently, some in more complex ways, some in more simple and accessible ways. One thing to note is that if you see a star, that is a place where you can start training, but if there's an arrow, that means that you need a prerequisite skill before you can move on. So for example, you need stand ground before you can move on to shield form or to sword advance. Whereas down here in this warden profession, you can basically train anything right from the start of the game, depending on what it is you want. One early place to focus with Picket is on his captain profession, which is right up here in red. And what makes these dice important is that if you get them out and roll them early, you can actually lock almost permanent buffs in place for Picket. Unless he gets knocked out, if you manage to acquire these dice, roll them, and then lock them up in his locked dice space, he will get semi-permanent benefits to his combat for the remainder of the entire game, and that is nothing to sniff at. And depending on which dice you've rolled and locked, you can get extra defense. You can get Taunt, which attracts enemies to you and distracts them from perhaps squishier but extremely damage-dealing allies. And one of the dice even does constant damage, which basically allows you to add a certain amount of damage to every single attack roll for the entire rest of the game. So if you play Picket right from the start, he not only soaks up a lot of damage that could have gone to his allies, but he deals out quite a bit of damage himself. His hero line is almost entirely about boosting his defense, so you just rack up the defensive points if you're using dice from this section of his mat, and I'm going to explain to you why that's so great. You might think, who needs that much defense? Picket does, and I'll tell you why momentarily. There's also this very interesting, maybe slightly more complicated profession down here on the left, which is Warden. Warden allows you to change positions with enemies, move around the board in interesting ways, and do quite a bit of damage in the process. Picket does a lot of damage, but he's really big on defense, and there are two reasons why that really helps. One is this red shirt profession right here. Basically, his skills in this area of his mat are all about redirecting enemy attacks to himself and away from his allies. So you need a lot of defense in order to absorb hits like that. So in order to make this profession useful, you need to develop in the others. The other reason you want a lot of defense is to make the most out of your backup plan. So several of the defense dice that Picket rolls also contain various numbers of bones, including some die faces that have multiple bones. And one of the reasons that is important for Picket is actually his most simple backup plan skill, which is called Shield Bash. When you use Shield Bash, you can basically convert all of the defensive points that you have acquired on your mat and then convert them into attack, which is amazingly powerful, especially if you time it very well. Shield Shock actually does the same thing, but also stuns an opponent, which is super useful. The other options here allow a reroll for do-over, or allow you to gain some HP and some more defense dice for benevolence. So everything that Picket does works together really well. It's all about generating a good defense and then maximizing the defensive points you get to move around the board like crazy, defend yourself and your allies, and sometimes turn all that defensive ability into a crushing attack. And that's Picket. So now that we've gotten to know Picket, let's have a quick look at Boomer. Boomer is the exact opposite of Picket. Picket is more defense-oriented, more tactical. Boomer is all about blowing things up, as the name would indicate. Unlike Picket, Boomer actually starts with 4 dice on her mat already. These are going to represent materials that she needs to build a bomb. The boom counter is how many grenades she has to toss. And of course, the more grenades she has to toss, the more interesting use she can make of other dice that you have prepped in her mat. This track right here, the Grenadier, is very damage based, but you have to be careful about the damage you do because as with any bomb you set off, you can have collateral. So Frag allows her to do damage to an enemy, but will also do half damage to all adjacent fighters, including members of Boomer's own party. Boomer's grenades can also be used for less damaging but still interesting effects. Smokescreen causes baddies to miss you in the heat of an attack. Sonic Cleanse can remove negative effect dice that your enemies have placed on you, which is great. And Flashbang can cause some other disabling effects. Because Boomer is constantly in need of components to build the grenades that will give you these effects, she also has a skill tree that is designed to help her get more materials, which is why she does body searches, goes after that bigger boom to increase the damage of the thing she builds, and searches for element 325. Element 325 can be used in combination with other dice, including a consumable over here called the Holy Hand Grenade to significantly boost her damage output. Your other consumable is called Bag of Booms, which is essentially what it sounds like. So that's a quick introduction to Boomer. She's good fun to play, especially if you like to blow stuff up. So now we're on to the third Gearloc in the base box, and that is Tantrum. Tantrum can be a little bit difficult in co-op, but is about as complex as anybody else for solo. But Tantrum is a good amount of fun. As you can see, he's got a little bit of that Viking Berserker rage in him, and that is how all of his mechanisms work when you are playing him in Too Many Bones. One of the dice that Tantrum automatically starts with is called Rage, which you can upgrade throughout the game. And basically what will happen is that whenever he takes a hit, whenever he takes out an enemy, Tantrum gets worked up, and his rage is just gonna tick up throughout the game. However, you have to manage that correctly. If you choose to expend Tantrum's rage die at some point, you can get a benefit to your health, you can use it to do damage to an enemy, or you can use it to gain bones for your backup plan. However, if you hit the top end of your rage die, then you're basically in breakdown mode, and you're going to lose all of the rage progress you made and reset back down to the lowest rage die value. So a lot of what you're doing with Tantrum is timing how to expend all that rage. Tantrum is also very good fun in terms of his ability to pick up different fighting styles. So like a worm allows you to poison, like a wolf gives you lash back, so if an enemy hits you, you hit them right back. And like a kobold makes him hardy, which really reduces the amount of damage that can be done to him on a given turn. So all of these are super useful and super fun to play with. They also play into Axe Collector. So you automatically start with an Axe Collector die, but as the game progresses, you're going to be able to pick up axes, sometimes from rolling these dice, that you can then consume by throwing across the board and hitting enemies. Horn of the Zerker is a status effect die that doesn't always work, but when it does, the effects can be quite surprising. And then there's a consumable called Body Count. So basically, if Tantrum is the one to take out an enemy, his body count goes up, and then you can spend your body count to gain that amount of HP and then reset the die to 0. So all the things that Tantrum does work together with a really nice synergy. Perhaps not surprisingly, Tantrum's backup plan also has to deal with controlling his rage, so he can get more angry, he can calm down more, he can get some axes, which is always useful in his case, he can heal up, or he can upgrade, which again impacts his rage control. So overall, I personally think the Tantrum is super fun to play. If you like berserkers and fighters, then he's going to be a great pick for you. And last but not least, from the base box, we have Patches. I'm depending on you, son. So he is actually a more simple character to play, but it's because he has so many ways to heal and increase HP. In fact, we'll talk about it first this time. Patch's innate ability is Recovery. At the start of your turn, you heal yourself for 1 HP. If you can get to an 8+1, then you get a Major Recovery, which permanently increases your health stat, and you can heal any Gearloc for 1 HP at the start of your turn. So Patches has persistent healing abilities that are great. His main skill set is going to be this red line here, which is Combat Medic. So basically he's going to be able to heal himself and others on the board. Bonesaw is kind of fun because all medicine can hurt as well as heal. So this is an attack die that he has. His med pack has some pretty powerful healing. And then Zap Pack uses a consumable called E-Cells to be able to even revive fallen comrades on the battle mat, which is a very useful ability. Patches is also interesting because he has that heal-hurt theme going on throughout all of his professions. So nutrients and toxins are basically healing and harm. Similarly, Patches consumables can heal or harm. So Liquid Life does exactly what you'd think it would do. It's a consumable that heals. Poison darts cause poison, and E-Cells do a little bit of both. E-Cells can be used to zap baddies with electricity, or they can be used with Zap Pack in order to revive the fallen. So Patches is a complicated Gearloc, not to play, but in terms of his ethical stance on the use of medical objects. Patches also has this interesting profession line called Stim Stacker, and rather than outright heal anyone, what it basically does is give you buffs. So most of the dice in this set have great results, but they also have one called Tainted Mixture, which causes you to do true damage to yourself. So as with everything else that Patches does, he can help out tremendously, or he can cause some harm, which of course makes him more fun to play. So now let's talk about Duster. Duster is one of 2 Gearlocs who appear in Too Many Bones Undertow, and she is particularly interesting because she is actually a tyrant from the base Too Many Bones game. She has a whole storyline that you can track through the Too Many Bones series. Duster is exceptionally cool because you don't just get Duster when you play her, you also get her pet wolf, Nightshade, who is awesome. Duster's profession paths are based on these sort of stealth assassin survival skills that she has. So her red face dice are going to be focused on her dagger. Her dagger not only does damage, but it can cause bleed effects. She can throw daggers. And eventually she can injure people with electric blades, depending on whether she has some electric charges. She also has a survivalist skill track that basically allows her to heal during recovery phase of the turn, not only other Gearlocs, but Nightshade, which is very crucial. She can also feign death, which allows her to pick up a couple of HP and make herself untargetable for a short period, which can really help with the tempo if battle's not going your way. Nightshade can also use interesting tech, such as bottled smoke, which makes her untargetable, infusion bracers, which basically allow her to hit back any enemy that hits her, micro EMPs, which can disable enemies, and D-cells, which you use to gain charges and then power up other effects that Duster has. Scrag Roots and Blade Dip are basically consumables that she is able to pick up and use either to heal status effects or to attempt to poison others. But what's also awesome about this character in particular is that Nightshade also has her own little skill tree. So Nightshade is able to gain HP and even choose her own track between Dire Wolf and Timber Wolf, which makes Nightshade herself sort of like a mini playable character in addition to Duster. At the same time, Duster is actually one of the less complex characters to play in Too Many Bones. So if you're looking for a Gearloc that's simple but super tricked out with great powers and a lot of fun, then Duster is actually a great option. So now let's talk about Stanza. She's a little bit more complicated than Duster, but she's also very good fun to play. She is a bard, as you can see. She has an instrument called a lutar, and she begins with that lutar as her innate ability. So she always has this in her die slot, and she'll be rolling it to see how much focus she has for a given battle. So what makes Stanza interesting is that she uses her focus and her dexterity to play, maintain, and advance songs. So these different songs that she has are able to have different effects. So they can give HP buffs, they can stun enemies, and a lot of these, hilariously described as channeling your teenage angst and sadness, can do some pretty serious damage to baddies on the board. However, you can't play all of your songs at once, and you have to be careful about how you advance them because you need to make sure that you're operating within your focus and dexterity limits, which means that sometimes you have to scrap a song and exhaust it, sometimes you have to restart a song, but maintaining the right number of resources to be playing the right songs at the right time is a bit of a challenge. But the other thing that is super awesome about Stanza is that in addition to being a bard, she is also an axe wielder. So you can give her an axe, power it up, and have her doing all kinds of melee damage in addition to the song effects that she can cause. So if you would like to play a bard that takes a minute to learn but has really fun effects and is just a good time to play, then Stanza is an excellent choice of Gearloc for you. So now that we've covered everybody from the Too Many Bones box and from Undertow, it's time to move into the separate purchases to the expansion Gearlocs. And I know that you're not supposed to play favorites, but I really like to play Gilly. He's low complexity for solo, which makes him an ideal starting character for solo players. But what I really like about him is just that he has the coolest abilities. He's a trapper, which means that you can put traps that do damage to enemies or give them certain status effects around the battle mat, and then you can maneuver those enemies into your traps, which adds this entirely new fun tactical element to the game. Gilly also is a ranged character who is an archer, so he can develop his archery in really interesting ways, including multi-arrow, where you can hit multiple baddies at once, or marked enemy, where you can actually do extra damage to an enemy that you focused on. He also has some special abilities that can upgrade his arrows even further, such as Piercing Arrow, which can suspend Thick Skin, which is a very annoying baddie ability. Return Fire, which lets you fire right back at somebody who tries to hurt you. And Into Zone, which can increase your damage. Gilly's Zoolinguist profession is also awesome because you can have a falcon, a tiger, and or a wolverine, and then work on your powers to command them throughout a game of Too Many Bones. And like, who doesn't want cool pets that fight for you in battle? It's fantastic. Next, I want to talk about another of my favorite Gearlocs to play, and that would be Nugget. Very much like Gilly, she's relatively low complexity, but she has a lot of cool stuff going on that's very enjoyable when you have her as a character. She's both a melee and a ranged character, and she has an interesting mix of abilities that allow her to fight, but also to perform other tasks in the game. Her gifted track helps her modify various stats, and I particularly like Golden Touch because it helps her get extra training points if you roll well. She's got some fun weapons to work with, including her bolo, dagger, and her long blade, and these can all affect things like enemy movement, they can do extra damage, they can cause bleed effects if you use her dagger, and they're just generally fun in a fight. And she also has a sword dancer profession that is focused on not only attack, but on her movement. So Nugget not only has pretty good attacks, but she can also play with the tempo of the game. She can boost her movement, she can mess around with the initiative track, which means that she can change the order in which battles take place. She can avoid baddie attacks, and Deja Vu, if you roll well, is particularly awesome because it allows Nugget to take 2 turns in a row, which again has a big impact on the tempo of your battle. Among her consumables, she can also pick up sling stones, which means that in addition to stabbing people with long swords and daggers, she can hurl sling stones across the battle mat, which really comes in handy. But the other thing that makes Nugget really interesting is that if you look at her innate ability, it's actually that she's a treasure seeker. So she always gets to draw 2 loot cards and keep 1. She just gets more loot once she hits her innate +1 ability. And several of her skills, including Scrambler and Locksmith, are actually focused on a mini game within Too Many Bones, which is picking the locks on Trove loot. So Nugget is handy in a fight, but she also has a lot of interesting abilities that make other parts of Too Many Bones interesting, and that give you access to really cool loot. So one of the reasons I enjoy playing Nugget is that she has a focus that makes her interesting in all elements of the game, including the recovery phase and not just in battle. She also, frankly, has a pretty cool hoodie. If you're in search of a less straightforward play experience that's still really interesting, then you might want to try Tink. Tink is relatively simple to use in co-op, but can be very complicated in solo, and here's why. Tink is a bot builder, and he himself is very small, he's not particularly strong. In fact, his mechanist profession is specifically based on his small profile, which allows him to become untargetable and to hide behind his bots. He himself is not particularly strong. What he does do is he builds bots. So you're going to start the game with SpiderBot 1.0, and a build die. And what's going to happen is that you're going to roll your die, and basically the arrows that appear on that die face are going to tell you what attachment options you have for the build of that particular version of your spider bot. Some of the attachments just do straight damage, but the air horn, for example, disables baddies. You have armor plating for defense. You have protect mode to intercept hits for you. You have the prodder to push enemies away from you while also doing a bit of damage. You have the alternator, which can affect your bot's charge, so you do have to keep track of the charge of your bot. It doesn't just have unlimited power for the entire round. There's fifth leg, which allows your bot to leap all around the map, which is pretty cool. The firing arm, which is just straight up damage, and the sensomatic, which actually allows you to peek ahead into upcoming baddie encounters. So learning how to build this bot well and strategically is a challenge to playing Tink. Once you get used to playing him, he's actually really a lot of fun, but he is a little bit higher complexity, especially when you're solo and you're trying to manage a battle all by yourself. So if you'd like a thinkier Gearloc to try, one who has some interesting gameplay elements that'll keep you guessing and pushing yourself to be a more creative player, then I think that Tink is a very good Gearloc for you. Our next Gearloc is only sort of a Gearloc. You treat them like a Gearloc in battle, but actually they are a steam bot called Gasket. Gasket is super interesting because as a mech, Gasket has a bunch of immunities to status effects, including poison, weaken, terrify, stun, and even bleed. And also none of Gasket's skills are exhausted after you roll their skill dice, which means that you can re-roll more dice again and again for Gasket than you can for your average Gearloc. However, Gasket also comes with some disadvantages from being a steam bot, one of which is that Gasket starts with extremely low health, so you need to build up Gasket's HP as quickly as possible. And the other is that you need to manage not only Gasket's dexterity, as with other Gearlocs, but you also need to manage Gasket's hydro valve. The number of skills that Gasket can pull off each turn are heavily based on a combination of how much dexterity and hydro Gasket happens to have, and using more skills per turn is going to cost you more hydro. There is a way to compensate for this, but it's a risk, which is that Gasket has these programming dice, which are essentially free dice that you can keep rolling from turn to turn. However, you have to carry out the results that appear on them. So if you get a program die that you don't want to carry out, that's too bad. You're going to have to. So if you want to try out a little bit of programming and have a Gearloc with a lot of interesting abilities, but also a few challenges, Gasket is a lot of fun to try out. So now let's have a look at Dart. Dart was released alongside Splice and Dice, which is an expansion I talk about in my Know Your Too Many Bones expansions videos, because she was experimented on by Nobulus, and despite her difficult origin story, she has come out stronger. She's learned how to use darts to affect anyone who shares the battlefield with her, and she has a Picadillo named Board that she can ride all around the battle mat. Board also has his own separate chip and can move separately from Dart if needed. The first 4 dice are dice that are meant to help and impact Board. Dart's pharmacist profession has a bunch of different buffs and effects that can help either Dart or her allies. Toxicologist is where Dart's extra damage comes in outside of her normal attack. She also just has pathologist as a profession, which is where she can just stab baddies with tetanus needles, disable their skills, or put them to sleep. But this other part of her backup plan, Danger Zone, is very interesting because just like the cute little mini game in Too Many Bones, Dart is able to become Dangerous Dart. She even has a little bit of extra character guide to help work you through her dangerous phase. So when Dart is dangerous, what that means is that she and Board can rampage around the battle mat and do damage to adjacent enemies. You can only go dangerous once per battle, and there are some rules to how much damage you can do, but rampaging is a lot of fun, and it's very effective when strategically timed. And last but not least, our final add-on Gearloc, at least for now, is the Lab Rat. Like Dart, these are victims of being stuck in Nobulus's lab, but this time you're actually playing 4 smaller characters instead of 1 big one. So you have Slink, Helix, Flan, and Gerbil. And on a given game, you're actually going to only start with 2 of their mats, but you can add more Lab Rats as the game progresses. You can only ever have 1 on the battle mat at a time, but you can tag them in and out of battle each time you fight. Also interesting is that they share stat dice and they also share skill dice, so when you swap them in and out, you're going to transfer the skills from one mat to another. They do, however, have differentiated backup plans, so basically playing as the Lab Rats is all about balance and trying to find out the best way to deploy fresher Lab Rats or Lab Rats with a backup plan that you need, and trying to balance their skills well. Hey, it's Liz, I'm back. I just want to thank you so much for watching this tour of Gearlocs in Too Many Bones. I hope that it helped you make some decisions about who you might want to play, what Gearlocs might fit best with your playstyle, and which ones might really excite you in your next game of Too Many Bones. Happy gaming.
Hey everybody, I'm Adam. We got Josh here. Finally, Josh and I get another opportunity to sit down together and just talk. Today we are live talking about making the game Too Many Bones. Really quick before we dive in, we wanted to remind everybody what Too Many Bones is. So Too Many Bones is our second series. It's the first game of our second series. We ended up making it kind of in tandem with Hoplomachus, but it kind of took a back seat while we finished up the Hoplomachus series, and then we ended up kickstarting it in 2017. But a lot of what we're going to be talking about today is everything that kind of happened leading up to that 2017. So also really quick notes on Too Many Bones is kind of the flagship game of ours, I guess, in a way. It's the one that put us on the map, as we say. A couple of reasons for that is, number one, Hoplomachus, our series, we were still kind of navigating our component quality and whatnot with our manufacturer, and we kind of feel like we made a breakthrough when Origins came out in terms of that. So obviously Ricky Royal is one of the number one, in my opinion, number one solo gamer, and he's out in the UK, and he's been doing some work for us now. But at the time, it was kind of a big thing for us to end up number one on his list, and he sort of helped us orchestrate the rolling out of Too Many Bones. In addition to that, Too Many Bones, as we kickstarted it, we had kind of a slow start. And then around day 2 or 3, we saw that there were so many people who were asking for international shipping. So we took a big risk there. Remember how we ended up pivoting. We said, okay, we're going to go all in on using fulfillment companies. So prior to that, we were shipping internationally. Hoplomachus games, $80, $90, $100 price tag on shipping alone. And we cut that down big time, and that kind of created a lot of chatter on BGG, which ended up actually putting us on the top spot for the hottest games.
Yeah, it was the number one spot. We just didn't know quite why. Like normally when you run contests on BGG, there's some type of algorithm there, and we'd seen it with Hoplo. We were there for a few days, but with Bones, we kept being there. Like we were there for 2 weeks plus, and we think it was potentially just this unique. There was a lot of chatter. Originally, people were just not happy with the shipping prices, and then when we tried to address it, like there was chatter, in a positive light too. And so, ultimately, whether or not that was the thing, the reality is that we stayed up at number one for a good long time, and I think that got the wheels turning a little bit.
It was a very exciting time for us, and while we had somewhat developed the game, some of the development happened after the Kickstarter, and we really doubled down on our efforts. Our late nights ended up being later nights, and more often. Josh and I still had a full-time job at the time of rolling out Too Many Bones. So very exciting to look back and just kind of think about those times when we were working on that, burning the midnight oil. But without further ado, let's talk about what did we just see, that cover image? What were those characters?
Before we get into that, I want to just say I want to invite questions. This is a Q&A, so we have people watching chat, and if you do have something that either our conversation sparks as a question or you've just been wanting to ask something, we invite it. We've got already a couple coming in, which is awesome. Anything that pertains to what we're talking about, we'll try to answer right away. Otherwise, we'll segment them out. And we'll stop after a little bit, and we'll try to look and deal with a couple of the questions that are coming up.
If you see us looking over there, we have the questions on a prompter over there. So yes, thank you.
But yeah, the name. I mean, obviously, some games start with a name. Oftentimes, you start with mechanics. I feel like we were talking about this from the beginning, but what's funny now looking back is how long this crazy Ferntling's name hung around, actually being something that we were considering early on. For me, the name was of Ferntlings was like, it was representative of the awkwardness that we wanted these characters, like the unassuming, hero to be. And so that name kind of embodied that for me, but but like it just wasn't a name that ever really had a ring to it or a reason for being in it. I don't know. Like
it was a working title.
You can see the graphic right now. Working title is good.
Yeah, and actually, since we conceived that game several years prior, it was actually called Frontlines for a while until we finally decided prior to the Kickstarter to call it Too Many Bones. How did we come up with that? Again?
Well, so like we started from Frontlings, we went to a couple others. We had a couple comps. We had Bones and Arrows. We have I think a logo treatment of that as well. That we'll get up on the screen, but that was another kind of play. At that point, we had already decided that we wanted something to do with bones being related to dice. The Too Many Bones came even after that with a little bit of a connection to. For me, it was seeing the Robert Redford film and Sneakers and having them like decipher the code using the crossword puzzle, and it was like too many secrets, and for me that was kind of stuck in my head during this time, and so I kept coming back to that, but we weren't even sure if we liked that name, like almost a negative, like too many dice, but it grew on us, and it had kind of that dual meaning of like too many bones, like the tyrants in the north had the Gearlocs were actually standing up to the tyrants, like enough is enough, and then just the correlation to dice rolling. Sure. There was the dice in this game. We knew from the beginning, pretty early on, that there was going to be a lot of dice in this game. So like Bones was fitting.
Yeah, the Too Many Bones title actually has multiple meanings here. So now we've come up with Bones is actually dice, and Too Many Bones. People like to joke that the game is too many bones, it costs too much, but we all know that that's not true because the value is there. But it is a high price tag, which we understand. And then the third one was we've actually incorporated the bones into the dice. So when you roll them, we've got that backup plan, but we won't get into that for this session, but that's really cool. Thank you. So original character idea, we talked about that a little bit, but why did we come up with these guys look like elves, but they're Gearlocs. Where did that come from?
So we have a couple more images. One is just like our original comps of some of these Gearlocs. I think the one that we have is of Gilly and some of the earlier versions of Gilly. But I think it was a combination of seeing probably underlying inspired by Lord of the Rings and a small like Hobbit type creature, but more so than that, we wanted to bring in characters from high fantasy that we loved, but we wanted a new race. Like we wanted something that was different than what already existed. So it was kind of a fusion, I guess, of like a small elf or house elf, and then the gnomes from WoW. I mean, you and I played World of Warcraft all the time, and so like and that probably pulled. I think that probably pulled the invention part into the the Gearlocs a bit, like the gnomish inventors of WoW, and then goblins, just the long or big-eared kind of battle goblins of high fantasy. So,
and by the way, all this art that you're seeing has been done by our artist Anthony Latorno. We still
he was there from the beginning.
Yeah, so he helped us kind of come up with this the look. You saw the different sketches, the different things that we worked through. But we've been able to work with Anthony all this time, which is really special.
Yep. Anything else on that? I think the only other thing I'll say about the character development was, I mean, like Adam and I used to game all the time, and it was more computer or video gaming. It was online gaming, but we did have some games like Arcanum, which is probably, I don't know how well known a game that is, but that one was another one that I think like heavily influenced the Gearlocs and what we wanted them, how we wanted them to feel, because like Arcanum was all about whether you were going to go with technology or whether you were going to go with like nature and magic. And so in that game it was like they were warring against each other, and so if you went technology it was harder to perform magical spells or whatnot. With the Gearlocs we wanted to not necessarily have magic. We liked the idea of like Numenera the storyline there of like this advanced technology that is maybe the only way of explaining it is magic.
We have a couple of loot cards.
Yeah.
So
If
you guys have seen, for those of you who have the game, if you take a look at the loot and the Trove loot, that really speaks to the technology piece that we're talking about.
Yeah. There's a couple pictures of some Arcanum invention art that we could put up, but like that was some of the stuff that you would end up crafting or building in Arcanum, and so I think that heavily influenced the steampunky feel of Bones. But yeah, that's kind of a good like intro to where we started with things. Let's tackle a few questions that are coming in.
There is one question that kind of pops out.
Go for it.
The others are very, very good questions. They may be more for the end of the session, but I'm looking at question number 4. The content is so rich. Which comes first, the narrative or the mechanics, aka the chips? That's a very good question. So Josh and I don't know. It kind of came, they both kind of at the same time, but I would say because of Hoplomachus, I mean, we already have the chips that you speak of for the mechanics. I think that after just seeing how well Hoplomachus was playing, I think we kind of played with the chip thing, but the dice mechanics was what really stood out for Too Many Bones. The tree building, I think we had already started playing World of Warcraft, as you already, So I think we really liked the customization of the character, and that's where we started thinking about what can we do with creating very in-depth, unique characters, almost like an RPG, and it ended up being an RPG, and then we kind of worked on the theme after that.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think during early development, I remember writing that white paper on like dice theory and the whole idea of like, could you have true strategy with a dice game that has so many different randomizations or possibilities, and is risk or something like that true strategy, and like just factoring in the chances that both people have. It was fascinating to like delve into that, but that is like where we were working really hard through the backup plan. The backup plan was one of the beauty, I think, like a beautiful moment for Bones was to say, you know what, this is something that, like, if we work this in the right way, that kind of mitigation and like almost the idea of rolling for your backup plan, or the backup plan as you land Bones, which you would typically not want, the idea of that eventually becoming more desired than your original result was a really cool thing to arrive at. Like, so those mechanics, I think, came maybe before a lot of the theme took real form.
Yeah, for our audience, the backup plan was the misses on the dice, or so we thought. So instead of having blank sides that did nothing, they were bones, and then that's what built the backup plan. So yes, great question.
We are at this segment here, so let's tackle a few of these. Some are just compliments. Create. What is it like to create the perfect game? You know, I definitely didn't know just quite how magical Bones was. Like, there were highs and lows through development, as there always is. Like, you get through a certain point in development and you hit a wall, and then you just like, you want to do something else because you don't want to force the design, and that was true of Bones. Like, I think, you know, we'll get to it later, but like the battle mat is a great example of that, and like literally no movement is where we started. The character mats will show you some of that, so we'll come back to this question, but it certainly didn't feel perfect at any stage of development. You saw the beauty of it in different times, but it took a while for us to get there.
We could actually discuss the character mat now, if you'd like to.
Yeah, let's do that.
So, we've got a couple of good questions coming in here. Josh and I want to make sure that we cover at least what we plan to cover, and then
let's do character mat first?
Yes.
Okay.
Let's talk about the character mat. So we have a picture of the Frontling map. So this was the first map that...
Yeah, this would be Patches in its original form. When there was currency, I mean, it's like I can't even hardly look at that map thinking about how complex Bones already is, and then seeing that map, and we'll show you. But
yeah, it's up. Yeah.
It's,
so
go ahead.
I mean, there's a lot of complexity, and we have to start somewhere, right?
Yep.
So that was the first thing that was like, okay, here's all of our ideas, and we put them on there, and we knew right away it looked very busy, but we wanted to make sure that we put out our ideas and then sort of work through a process of elimination. And I think we did a good job kind of eliminating the currency management piece and just making it more about
Dex, actually. I mean, Dex is kind of what currency boiled down to. Like everything was, originally you were paying XP or gold to perform certain things, and it was just a whole nother level we didn't need in the game. And so, it kind of all simmered down to the Dex stat.
Yeah, absolutely, I agree with that.
Yeah.
I think, speaking of the dice, one of the other things we didn't touch upon, what we were talking earlier about the mechanics and striving to debunk the idea of dice are random, and strategy on dice is what we were kind of trying to show. And we ended up trying to feature a specific mechanic within each Gearloc.
Yeah.
And each Gearloc had a specific set of dice that functioned differently from each other.
That was
a lot of pressure lock, a lot of matching combos,
Yeah, I remember our first development, or like our decision of, are we going to develop every Gearloc together, or are we going to each take a Gearloc, and how do we want it to feel? And I think we started with, for the 4 base characters, both of us took 2. And I don't know that we'll tell them which ones were which, but yeah, I mean, it was neat to see how both of us came at it from a little bit different perspectives, and like certain things about what games you like and how you like to play with or how you use dice, or how you appreciate strategy with dice, came out in the characters that you developed. There was potentially more consistency, but a longer shot at that consistency, versus something with a lot of versatility, but a little bit more like real open-ended character design. So I think it worked well for the 4 characters, and then quickly thereafter, we still for the next few designed them.
It ended up being more. Yeah, it went from each one of us assigned one, and we kind of helped each other out to more of a dual effort.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah.
And then with Dart and Labyrinth, it ended up being, there was an initial idea, and then it ended up being kind of a collaborative.
Yeah.
Everybody chimed in and shared what they loved, what didn't like, and we kind of went at it with a team approach.
Yeah. And I think that's important because, like, in the first base game, I mean, we exhausted a lot of what we felt like were really good ideas with the characters, but then we have to do something new. And back to your point of each Gearloc being so unique, like I don't know that we started out with the intent of every Gearloc being quite so varied.
Sure.
But as we designed it, we were originally looking at, okay, is 4 dice per Gearloc enough? And then, okay, wait, is 8 or 9 dice enough? And it was interesting that we actually got out to that outer perimeter of 16 unique dice. And I think, for me, that's when it really started getting exciting at the same time. Like, it was intimidating when we saw development going that route, because it's so much to try to factor into the design, and trying to kind of root out all of the possibilities that could, that we have to balance and all of that. But I mean, we literally came up with a grading system for every single die, like and the sides, and how much a bone was worth, and how much
for the balancing. Yes, absolutely. And we try to balance out all of the dice, but actually we recognize that some dice are more valuable than others, and there's. So we look at the character as a whole, and how it functions. That's when they really are truly, when you go side by side, depending on the situation, they kind of felt, complete in that way.
We've got a couple good questions on this specifically.
Yes, okay.
What would you say was the hardest Gearloc to design?
Oh boy. So I think that the last one we did, Lab Rats, was definitely something of a challenge. I think that, I know we're kind of fast forward into a more recent timeline. The Lab Rats was interesting because we wanted it to be something that represented a group. And how were we going to do that? By having just one Gearloc, or is it 4 Gearlocs, and then we kind of played with different variations of it. We ended up just having to make 4 separate characters, and I think that we did a great job in making them each feel like almost a full-fledged Gearloc, but they're really only, a few pieces of equipment, and we made them feel like a team, almost like, I don't want to say WWE where they tag in, tag out, but it kind of has to feel that way for balance purposes and whatnot. But I thought that was, we ended up designing several variations of the Lab Rats, if you remember, so it took
I would say for me it was probably Stanza. And I would say that because I think early on we saw the potential of that Gearloc. We knew it was going to be a complex one, and we knew that there was a way to associate it. Like, again, for me, if the theme is so important, and if the more the theme ties to the Gearloc, if you can see. Or get in our heads and see why we gave this skill to this Gearloc and why she's doing this thing, and if it makes sense, like that just like the immersion level goes way up. And so for me that's so important. And I'm not saying we got everything right, but I think that one was a real challenge to get the immersion level correct without overcomplicating. And we had a number of overcomplicated versions of her, and she is still a very complex character managing everything. So
Stanza's by far my favorite character. My favorite
Sure.
character, and I think we intentionally made sure that Duster was a little bit lighter on the complexity
we did.
to balance out Stanza, because they came in that Undertoe box.
Right.
Absolutely.
So were there Gearloc designs that just completely failed, and if so, why? I like that question. I would say there were mechanics that failed. Gearlocs, not so much, just because you could work with a personality or fine tune that personality. So even if mechanics for Tink weren't working, it didn't mean that we had to throw away the entire concept of Tink at being an inventor. Gearloc, working with spider bots and little robots. We liked that concept, so we knew we could do something there. But finessing the actual building of the bots was a challenge.
Failed is a strong word. Failed is a strong word. We certainly played with different variations, and some worked out. Others, we saw some light in there, and we decided to kind of craft it towards that way. But for the most part, I don't remember outright just tossing a Gearloc out of the window. So when we had a concept that we knew would be a home run, we worked hard to make it happen.
There were some personalities that we considered and then decided against.
That's true.
But I wouldn't say that was like a failed character or a failed design. It was just more something that it wasn't quite as compelling as other ideas that we had. Let's see. Have you ever toyed around with a build your own Gearloc expansion? Let me think on that. Not so specifically, but I mean,
I don't really have much to add. I mean, we've oftentimes, because of the success of Too Many Bones and the popularity, I think that Josh Wilkes and you and I and even others, Shannon, we like to sit around and just talk about what could be. And just we spitball ideas, and that's kind of what came from. That's where the Build Your Own Tyrant came from. But certainly, Build Your Own Gearloc was one sentence before or after that. But I think we leaned heavily into the Build Your Own Tyrant idea.
I also feel like Lab Rats had a hint of that in them. Like the whole idea of the Lab Rats was, pick this piece of equipment and make it your own. Like which pieces of equipment do you want to upgrade and fully build out? But yeah, it needed to take a different path. So it didn't really end up answering that question specifically. But you know, like.
Something
what
we
might
talk
happen?
about. Yeah.
Like,
we certainly have a lot of chicken scratches still for this game that
true.
we keep going back to, and nothing is off the table.
Yeah.
We always say that.
Yep.
All things we just like to keep revisiting. There are some great ideas out there.
We can tackle this one, and maybe we can segue that into the battle or.
Okay. Sure. So we'll start with the chuck of the.
Yeah. So before we get into this question, we'll kind of address the.
Yeah, we're gonna get back on script here. So. Yeah. So after developing the characters, we ended up asking ourselves, so how do we want to do the story side of it?
Yeah.
And.
Yeah, I think for me the story. I wanted something that it had that choose your own adventure feel. Again, for me though, it was really important that the story that you read, whatever the choice or the dilemma that was presented, I wanted to make sure as much as possible that the options on the back actually made sense. I didn't want it to be like run from a dragon and then literally it's the same battle whichever way you chose. Like I wanted it to feel like you were running. Yes. So a very simple example of that is like the one where you're underwater and like you're breathing through a straw and you're trying to decide whether you go for your equipment because there's enemies that come up to the side of the bank and do you go for your equipment or do you stay underwater longer, and like that whole thing would determine whether you were going to be able to use skill dice the first round, which would be your equipment, or not. And so like simple stuff like that is where I think we started with the encounters, and that was a way to tell a story but like integrate it with the choices. And very quickly we found that it was exhausting but super exciting to feel like you were developing almost like a small game version of Bones every encounter. Like every single encounter was a new little game, not a mini game, but like it was Bones, but it was a different Bones for every encounter. So that was cool.
Absolutely. I think that kind of speaks to the, I don't want to say realism, but if we were to go out on an adventure, you know, anytime we encounter something, it's a completely different game, and it's just, you know, I feel like the dynamic of the encounters is just so, I don't know, I love it.
It's rewarding. Yeah. So we had actually started with a map that was going to be the adventure map, but like it was going to be the story, and you were going to have to decide which way to go on the map. I think we have a graphic of that, but like we started with that as it had the day counters and all of that stuff. This was back when it was still Ferntlings. It was early on, and then that became like we couldn't really tell the story very seamlessly with that, and so it changed to cards pretty quickly, and the cards were able to be randomized much easier. You could have that adventure take way bigger swings, and we could work in peaceful encounters and those types of things as well.
I think, you know, seeing that map kind of reminds me of our days of playing Heroes of Might and Magic. We did a lot of that mapping, and we kind of ran over here, ran over there. There were some battles, there were some, you know, good things that happened, and I think that we went from there to this, and then we ended up falling to just doing the encounter straight up. But it was a great starting point. We really, really loved that game.
We then transferred, like, we still wanted the immersion piece that the battle map or the adventure map brought, so then we put it back in as an add-on if you liked that visual, to give you, you know, something to reference on where this was all taking place. But then in relation to that came the battle map itself. And I want to just address the one question that we had. So let me just see here. It's up.
So it looks like we can tackle those probably after the last bit.
Okay.
So moving on right into the battle map. So in addition to playing Heroes of Might and Magic, we also played Disciples. Disciples 2. So Disciples was another fantastic game where I mean, again, we're old, so for those of you who don't know, these games were in the 90s and early 2000s were the polished, and then that kind of dropped
mostly
off.
Mostly PC games. But with Disciples, that was one where there was no movement. It was a beautifully rendered game. Like the artwork was beautiful. But I just loved how like you had your battle line and you had the placement and you had a turn order and like you would just
we have a picture of that too.
I don't know if we have a picture of Disciples, but we have but but that's where we started. Oh, thank you. Yeah, we do have one of where we ended up on, and that was a battle mat with no movement. That was with literally 2 dice for status effects, and you put your Gearlocs out, and you'd face an enemy, and that's it. Like that was, and I think without the skills that the Gearlocs had, it would have probably worked. But the more varied that these Gearlocs got, the more we needed that open-ended, and so we needed there to be a lot more strategy on the mat than just a single placement. Range needed to be, protected, but also precious, and
looking at that map now, I see it. I'm looking at what you guys are looking at. So I think this is more stage 2. The one I remember before had a little bit of the shifting of the chips, but front row, back row was the whole Disciples idea that we were going for. It's interesting because I think about front row is the row that's most vulnerable and supposed to be the melee. The back row is the range, and the skills ended up, affecting, front row or back row or all. And we actually sort of kept that by when we transitioned to what we have now. It still ended up being target, non-target. We also added adjacent, non-adjacent. We talked about, affecting all, or any, all of those terms we embraced and incorporated into the game. So now, with that, it's just added another layer that we felt was needed in the battle mat piece.
I think with like the addition of pets, with the addition of the raft, this opened up things a lot more for us. It allowed us to kind of expand what we wanted to do. And just have that much more varied heroes in the game. So I think, I'm glad we ended up heading this direction versus the static. But it's neat to think that that's where we started, because there's Disciples was again just such an amazing game.
I think we just kind of wrapped up that last bit that we wanted to talk about. Let's tackle. We've got some great questions that came in.
So these are a couple random questions that we'll catch up on. What is the next TMB expansion going to be? When does CTG plan to release it? After this last iteration with Splice and Dice, the thinking was that we needed to give Bones a little bit of time to breathe. We were big. I keep coming up with these games. I wonder how many people actually have any clue what half of these games are, but a game that Adam and I played in at some point was Pox. If you remember Pox, Pox Nora. And I remember loving that game, and then very, very quickly realizing we couldn't keep up. Like all the expansions, and I still think it's an awesome, amazing game, but I felt like it outpaced us a bit. And whether or not it actually did, if it was on us, it was personally it outpaced me. So I think I had a little bit of a fear of us doing that. Like the excitement and we're kind of still coming into recognition. Like people are now first experiencing Bones, which just boggles my mind that there's so many, like a lot more people first experience Bones now in this last year. And so that, there's a part of me that wants to keep developing, but ideas take time to curate, and we don't want to force anything. And so this last iteration with Splice and Dice, I think, was a nice stopping point for a while. We've definitely left the story open-ended. I mean, when they're in the break, so we've got some pathways going down underground. We also have all of the west west of Obendar to explore. There's rumors of humans that direction, but there's just so much that we we can and likely will do with it. It's just we want to give it a little breather because we have some huge titles coming up. So
announcements coming tomorrow.
Yep.
Tomorrow we'll talk more about Victorium and then the unannounced title yet.
Yep.
Until tomorrow. That's exciting.
But yeah, I mean, this isn't over. Like we love Bones.
Yeah.
We are in Bones and like developing, continuing to take notes and stuff. But it needs to be inspired, and we wanted to just let it breathe a little bit.
Yeah. And that Trove box that's going out very soon actually does have a little bit of room for just a little more content. So yes.
More room than you may think.
Okay.
Is planned.
So great question.
All right. Is the Spider Bot? An homage to Spider-Man from the PC game, Binding of Isaac. That's actually a really cool question. It is not. That I would say that one was probably mostly influenced by Arcanum. Like I don't know if we ended up getting up those graphics, but the Arcanum Spider Bot was one of those first things that I remember just absolutely loving the crafting of that in the game, and like. Yeah, so that's kind of probably where it mostly came from.
That's cool, though. That's a good question,
Yeah. Let's see, do you want to take any of these?
I haven't had a chance to read these ahead of time. Will there ever be a TMB battle mode? Quickfire battles with predefined, amped up Gearlocs and Tyrants with their baddie queues? Wow.
I like the sound of that. We have one encounter, right? There's one encounter where you're facing off against each other.
That's right.
So we have that already. I actually had wanted to make that a mode that we played potentially as like a fun mode at conventions, like some type of a battle mode where you're able to bring with you a couple baddies. I mean, that's kind of how the encounter works. Like you choose some baddies and they you have to take them out and then you can fight the Gearloc. But we didn't. We wanted to see how people reacted to that encounter.
Absolutely.
And I feel like that one's been a little bit quiet. Like I haven't heard.
Well, that's a good point because every one of these encounters are so unique. So if you don't have Splice and Dice, if you don't have Age of Tyranny, 40 days it is actually. 40 days has so many more encounters. Every one of those encounters, some of them are just that dynamic and different. So you have to round out your collection to try out what you can do with this stuff.
Okay, so what drove the idea behind the double-sided battle mat for Dart? Well, I think, so from the beginning, the idea of having neoprene and being able to lock those dice in, I think where it started to form was when we were toying with the thicknesses of how we wanted this neoprene to perform. We wanted something where you could literally grab your Gearloc mat and the dice stayed in it. And so we've given you some examples of that where we pick up a mat, and I think one we're actually chucking the mat, and the dice are hanging out in their spots. And I feel like that's maybe where we just were toying with it a little bit and flipping it over, and it kind of came pretty quickly with the whole play on words and the whole, like we've taken plenty of grief over our mini games and like the dangerous darts game, and we're not ones we wear that on our sleeve, and we're not ones to get too too sensitive towards that kind of criticism. But we also like to lean into it. So that was one where we were just like, oh, this is really like becoming a good idea, and of course we got to call it dangerous dart. And just kind of accept that.
Our first double-sided mat, was that the Triplock?
Yeah.
The solo co-op, and then you have the versus mode side, and then we had the hole in the middle that was held by a single-sided, and that rubber part kind of held it, locked it in place. And it was at that time we found out that the neoprene actually needed to be 4 mm thick.
Correct.
So for those of you who haven't noticed yet, the dangerous dart mat is actually a little thicker.
A little thicker than the other Gearloc mats. Yeah.
So that's so that allows for it to flip over and hold the dice.
Yeah, I would say just the other point to that is that usually we try to keep our mats one-sided, but that's just because one of their
Anti-slip.
purposes is to stay down on whatever your surface is. But with the Gearloc mats, because everything's just quite so self-contained, it doesn't really matter. Like nothing's going anywhere if you bump it a little bit. So it allowed us a little bit of freedom to kind of toy with that. So
absolutely.
When's the mat on the desk for sale? We're just testing some stuff out. We've toyed with a lot of them. We have actually some more designs on order, like prototypes on order. Everything from different play mats to literally something for in front of your computer, more of a keyboard mouse mat. But I don't know. We're just trying stuff. We have all of this beautiful artwork, and a lot of the artwork that Anthony does ends up on a small chip, and so we're just like raring to get some of this art in a bigger size, and so you'll likely see some of this stuff in the next year coming out in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah. Absolutely, great question. Nice spotting. So regarding the success of the game, do you have a plan for translation packs? Yes, that's a very good question. I think ever since Too Many Bones came out, people have been, and we have a great fan base, but we have people from Germany, France, and there are a lot of requests for translations.
Yeah.
And I think that the most popular one by far was Germany. And so I think, do we have something to say about that?
Well, yeah, it's definitely I can officially say it's in the works. We are, but it's what we're trying to decide right now is Bones is a game that is like we have a pretty large area dedicated to replacement components. The people, our backers, are very meticulous, just like we are, and are very picky. And we want to make sure that we can address any concerns with production quality and all of that. And the minute we do just a brand new version of the game, that becomes a lot harder. So our initial idea was a language pack that would basically address everything from any printed materials, like reference sheets, cards, that kind of stuff, and then our thought was leaving chips alone because a lot of the skills are already something where it's a made-up name, so there's no real translation for it, and so that language pack we felt like we could get it to a pretty good price and maybe even subsidize some of that cost, and that would hopefully facilitate more base game Bones sales, because that will help. We're still small, so like getting those order quantities up is important to us, and so that's what we're toying with right now. We have translations in the works, and the rollout I couldn't say quite yet, but yes, it's
nothing is for sure until it happens, but we are working on it. We're excited about it. It's looking good so far. Absolutely.
It's not probably a question of if at this point. It's a win for at least a couple translations. So that's good news. Wow. It's just it's still out there a ways. So we have a few more minutes, so let's crack through a couple more questions. Have you ever thought of adding a Gearloc faction in Cloudspire?
Yes and no.
Right.
So, while it's so fantastic to think about trying to merge or mix or have some fun with each of our games, I mean, Game to Pick a Game actually has a Cloudspire character in it. So that was kind of fun to give it a little teaser. But I think especially for the Too Many Bones world and for Cloudspire, we want to, I mean, those are more serious in nature, and I think we want to keep them protected and pure in a sense.
Bones has a lot of popularity. It's definitely looked at as kind of the game that put us on the map, and I think personally I just wanted to separate Cloudspire from that. As a designer, you don't I don't know, I'll speak personally, but I still have questions on like, all right, was Bones a one-hit wonder? Like I think there's a lot of confidence in our designs, but you just never know how an audience is gonna receive a game, and our games are very quirky. They're pretty rules heavy in some respects, but there's a simplicity to them too, but only if you get it. And so like if you take the time to get it, then it's like, oh my goodness, this is really cool. But so I don't know, like I oftentimes will question like how well is Cloudspire going to be received? And now that it's starting to get some acclaim, I feel much more confident in it. But like we knew we had a really good design there. But I wanted to keep it separate from Bones to let it stand on its own, to let it breathe as its own title, and then like that. I don't. That was important to me.
That doesn't mean we won't necessarily come out with a promo chip that has some fun with it or whatever. But
Yeah.
I don't. A full-on faction is just not going to happen.
No.
Yeah.
The Stanza question on like what was the inspiration for creating Stanza? Are either of you musicians? Josh Wilgus is a drummer, and he helped a lot actually with kind of tying theme to that character. So yeah, I remember having to take piano lessons as a little kid, but I didn't stick to it. So
I'm not I'm a musician. I totally hear every note and oh my goodness. No. But no, it's a good point though, because I do appreciate music for what it is, and I love the idea of a punk rock.
Yeah.
Gearlocs.
Well, and you still pull up sometimes with the music blaring because you do feel the.
That's true. So I have the bass on my car, and I that's how I listen to music is really through bass.
Yeah.
So that's kind of different,
But still,
so.
All right, let's do 2 more questions here.
Two more. Last 2, and they're already here. All right.
Yep.
So.
You guys have attended so many conventions. What is your favorite CTG Con memory?
Wow. So, I mean, there are so many. There are so many good memories.
Yeah.
I think I did 7 years in a row, and I finally took a year off last year, and then this year I was forced to take off too.
Yeah.
So, I really miss GenCon. My favorite memory, my goodness, GenCon specifically?
No, just a con.
Okay. So, I mean, wow. So, obviously, meeting everybody, that's top of my list. It's just every single person that I've really got to know, I've liked. And it's just been so fun to get to know the people, how different they are, and just, the different things we like, playing games, having dinner, all of that is so fun. I don't know if I have a specific memory. I'll tell you what, I do. And it's when I take the Chip Theory team out to dinner.
Yeah.
I think that finally when we, all the work we put into going out to the convention, we settle in and then we set up, and then I think we try to have that first. I had goosebumps just talking about it. I think that it's not as much of a tradition as we would like to make it, but we do that sometimes. And I think that after the first night of setting up, we go out to dinner.
Yeah.
And it's just kind of a relaxation moment, and it's just, we love our team. Yeah. And that's my memory.
Yeah, mine is very similar in just, for me, everything's so visual, and it has to be, I'm kind of like I'm really meticulous about specifics, and like our booth has to be at the level of our games, and so like we want it to look and stand out no matter what size it is, and like all of that work that goes into it, all the graphics, all the things that could go wrong at a con, and then to finally get it put together, usually in time, like it all comes together, and then you know that people are going to encounter it the next day, and there's like a piece that like a calm that goes over, and you're excited about it. You can like then of course it gets busy and it's crazy, but there's that part where you're anticipating and just knowing that you're going to have good conversations and all of that stuff. So that would be what I'd reference. And then any plans to make a companion app for iOS or Android?
Oh, I'll let you take that.
Sure. So we actually, there's a couple things we've done in the past. We had someone kind of work through a little helper app for TMB, and for a while we kind of helped just commission that, but we didn't really stay up to date with that. We kind of let it. We were curious to see how popular it would be, and then we also had a discussion with a company as recent as last year on potentially an app or some type of a playable online that we could maybe port to Steam, something like that. Sure. A lot of questions around that. I can't say if we really know where we would take that. I think if the opportunity arose, we would absolutely investigate it, and like we were already having those talks. Yeah. But again, Bones is such a complex game. I think our questions were just adoption rates and whatnot, and how much of that audience would maybe be pulled from our existing game, or purchases, and like all of those types of discussions. But I think support apps, absolutely. Like actual standalone game type app maybe in the future. We have a programmer. Jillian is on staff. Yes. We're headed that direction because there's always things that need it. So we're still talking, but yeah, that's probably the short answer.
Yeah, there's a lot of. I mean, in theory, it's a great idea to have. But there's a lot of effort, a lot of work, a lot of resources, time, energy, money that goes into each one of these initiatives that we have. We have a lot of exciting things in the works. It's hard to pick and choose which to pursue.
Yeah. Guys, thank you. It was fun to kind of reminisce and talk through things. Great questions. We have one last bit, I think, coming up today, and that's something I will probably never live down after tonight. But no, we're just thankful that you guys joined us today, and we look forward to more programming tomorrow. So thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Hi, Not Board Gamers, and welcome back to this very special episode of Not Board Gaming. I'm your host, I'm Mark, and this episode is brought to you in conjunction with my very good friends at Chip Theory Games for GenCon Online. Now, I'm going to be talking to you in this video about one of my all-time favourite games, and as you can see in the background, it is, in fact, Too Many Bones from Chip Theory Games, designed by Adam and Josh Carlson. Look, there is a reason that this game is ranked number 61 in the BGG top games of all time. It's because it is such a wonderful, wonderful experience. So Too Many Bones is a dice building RPG. A what? A dice building RPG, that is correct, where you will take either a single Gearloc, and these are the guys that you fight with, or multiple Gearlocs on a solo or cooperative adventure through the wonderful lands of Daylor, having journey after journey, having encounter after encounter, with the ultimate aim of battling and defeating the tyrant in one of the most unique game experiences I've ever had. So the first thing you'll notice when you open your box of Too Many Bones, and I still remember the day I got it, I was so over the moon and blown away by what I saw inside, is the unrivaled quality of the Chip Theory contents. You have these wonderful die-cut neoprene gaming mats, not only for the Gearlocs, but you also have the battle mat as well. And if you want to purchase it separately, there is also the adventure mat. You have the wonderful weighty poker chips with the print on there, be there the Gearloc poker chips, the baddie poker chips, or the tyrant poker chips. They just feel absolutely wonderful. And the dice that the game has become synonymous with. You have these heat transfer dice. That means these are really durable, hard wearing, they feel great to roll on the table, and the print will never come away from them. But it's not all about the quality, it has to be about the gameplay, and that's where Too Many Bones stands head and shoulders above its competition. You see, the thing about Too Many Bones is that each and every time you play it, you're going to have a totally unique adventure. That means it is absolutely endlessly replayable. And that is just out of the base box. In the base box, you have your 4 Gearlocs, you have a number of tyrants, and you have a number of encounter cards, and you mix and match those to create a unique adventure. However, you can then expand that. You want more Gearlocs? Hey, we can give you more Gearlocs. Here's Gilly, here's Tantrum, here's Gasket. There is more Gearlocs out there, and you want an expansion to the base game, that's absolutely fine, because we have 40 Days in Daylore, which gives you even more cards and even more baddies, and you also have Age of Tyranny, which gives you a campaign style adventure so that you can string your journey together. Rolling dice has never felt so good, and there is a reason that Too Many Bones calls itself a dice building RPG. First of all, there's the dice themselves. There are 130 unique dice in the base game alone. Then there are the attack dice and the defense dice. That means that each of your Gearlocs, which have an asymmetrical mat, can be powered up differently in each different game. You can mix and match your Gearlocs to create these winning combinations. You can take on tyrants that are different. You can have different baddies in there. No two games play the same, and the RPG bit absolutely kicks in when we're talking about how you power up each individual Gearloc. So we've talked about the dice. The RPG element is huge in this game. So here we go. Here's the map for Boomer. And when you start, you'll have some fairly basic kind of statistics and abilities on there. But every time you complete an encounter, you may get the opportunity to get some training points. And when you get training points, you can potentially increase Boomer's stats. And you will, each character and each Gearloc will get one of these wonderful sheets which tells you what each die does. Maybe you want to give Boomer some buff HP. So you want to give her some additional HP and some strength there, then maybe you want to assign that die to her. Or maybe you want to increase her grenade throwing ability. So you pick that die, and each time you have an encounter, you can choose new die if you get training points, increase the abilities on your Gearloc, and have a truly unique experience as you battle the big bad tyrant. And the end of the game comes when you battle a tyrant, and of tyrants there are many, and each expansion brings a new set of tyrants for you. You will battle the tyrant. They have their unique fighting abilities, they have their unique dice, and you will win the game if you beat the big bad tyrant, and it is just a wonderful, wonderful journey to go on. I think it goes without saying that I absolutely love Too Many Bones by Chip Theory Games. For me, it just offers an unrivaled sense of fun, of adventure. It looks great on the table. It's very tactile as you're moving the poker chips around the neoprene mats. It's endlessly replayable, and that's just outside. That's just with the base box. You know, there are the other Gearlocs that you can buy. There is 40 Days in Daylore. There is the Age of Tyranny campaign, and there are also other expansions as well. So there is the Too Many Bones Undertoe, which is a separate standalone game, which I'll be talking about in another video. And there's the recently released Too Many Bones Splice and Dice, which totally alters the base game of Too Many Bones, and I'll speak about that in another video. So that is my kind of overview on Too Many Bones by Chip Theory Games. It's a wonderful, wonderful, unique, fascinating, fantastic, tactile, tactical, strategical adventure that is unlike any other game out there. So thank you for joining me on this journey through Too Many Bones by Chip Theory Games. My name's Mark. I'm from Not Board Gaming. Please remember to like and subscribe to the channel for more great content. Enjoy the rest of GenCon, and until next time, bye-bye.
That's what I'm talking about. Wait! Okay, now, from the beginning.
Hit it, boys.
Hello, my name is Josh Carlson, and tonight I will be reading The Liberation Logbook. The Liberation Logbook, a collection of artwork, battle logs, and stories from the board game Too Many Bones. Written by James Boulier, illustrated by Anthony Letourneau. Prologue. The Deepwood, an uncharted and ominous place that claims the entire Midwest region of Daylor. This seemingly untraversable forest encroaches upon the very edges of the Cibron River. Isolating much of the northern hemisphere, one ancient path winds its way through her darkened woods, yet some would insist that it is even more perilous than the woods itself. A shroud of mystery fueled by tall tales has kept the Deepwood and those that live inside it safe and unknown to the rest of Daylor for centuries. This is, however, no longer the case. As the leaves turn, a new cycle begins, and with it comes a stirring in the north. Day by day, the Deepwood is becoming corrupted, morphed into something horrible, spoken only of in legends. This veiled forest and those within are becoming overrun by an ancient foe known as the Ebon. This impending threat has forced Deepwood inhabitants out of their primordial cover with no other choice but to take shelter within the walls of Obendar. You are one of these refugees. Due to your reclusive lifestyle, many in town are encountering your race for the very first time. Some in town believe you to be an elf. Due to your distinct facial features, others would say you're a goblin, from your size and build. Others still would insist your high technological aptitude proves you are a gnome. But only those most intimate with the Deepwood know your true kind and kin as Gearlocs. Big-eared, thin-bodied creatures with a conflicting love of nature and machine, and overall an insatiable thirst for adventure. Gearlocs are an old race, and your numbers have dwindled over the centuries to less than 100. The Council of 8, made up of elder Gearlocs, know the Ebon and the dire threat they present. The Ebon are a melting pot of lawless creatures, ruled by tyrants, each with a firm stranglehold on various regions of Daylor. Because each of these regions has little or no communication with one another, it is the Council's belief that a smaller party will be the most effective in overcoming the threat by systemically infiltrating and removing their leaders. They have selected your party of adventurers and have tasked you with venturing northward, to silence the Ebon for good, one tyrant at a time. This was never your task alone. Others were sequestered, but the Obendar militia is thin in ranks, and any sellswords worth hiring have been already swayed by the promise of plundering rights if they aid the enemy. But no matter, for you are Gearlocs, and being the resourceful and fearless race that you are, your party has happily accepted this challenge. You will be among the first to travel north in many decades, and your adventure begins today. To Council Elder Gavincog. Hold on. Gearloc voice.
To Council Elder Gavincog. As you requested, I have informed our party of the importance of individual accounts during this first week. However, I question why my report alone does not suffice. Be that as it may, I will collect your reports by week's end and send them by way of Gilly's Hawk. After that, we will have ventured too far north for any reliable means of communication with you or the rest of the council. I must warn you, some of these companions you've chosen are not well spoken. Tantrum seems to grunt more than speak, and Tink is constantly stuttering and muttering. I don't have much confidence in their written entries. I will try to set the proper tone and example by going first and maybe even using it as a reference. I'll begin my report this very evening, and with the Cibron River not but a day away. Picket.
Liberation Log, Day 2.
My chest is swelling with pride. Of course, I'm sure everyone expected success when you seated yours truly at the helm, but it is the team that shone today. They displayed what a prepared and determined team can do under the leadership of a confident strategist. Suffice it to say, the Deepwood's future has been entrusted to the most appropriate mind and hands. Bring on the northern threat. I'll match their force. No. I'll thwart their intrusion with the same contempt and flair seen in battle today. Where they have size, I have speed. Where they have numbers, I have strategy. Where they have power, I have invention. Some artists paint on paper, but the battlefield is my canvas, and my teammates are the strokes of my brush. It is true, a few skirmishes went a little off script, due to overenthusiasm of some younger and more zestful members. But rest assured, honorable council, that for generations to follow, songs will be sung and bedtime stories written about the deeds we are set to accomplish in the coming days. Today, I would like to commend Boomer and Tantrum, whose off-the-rails approach, albeit somewhat naive, was both effective and colorful. I'm sure in the days to come, these journals will prove and provide the talents and merits of the rest of our illustrious troupe. We are aware that the road ahead becomes ever more perilous the closer we come to the treacherous north. But the new landscape and its encounters only serve to sharpen our mettle, heighten our senses, and secure the unity of our resolve. Every battle is both an opportunity to design a more memorable and predictable next encounter, and a knife in resolve to our mutual enemy. We see our destiny approaching with every inch of forest left behind, but our nemesis will not see us coming. They will only hear of the valor and the might of what comes to meet them. And what of tomorrow? I say, one more time into the fray.
Logbook, Day 2 and 3.
Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo! Everybody say yee-haw! There were bodies diving behind boulders, launching into the great oaks, and sprawling into all kinds of twisty pretzel contortions. That was more fun than Initiation Day back in the Deepwood. Good old Tink didn't let me down either. I don't know what the mechanical thingamajig he added to my grenades was, but wow did that pink mushroom powder go off like a stink. Can I say stink? I did. Deal with it. Oh, I have to take a few deep breaths and say something useful here, right? I just felt so alive being back in the woods so close to home. Okay, so I got a little excited and spent my supply a little early in the mashup. But my buddy Tantrum, he had my back. I grabbed that little spark plug by the one good horn on his head and launched him into the upcoming band of, well, I can't really say what they were with all the new intruders breaching our forest, but it doesn't matter. Tantrum knocked them down like he was bowling for toadstools, and I know what to call them now. Sport. Yeah, it was a good day. But we're still close to home and had the advantage, and Picket knew what the layout was, and we could count on Gilly to have an ear on what was approaching. It won't be all kickins and lickins the further north we get, Leaving our familiar woods behind, the more I think of it, I'm almost hesitant to leave that stinkhole city that was our makeshift home. I think I'll just follow Picket's lead on this one, and I'll just not think, just do. Boomer.
Required log entry. Day. Question mark.
I must remember to remind you that the council, that is, that I didn't need to be here in the first place. I committed to my duty, but my mini-mechs are capable, very capable, I say, to take my orders, your orders, my orders, somebody's orders on the field and, well, act accordingly. Oh yes, the day. How the day went. Well, it went smashingly. Oh my, smashingly, is that such an unfeeling thing to say about a day of battle, isn't it? Well, is it? Maybe not. But it was a sight. It was a sight. Gearlocs and mechs side by side. I couldn't be more proud of my little guys. Oh, my little mechs. I mean, not you little guys. And don't tell Tantrum I said that, because he'll get the wrong idea. He's so touchy. But the day, right. Ouch. Ow, that's where I put your little pincher. Okay. One of my spider bots is lost a leg today, so sometimes I feel like Patches, repairing parts, and organic or mechanic. Truth be told, it was Tantrum that hit the little bugger. Got in his line of sight, I suppose, but that was Tantrum's fault. He should have let my mech do what he was programmed to do, and there wouldn't have been any need for Tantrum to be there in the first place. Now, would there, little fella? And I'm not talking to you, the council. That is, one of my little bots just came over for his missing pincher, hobbling left and right, but he didn't make it. He is determined. They all are. You can count on them. That's what I was saying. That there's no need for me to be here in the first place. Or at best, I can stay back at the camp and remotely fiddle with whatever. Or maybe I could rig up a thing or two. With this gear, and then a sprocket, and then the plug of the team's ears. They could go in and then give the mechs the new commands, and then on the go, and yes, and no, and what am I supposed to say here anyway? We showed up, people fought, my mechs did what they were supposed to do, and some people died, and some mechs were damaged. But no, don't worry. We still have plenty of constructions here. I can rebuild on these things, and on the fly, I can just pick up scavenged parts. So if Tantrum would just stop dismembering them, I got to get back to work. Tomorrow is coming quickly, and I'd like to hash out my plans for this very new remote control command override gizmo. I will, Tink.
Well, it looks like that's all the time we have for today. Join us again tomorrow for some more journal entries.